In the bright operating room, Gu Changge in white patient clothes is lying on the sick bed. She stares at the ceiling as if she tries to cut a big hole in it. The door of the ward creaks open and a conversation between her husband Xiao Tianzi and the doctor comes in. "Mr. Xiao, your wife is in pretty good condition." The man called Mr. Xiao is tall and handsome, with a pair of gentle golden thin-edged glasses on his face, and his eyes are blocked by lenses. He looks at the woman in the sick bed, concerned and worried. "Did my wife say anything recently?" Mrs. Xiao has not said a word since the amputation of her double legs. "How about her diet?" "She eats regularly and she is well nourished." "Did she cry?" "No, Mrs. Xiao is very strong and she never cried." "Really?" The man smiles and seems to be relieved a little. He looks sideways at the silent woman in the sick bed and sighs. "So I'm relieved. I'll go in and see her." The doctor praises him. "Mr. Xiao is really a good husband. Miss Gu, who has a husband like you, will surely get out of the pain of amputation and survive." Xiao Tianzi nods politely, says goodbye to the doctor, enters the ward, closes the door, and then he becomes cold and ferocious instead of being worried. Gu Changge turns her head suddenly and stares at him coldly. "Xiao Tianzi, why are you here? You are the wife way out of my league 10 years ago. We love each other very much. Now that you have had your legs amputated in a car accident, and I naturally need to see you." Gu Changge grinds her teeth when she hears the words car accident and amputated. On that day she found Xiao Tianzi and Gu Changge, the adopted sister of her family, were accompanying each other intimately. In a rage she got out of the car in order to question them. Unexpected, when she got off the car, an out-of-control truck sped by, broke her legs. Before the coma, she overheard the truck driver's conversation with Xiao Tianzi clearly. "Mr. Xiao, Mrs. Gu's legs must be amputated this time." "Well done. I'll deposit the money into your account and take good care of your parents and daughters." "Xiao Tianzi. Xiao Tianzi." She is calling his name with tears of blood nearly bursting out. She has never dreamed that her husband, who has been deeply in love with her since college, would amputate her legs after 10 years of marriage and having a pair of children with her. However, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Gu Changge has been standing at the peak of her family's power all the way, and has already learned to break open a way through brambles and thorns and go against the current. As long as she is alive, she will have a chance to make a comeback. As if he can understand her mind, Xiao Tianzi stretches out his hand to hold her chin and let her eyes face his own. "When I married you, you also said nothing like a clam and did not bow to anyone for help. However, I am clear that although you have been reduced to such a state, you are actually still shrewd and deep. Otherwise, how can you defeat all the members who covet the power of the family, like chopping melons and vegetables, become the chairman of Gu family's board and a famous business legend in Yuncheng?" Gu Changge squints, clenches her teeth and stares at Xiao Tianzi. "Xiao Tianzi, one day, I will give you back everything you have done to me." Xiao Tianzi smiles with a pair of black eyes behind his glasses. "Will you? Okay, I'll wait." After saying this, he slips his fingers down her chin, all the way to her left breast, tears open the clothes on her chest, and sticks the syringe on the table into her body. "Next life, remember not to marry me, but this life, give your heart to Changge." "Changge? Changge." She is severely injected with an anesthetic sedative. She looks at the changing corridor and the operating room in trance. Suddenly something occurs to her. Yes, Gu family's adopted daughter, her sister Gu Changge, is suffering from a congenital heart disease. Though beautiful as a fairy, she cannot live long. Xiao Tianzi is a famous genius in the medical department. It turns out that he gives up his long-term relationship with Gu Changge and chooses her instead, for not only the family's financial power, but her heart. He wants her life. Gu Changge wants to turn over, but her whole body is aching. Heart-crushing pain comes from the left leg, and someone nearby cries out in surprise, "Miss!" She slowly opens her eyes and looks strangely along the source of the sound. In the bright and dazzling ward, the walls are snow-white, and the white curtains of the windows are gently rolled up. On the low cabinet by the window are thermos flasks, heat preservation boxes and enamel pots. A woman in her 50s leans over with tears in her eyes. Miss, you finally wake up. She is puzzled. Just at this time, she sees a card on the cabinet next to the sickbed with such a piece of information clearly printed. Patient's name Song Yuncheng, age teen. Symptom fracture of right leg. Right leg. Her heart suddenly starts beating. Her eyes widens in disbelief and a rare fear flashes into her eyes. Right leg? My right leg is still there? Hearing her excitement, the woman stretches out her hand and hurriedly holds down her arms. Miss, don't be afraid. Your legs are all there. Despite that the accident was serious, the place where you were sitting just allows you to dodge a bullet. You just have a broken right leg. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Despite of this woman's efforts to appease her, she still cannot hide her shock. Frowning and then unfolding, she stretches out her hand and touches her waist and hip incomprehensibly. Then she moves down a little bit. A little. The real existence of her legs really makes her stiff suddenly and her eyes widen with shock. Perhaps because of the horror, she suddenly sheds tears flowing out of her eyes. At the sight of her crying, the woman next to her immediately hugs her. Miss, don't be afraid. Emma will always be by your side. I will by no means let those bullying young ladies and masters of Song family hurt you again. Hurt me? It is Xiao Tianzi who hurt me. But have I been dead? She raises her hand to touch her heart, and regardless of whether there is anyone else present, she just tears open the patient clothes and touches her left chest. Smooth skin shows no scars. Her fingertips tremble slightly, and suddenly she becomes very eager to curl her mouth corner. Bring me the mirror. Emma is stunned. She repeats it again in a slightly trembling voice. Bring me the mirror. Emma doesn't know what Yuncheng wants to do, so she finds a folded plastic mirror in the drawer. She sits up propping herself, even ignoring the broken leg. She just wants to have a good look at her face now. Emma turns over the mirror and hands it to her. Gu Changge reaches out and takes it over. Suddenly, she looks at the face in the mirror frozen. The girl in the mirror has a beautiful face, and it is difficult to hide the beauty of the girl even during the injury. The girl's face is different from the one Gu Changge used to look at in the mirror. This is really a strange 18-year-old face. A sense of joy comes into her chest. Fingers firmly holding the small mirror, and looking at the girl in the mirror, she kindly squints, secretly saying, "Although I don't know what happened, but thank you for giving me this body." She hands over the small mirror to Emma. Emma, I can't remember things clearly before the car accident. Tell me about it. Emma has no doubt about the identity of this young girl. Miss, do you still remember that you are the youngest daughter of the Song family? She asks. Is it the Song family in Yuncheng? She asks Emma. Emma nods happily at once. Miss, the doctor said that you have hurt your brain, which scars me to death. It's really nice for you to remember Yuncheng now. A smile breaks on the corner of Gu Changge's mouth. So I am Song Yuncheng, the youngest daughter of the Song family in Yuncheng. The householder of the Song family in Yuncheng lives in debauchery, with a large number of illegitimate children. Among them, Song Yuncheng is the one who is least loved and valued. This is because Song Yuncheng was delivered by a third-rate star called Social Butterfly. Moreover, her mother is dead now, and basically she has become a pushover that everyone can bully. She leans back against the bedside, seemingly at random, but she asks Emma deeply shrewd. Was I caught in the accident on the car when my brother took me back to Yuncheng? Emma nods. Miss, you didn't want to go back, but Master Yuncheng just wanted to take you back. Don't worry, Emma is here and I will try my best to stop Master Yuncheng take you away. Gu Changge is relieved and even shows a seemingly sardonic grin. When she was still alive, she already heard of the Song family's awful mess. Despite that the Song family has a large fortune, several sons fail to live up to expectations. In order to enable the family to achieve success one way or another, the old householder of the Song family gets back all his daughters who were born after a romantic period in his youth, and then marries them to others for buildings, connections, and business. If it weren't for her Gu Changge, who was in charge of the family at that time, the Song family might also cast eyes at her family. However, Even if the Song family cannot send her a woman to marry, they have never forgot to woo her husband Xiao Tianze. Xiao Tianze and Song Yunjia, the eldest daughter of the Song family, were college classmates and both studied medicine. Speaking of it, it seems that when Xiao Tianze was digging her heart, she saw Song Yunjia's peach blossom eyes as well. Such a thought reassures Gu Changge. Amma, now that I can live a good life in Yuncheng, why should we live in such a small town? Let's go to Yuncheng. Don't bother my brother to pick us up. When my injury is healed, let's go to Yuncheng by car. But miss? Amma still wants to stop it. Gu Changge raises her hand to interrupt her, with a faint smile in her eyes. Amma, we have a lot of acquaintances in Yuncheng, don't we? Gu Changge revives in a new guise and has to visit them one by one. In this way, it will be convenient for her to have an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Amma feels that the Song family's lady she is taking care of has changed, but no matter what she turns out to be, her face and her blood are all Song Yunchuan's, which do not allow her to go off into wild flights of fancy. Gu Changge has been taken care of by Amma for several days, during which she beats about the bush to clearly find out Amma's background and Song Yunchuan's preferences. Song Yunxian is indeed the illegitimate daughter of a third-rate star who is a social butterfly, as rumored, and Amma is the nanny her mother paid a lot of money to hire before she died. Since the two children Amma gave birth to all her life both died young, she brought up Song Yunxian as if she were her own daughter. Gu Changge chooses to trust Amma, but not completely. She went into business at the age of 15 and took over the position of the president of Gu family at the age of 18, married Xiao Tianze at the age of 21 and became the first female director of Gu family, and even the four big families of Yuncheng. She was 32 when she died. After 17 years of doing business, she realizes that no one is entirely trustworthy, because her life was ended in the hands of her husband whom she trusted so much. She is now in Qingcheng town, 800 miles from Yuncheng on the coast, where the fog is very heavy in the morning. She rests for a month to conserve strength and store up energy. The phone calls from the Song family have not been discontinued. On the day when she is removing the steel nail, Amma holds the phone over and says to her carefully, "Master Yuncheng calls in person." And she reminds her to be respectful and careful. She already dealt with Song Yuncheng when she was still Gu Changge. A tall, fat and mischievous head of the family is all that matters. He has little ability, but he really wants to marry all his younger sisters as a tool for marriage. It is really foolish to think that a family with many connections through marriages can borrow some strength. In the business circle where real feelings can be built, people will not help you for no apparent reason, unless there are great interests to plot. She takes over the phone and tries to make her tone gentle, rendering herself to appear to be weak. "Brother, are your legs all right?" "All right. I will pick you up tomorrow." Gu Changge knows maybe she should turn herself into Song Yunxian now. She rolls her eyes slightly and looks out of the window. "Brother, don't pick me up. I'm already on my way to Yuncheng." There is an obvious panic the other side, asking, "Which train are you taking?" Song Yunxian smiles. "Brother, to get to Yuncheng safely, I think I will not tell you. When I arrive, I will go home myself." Finished before Song Yuncheng is talking on the phone, she decisively presses the key to end the call. Amma feels very strange. "Miss, why did you lie to Master Yuncheng?" Song Yunxian wears a sweet smile. "It is just a joke. As a matter of fact, this is just a way to save her life." However, from the last car accident, it can be seen that some people really want to end her life before she returns to the Song family. But who on earth is this person? Amma does not know what Song Yunxian is thinking. She goes to buy plane tickets following Song Yunchuan's instructions. Amma feels a little distressed on the way. "Miss, we have spent so much money on the plane tickets. After we return to Yuncheng, if Song family reduces our wages, our living expenses will not be enough this month." Song Yunxian smiles gently, reminds Amma to put their luggage at the security check and explains to her. Song family has a large fortune and ranks among the top ones in Yuncheng. I don't think my brother needs to be mean to us, let alone he won't do it. Speaking of which, she curls the smile at the corner of her mouth a little deeper. and there is a meaningful cold eyesight. Song Yuncheng thinks about all his sisters when Song family needs a joint marriage. Undoubtedly, he still wants to pinch the soft persimmon, meaning bullying honest people first. Other illegitimate daughters have their own mothers to protect them, while Song Yunxian has nothing to rely on. Song Yuncheng takes her back, undoubtedly to capture her financially and materially. Let her know that she can enjoy wealth forever after joint marriage, and then entice her to agree to the joint marriage. Therefore, from this point of view, even if she has spent all her savings now, Song Yuncheng will still reimburse all for her. It's just a pity that Song Yunxian is tired of the tricks. He used to lure her into joint marriage when she was still Gu Changge. She goes back, waiting to see how Song Yuncheng sends her to the bed of the man of the joint marriage. She doesn't say much all the way, and Amma looks at her carefully nearby. There is a slight shock when the plane takes off. Amma gives a shriek of fright. Song Yunxian, who closes her eyes and pretends to sleep, opens her eyes to reassure her. Amma, don't be afraid, it's just a normal shaking when the plane takes off. But miss, will this plane take us to somewhere no one can find us like Malaysia Airlines? Looking at Amma's frightened appearance, Song Yunxian can't help laughing. Amma, you think too much. Malaysia Airlines accident won't happen frequently, and besides, there should be no important big figures on our plane. But when she says this, she suddenly notices a man looking at him in the seat beside her. She is puzzled at first, and then the smile on her mouth corner becomes softer and sweeter. She knows that Song Yunxian has a beautiful face worth remembering, because it is with her beautiful face that Song Yunchuan's mother entered the entertainment business. Now that she has Song Yunchuan's face, it's really that heaven wants to lend her a hand to avenge. She and the man look at each other eye to eye. The indifferent eyes only stop in her face for a few seconds. Then he draws back his sight and looks down at the magazine in his hand. Next to him, a young bodyguard, who resembles a secretary, notices his sight and asks him softly, "Master, what's the matter?" "Nothing." When he says so, the bodyguard no longer asks anything. Only when he opens the magazine, his fingers freeze slightly. Looking down the man's line of sight, the title on the magazine is, "Extraordinary Lady, a businesswoman in Yuncheng, has her heart transplanted to her young sister after being amputated. Gu Changge is so kind-hearted." He closes the magazine with some sarcasm. His words are caught by Song Yunxian not far away. She pauses for a while and asks him boldly, "Sir, can I borrow your magazine?" The man called Master looks sideways. Suddenly, he sees the 18-year-old girl curling her mouth corner and looking at him with a smile on her face. This girl is natural and graceful when talking to others, and she is not at all like a girl from a small place like Yuncheng. He has a strange feeling in his heart, and his eyes slightly darken. His fingers do not move. Seeing that he turns back on her, Song Yunxian decides to stop. If you don't want to, forget it. If he is unwilling, there is no need to demand it. It's just a magazine. When she gets to Yuncheng, she can buy one from any bookstore to read it. Come and get it. Song Yunxian is surprised and looks at the man strangely. The man stretches out his hand and firmly grasps the magazine with his slender phalanges. Come and get it. As her seat is inside, she can't reach it without going out. Seeing this, Amma stretches out her hand to help her. The man repeats his words in a low voice. Come and get it yourself. Amma is shocked by the low, icy words. Even Song Yunxian freezes for a moment. The man is so strange in character, and his bodyguard called him master. Is this Gu Changge? Song Yunxian chooses to take a plane because the previous car accident has already killed the real Song Yunxian. If she wants to return to Yuncheng smoothly, she must do it by surprise. However, the journey is too surprising. This is because Gu Changge should be among the passengers of this plane. She met Gu Changge twice when she was still Gu Changge. Once at the age of 4 and once at the age of 8. When she was 4 years old, Gu Changge of the same age as her came to her home to play. He thought she was very cute, so he robbed her doll and let her cry to him. Not only did she not cry, she also ordered her husky to bite Gu Changge. As a result, The old householder of Chu family gave up his plan to unite by marriage with the eldest daughter of Gu family. At the age of 8, Gu Changge was designated as the first heir of the Chu family. She went with her father to congratulate him on behalf of Gu family's next successor. Gu Changge said many words that an heir should say wisely, but when he sent her away, Gu Changge suddenly attached himself to her ear and said in a gloomy voice, "I will swallow the Gu family." She held on to the good manners taught by the family and nodded with pride. "I am waiting for you, master." She was not afraid of him or any man. Since she was born in Gu family, a powerful family in Yuncheng, and she was one of the candidates for the next successor of the high-ranking family since childhood. At that time she just thought Gu Changge might be a person bearing grudges. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such thoughtless words to her at the age of 8. Of course, when she got married at the age of 21, he almost brought down Gu family and helped her father's only illegitimate child to usurp the power of Gu family. As a result, she sacrificed her first child and put her illegitimate only brother into prison. And in the following year, she forced this mortal malady to death without leaving any handle. Later, in order to gain the power of Gu family firmly in her hands, she married all her illegitimate sisters who were unwilling to serve as a marriage tool to useless men one by one, leaving them unable to shake her position until death. Gu Changge wouldn't have been unaware of all this even if he was abroad. However, her domineering life has ended prematurely at the age of 32. It is ruined by her husband. Thinking of this, she is a little sad. When she reaches for the magazine, the plane is shaking again. Her body is off balance and suddenly she is leaning down. At that instant, the hand that passes her the magazine grabs her by the wrist and pulls her over. The short distance makes her feel dizzy until the plane becomes stable. Only then does she find herself pulled into his arms, and she frowns at him. Looking at his appearance carefully, the man has pretty and elegant facial features, heroic eyebrows, graceful lips and a natural coldness on his face. Looking at his eyes, it seemed as if something serene and dark is buried in them deeply. She feels very uncomfortable. "Sir, my name is Gu Changge." He interrupts and corrects her. She feels a little nervous and cries secretly. He is indeed Gu Changge. She immediately gets up from him. "Mr. Chu, please let me go first." She sits on his leg and feels unwell. Gu Changge gently opens his lips, with a hint of scorn at the corner of his eyes. "I think you came at me on purpose." Yuncheng is startled and angry, but cannot help sneering softly. "Mr. Chu, you really think too much." Then she walks away from him, holds on to the back of the seat, waves the magazine in her hand, and walks toward her own seat. "Thank you for your magazine, Mr. Chu." Gu Changge remains silent, with a pair of his sharp, eagle-like eyes fixed on Yuncheng. This girl really doesn't look like a pure girl. Her words and actions are really like that woman. The flight gets to Yuncheng at 9 p.m. The plane glides slowly towards the runway, and the neon lights at night in Yuncheng are beautiful and prosperous. She looks out of the window at the bustling city and feels a surge of blood at an accelerated manner. She bends up her slender white fingers and clasps them in her palm. Her eyes are cold and piercing, her beautiful smiling eyebrows are cruel impeccably. "Xiao Tianzi, I'm back." She gets off the plane and switches her mobile phone to normal mode. Continuous text messages and missed calls seem to crush this mobile phone. Gu Changge, who has met her on the plane just now, glances at her coldly as he passes her. Emma is somewhat worried and whispers to Yuncheng, "Miss, this young man seems not too simple." Yuncheng nods. "Emma, none of the family heirs who can rank among the top ones in Yuncheng is simple." Emma wonders, "Miss, do you know that man?" Yuncheng smiles and shakes her head. "No, I don't know." Yes, Yuncheng does not know him. Only Gu Changge knew. Emma feels strange. "Then how do you know he is the family heir of Yuncheng?" Yuncheng opens the borrowed magazine and hands it to Emma. There is a column about his interview. Emma takes it over, but she falls into deep thought. Gu Changge. 10 years after emigrating to the United States, he suddenly returns home. It really makes people feel strange. Obviously, Chu family's assets in Yuncheng, are less than 1/10 of his assets in the U.S. headquarters. Then why does he come back? She would like to know what he is going to do, but at this moment she is not in the mood to know the details. The top priority for her is to return to Song family. And then, she squints and a business lady's scheming and bullying expression skim over her eyes. Song family is a pretty good stepping stone to revenge. A smile breaks on the corner of Song Yunchuan's mouth and she turns to call Amma. Amma, now that you remember the way to Song family in Yuncheng, let's take a taxi back. Amma nods repeatedly. Okay, Miss Yunxian. When Song Yunxian and Amma get to Song family's house, Song Yuncheng comes out of the door in a panic. Seeing Amma dragging the suitcase, he frowns and asks her, Amma is not too young already, how can you still ask her to come and serve you? Then he casts disgusting eyesight at Amma. Amma gives a slight pause. Song Yunxian smiles and takes over the suitcase from Amma's hand. Brother, I'm new here. If I hadn't been taken care of by Amma, I'm afraid I would have caused a lot of trouble to Song family. Besides, I come from the small town dragging my luggage. When other young ladies and young masters see me, they might have thought that I am not Song family's own daughter at all. After Song Yuncheng hears this, a pair of his puckered heavy eyebrows seem to pucker closer. Song Yunxian is right. People arranged for joint marriage also want to marry the noble ladies of Song family, not the village girls whom Song family fobs off. As a result, Song Yunchuan's presence with a nanny can also elevate Song Yunchuan's identity, proving that she is indeed a noble lady of Song family, and that she is so delicate that requires the help of a servant. However, this Amma is loyal to Song Yunxian, and such a servant besides her will only hinder him and ruin his plan. Song Yuncheng thinks that it is not so urgent to get Amma away, and there will be plenty of opportunities and excuses to dismiss her later. He unfolds his eyebrows, assumes a happy expression, and comes forward to hold Song Yunchuan's shoulder. Good sister, it is really great that you can arrive safely. Song Yunxian says nothing and Song Yuncheng takes her forward. Over the years, you have been wronged living in a small town. However, now that you have returned to Song family, we will take good care of you. Moved, Song Yunxian nods. Brother, why are you so anxious to pick me up? Song Yuncheng doesn't expect Song Yunxian to go straight to the point. He chokes a little before adjusting his facial expression and says with a dignified expression, to tell you the truth, father is seriously ill, and our song companies are meeting some difficulties at present. Perhaps only you Yunxian can lend a hand. Lend a hand? How? As soon as Song Yuncheng asks her to lend a hand, Song Yunxian feels that the opportunity has come. As a businesswoman, she can judge any opportunity on the way, and try every means to seize this opportunity so as to gain the most considerable benefits for herself. As Gu Changge, she made full use of the instinct of a businesswoman, so she climbed to the top of the business that no woman in Yuncheng can match. Though now she has become Song Yunxian, this instinct still exists deep in her heart. She agrees to Song Yuncheng's request without hesitation. Brother, I am the daughter of Song family, and you are my family. If you have any difficulties, I will surely help you. Amma is surprised to hear her say so. She does not expect that Song Yunxian, who was always obsequious before, will voluntarily say such kind words that show consideration for her family. Song Yuncheng is even more contented with his sister's words. He stretches out his hand and grabs her by the wrist and walks straight to the luxurious front hall of Song family. Yunxian, since you have lived in Yuncheng town for over 10 years and are not familiar with the family members, I'll take you to see our family members first. Family. Song Yunxian looks at Song family's luxurious 3-story villa with calm facial expressions. A strong desire to seize the whole Song family arises in her heart. She follows Song Yuncheng to her home, just like a beast of prey following a stupid rabbit leading the way into the rabbit's lair. She likes this Song family. The environment is good, and people are stupid and have a lot of money. Although it is not as strong and prosperous as her Gu family in wealth and power, it is still a good stepping stone for her to get in power. To her best knowledge, Song family's business is not bad, but only the family are too brainless. Because there are so many illegitimate children, all of whom want to assume sole power after the death of the old householder, So the infighting among them is especially fierce, and vortex undercurrent spreads almost everywhere. She is first taken into the Song family by Song Yuncheng, who is naturally the one Song Yunqian wants to woo. And the person who has caused the car accident to her should also be in Song family. Song Yuncheng pulls her into the main entrance of the villa. Upon entering, she sees a red-haired woman wearing a tight red skirt sitting on the European-style sofa. The woman looks exactly like she is in her mid-20s. She is dressed up mature and sexy, with a protruding and warping figure. Only with a glance can one judge that she is a voluptuous stunner in some aspect. Song Yuncheng calls her. Yuning, come and meet your little sister. Song Yuning. Song Yunxian reads her name silently. Before Song Yuning comes over, she smiles at her and says, Sister. Who is your sister? You are just the daughter of a bitch of a third-rate star. Obviously, Song Yuning does not like her at all. Song Yuning still does not vent her spleen after scolding her, turns to Song Yuncheng and asks him unwillingly and resentfully, Brother, you can choose me if you want Song family's daughter to marry Xue family. Why this little bitch? Finished, she angrily points to Song Yunxian with her finger with black nail polish, itching to stab Song Yunxian to death on the spot. Song Yunxian only finds this resentful Song Yuning ridiculous, but now she can't laugh. Because the person in Song family who wants her to die on the road is obviously Song Yuning, her second sister. She pretends to be afraid and leans against Song Yuncheng, asking Song Yuncheng in a low voice, Brother, does my sister hate me? Song Yuncheng obviously hates Song Yuning's statement and pats her on the shoulder. You go upstairs with Amma to the third room, and it is your bedroom. Your sister is in a bad mood recently, and just leave her alone. Song Yunxian nods obediently. She takes a look at Amma and walks upstairs. Song Yuning is very upset and rushes to the front of Song Yuncheng, asking him loudly, Why don't you let me marry Xue Tao? Xue Tao wants to marry a wife, Ying. You should be clear that marrying a wife home is different from playing outside. He wants to marry a clean lady from Song family. Song Yunxian has excellent hearing, though Song Yuncheng keeps his voice as low as possible when he says these words. But Song Yunxian still hears it. She looks slightly sideways at Song Yuning's face. Song Yuning's arrogant and angry expression on her face has entirely disappeared, and only surprise and disappointment lingers. Needless to say, her relationship with Xue Tao is not simple. After Amma helps her tidy up her luggage and room, she is called away by Song family's housekeeper. Song Yuncheng comes around 11 o'clock, and his slightly fat face becomes slightly sweaty. Seeing this, Song Yunxian hurries to deliver him a paper towel, asking him with concern, Brother, what's the matter with you? Why are you sweating so much? Song Yuncheng takes over the paper towel and wipes the sweat on his head, then grabs her wrist and walks out. Xue Tao has drunk too much, and he demands to meet you, his fiancée, before going home to talk about the joint marriage with Uncle Xue and Aunt Xue. Please go with me to see him quickly. Xue Tao is also a minor celebrity in Yuncheng. Despite that he is a little younger than her Gu Changge, he is spoiled as a child. His mother used to be a well-renowned singer, but later married Xue family and thus quit acting. After giving birth to the son, Xue's couple almost want to pick all the stars from the sky for their son. As a result, Xue Tao is so pampered that he spends money like water, becoming one of the 4 libertines in Yuncheng. He has sexual relations with almost all the top first-line actresses in Yuncheng. To be clear, he is just a scumbag who spoils women. Undoubtedly, she does not want to marry Xue Tao. However, it is acceptable to accompany Song Yuncheng to see Xue Tao making a fool of himself. By the way, let Xue Tao, who is going to marry her, wipe his eyes and see if he can be worthy of her. Song Yunxian. Song Yuncheng pulls Song Yunxian into the car. In the white Porsche SUV, Song Yuncheng sighs several times before looking at her with some embarrassment. Yunxian. Brother, what is it? Song Yuncheng's ears are a little red, and it seems that he has something embarrassing to say. Song Yunxian smiles softly and considerately. Brother, I am your sister, and you can tell me anything you want. After hearing what she has said, Song Yuncheng feels a little relieved and drives his car all the way forward. Yuncheng, to tell you the truth, you were born in Qingcheng town and probably don't know how far Yuncheng has developed. Song Yuncheng raises her eyebrows slightly and a faint smile flits across her eyes like a hairspring. She has a strong feeling that Song Yuncheng will next talk about the man-woman relationship and the openness of children of rich families, as if to verify that her precognition is accurate. As expected, Song Yuncheng pauses and then says, Yunxian, if you are satisfied with the master of Shui family this time, don't be restrained too much as a noble lady, and just be generous to date with Master Shui. Song Yunchuan's smile freezes and she looks at Song Yuncheng with bright, limpid eyes. Brother, what does this mean? Undoubtedly, she knows what Song Yuncheng means. Song Yuncheng earnestly wishes that when she sees Shui Tao, she will throw herself at Shui Tao's arms and make a sexual intercourse with him. In that way, even if Shui Tao is not satisfied with her, Song Yuncheng will force Shui family to marry her entirely beyond him. As long as marrying the sister to Shui family successfully, he will have a guarantee to hold the power of Song family. After all, living in such a big family, everything must be calculated accurately. Song Yuncheng comes to the bar where Shui Tao is staying, leans slightly and whispers to Song Yunxian. Shui Tao is young and hot-blooded. If he has a little impulse after drinking, you just satisfy him. Anyway, you are also going to marry him. After hearing this, Song Yunxian lowers her eyelids slightly, as if she is in a dilemma. Song Yuncheng does not see it. The scheming hidden in her eyes is as sharp as a knife drawn out of its sheath. Song Yuncheng wants to take sole control of Song family. Doesn't she? Obey Shui Tao? If that is the case, how can she take sole control of Song family? Brother is really joking with her. Today, she will let Shui Tao give up the idea of marrying her once and for all. No, she intends to not merely allow Shui Tao to give up the idea of marrying her, but take advantage of this chance to win over the hearts of the people. Gu Changge has long been aware of Shui Tao's dissolute reputation. Now, as Song Yunxian, she follows her brother to the top Yuncheng business hotel in Yuncheng, but she does not look around for half a minute for exclaiming over the luxury of Yuncheng. Even Song Yuncheng feels that this sister who comes back from a small town has actually seen much of life. Otherwise, it is impossible for her to enter the most luxurious and top entertainment place across Yuncheng without blinking an eye or showing some curiosity. More than 10 floors above Yuncheng are business hotels, while on the ground floor is the prestigious Yuncheng Yi's bar. Gu Changge came here for recreation several times when she was still the ruler of Gu family, but she was ordered not to come here again by his husband, Xiao Tianzi, because in this club there are a lot of rich young men from the upper class and male stars from the entertainment circle. She, Gu Changge, devoted herself wholeheartedly to Xiao Tianzi. The purpose of coming to Yi's bar was just to try every means to grab over the prey of Yi's. But she didn't expect that before she won over Yi's, Xiao Tianzi, who used to be a gentle husband, shed all pretenses of cordiality. Now she turns into Song Yunxian and comes to this Yi's bar again, feeling that the expensive and luxurious entertainment venue is really worth winning. Just a few steps ahead of the place where Song Yuncheng is walking, before they reach the door, they can hear a man drinking and laughing in the front box. Master Shui, come and have another drink. Otherwise, after you get married, we won't dare to persuade you to drink like this. What does that matter? Even if I marry Song family's little daughter, you can still accompany me like today. That can't do. What if Song family's little daughter is a tigress? Aren't we going to be torn by her? In this Yuncheng, except that Gu Changge is a tigress, all other women are paper tigers. Don't be afraid. Having said that, he seems to feel that he has not enjoyed himself, adding another sentence and scoffing. Even if Gu Changge is a tigress, she is even not able to be laid to rest after death now. Her husband throws her ashes into the open sea, which shows how much he hates her. The murderous look in Song Yunchuan's eyes suddenly gathers, and she clenches her hands tightly into a fist. The veins stand out on the back of her hands suddenly and violently, as if to protrude from the white skin. What a surprise! Xiao Tianzi is so hateful that even after she dies, he does not allow her to be buried in the cemetery of Gu family. Does Xiao Tianzi spread her ashes to the open sea for fear that she will come back to avenge herself as a ghost? What a pity! Even if he scatters her ashes to the ends of the earth, Gu Changge still comes back braving the winds and waves. She claps the door open. Yuncheng and the people drinking and laughing in the box are startled by the sound of pushing the door, and they suddenly quiet down and look at Yuncheng standing at the door. Where does this little bitch come from? Shwetao makes rude remarks. Yuncheng slightly draws back the coldness in her eyes and turns to look at Yuncheng. Yuncheng quickly goes over and attaches himself to Shwetao's ear, laughing in a low voice. Master Shwe, this is my little sister Yuncheng. As soon as he hears Yuncheng, Shwetao rolls his eyes and looks at Yuncheng from head to foot with his yellow hair and a long face full of pimples. After sizing her up, he nods with a lewd look, saying, "She has indeed inherited her mother's beauty. Even if she is still young, she really has a special and unique style of her own." With this, he holds out his hand and calls her, "Come, sister, come and have a drink with me." After Yuncheng hears this, he winks at a red-haired woman who is drinking with him. The woman nods, gives him a knowing smile, and takes a glass enchanting, and while pouring wine, she puts a pill into it without trace. Yuncheng glances at the woman's posture of pouring wine at the corner of her eyes and feels something wrong. When Shwetao calls her, she stands still. Yuncheng is a little anxious. He comes over to take her by the arm and begs in a low voice, "Yuncheng, now Song family is in urgent need of Shwe family's assistance. Whether they can help us or not all depends on you." The brother does say all things in an altisonant way. He just pushes her into Shwetao's arms without showing any mercy. She falls into Shwetao's arms immediately. Shwetao rolls over and presses her under his body. He pushes up at her lips with his breath reeking of booze. Giving a cold eye, Yuncheng turns away in disgust. Then Shwetao's kiss falls on her hair. Unexpectedly, Shwetao fails, but he still smells her hair, gets up slightly, grabs her chin with one hand and turns her cheek. "Yuncheng, I am a little impatient when we first meet. Why don't we have a drink first and then get familiar with each other slowly?" Yuncheng doesn't bother to get familiar with him. She is about to speak, but she doesn't expect Shwetao to hold her up and pass her a glass of wine. With the glass touching her teeth, he forcibly pours the wine into her mouth. Poof! She drinks half a glass of wine and then spits it all onto Shwetao's face. Shwetao's face is full of wine after the one mouthful of wine is spit. She can't believe that this Shwetao is also a freak. After being spit on the face, he does not get angry, but sticks out his tongue with great interest and licks the wine on his face. Then he picks up the cup and drinks all the wine she hasn't finished just now. This appearance is as disgusting as it is. But the beautiful young models around him that he has bought with money applaud in succession. Master Shwe is really a jolly dog. Although you have not drunk the sexual bliss wine successfully, our master can still feed the fiancée one mouthful after another. These young models obviously want to see her make a fool of herself. She clenches her fingers slightly. She suddenly feels that the drink in her mouth is a bit strange. There is some doubt on her face. Seeing her like this, Shwetao bends down to press her. "Honey, that is just something for fun. Now, shall I solve the desire for you?" Hearing this, he turns back to the young models and says, "Go out. We want to watch the fun. Although I also want you to watch the fun, this little beauty is not willing. You can see how disgusted she is with you." Several young models go out uninterestingly, until the last person closes the door and leaves. Yuncheng relaxes his nerves and lies lazily on the sofa. Shwetao's obscene face is in front of her. She does not struggle but smiles softly and flatteringly. "Thank you for caring about me so much. It is my first time and I am very shy. Can I have another drink?" Seeing that she changed her attitude instantly, Shwetao becomes wild with joy. She gets up from him and reaches for the glass. Just at this moment, Yuncheng sheds a cold eyesight, reaches for an empty wine bottle lying nearby and quickly grasps it in her hand. Then with a wave of her arm, she smashes the bottle onto Shwetao's head. With a crash, the glass dregs scatter everywhere. Before Shwetao can turn around, he falls forward and lies down on the table full of fruit and snacks. Song Yuncheng looks at him coldly for a few seconds, then throws away the broken wine bottle and raises her right hand to rub her left shoulder. When she feels comfortable, she bends down and grabs Xuetao's yellow hair, looking at his face coldly from a high position. What a pity, Song Yunchuan's first time, you can't afford it. Finished, she loosens her grip. Xuetao bangs his head on the table. The loud voice is a little scary. Gu Changge, who is in the office of the president of Yuncheng, looks at the monitoring screen on the computer screen and suddenly curls the corner of his mouth in derision. This woman is not bad. Song Yuncheng drinks a glass of beer in the room for getting over the shock. Then, feeling agitated, she pours another glass of wine on Xuetao's head to vent her anger. After that, she shows a faint sneer and takes over Xuetao's mobile phone to check his address book. With her finger slipping, she is not surprised to find the name Song Yuncheng on Xuetao's mobile phone. Besides, she also reads the messages between them. Xuetao has sent a message to disown Song Yuncheng, since he finds Song Yuncheng, Song family's youngest daughter, who is cleaner, younger, prettier and more docile than Song Yuncheng. He plans to marry the docile kitten. However, Song Yuncheng is so stubborn that she refuses to let him go. The latest message was sent by Song Yuncheng 10 minutes ago, saying that she wants to tell him a message. Song Yuncheng dials out the phone and waits for Song Yuncheng to connect excitedly. About 3 seconds later, Song Yuncheng picks up the phone and blurts out excitedly, "Xuetao, I'm pregnant, and it's yours." Song Yuncheng is slightly stunned, and then her eyes and lips are beaming with smiles. "Well, sister, come to ease." Song Yuncheng at the other side of the phone is obviously shocked and then shouts, "Song Yuncheng, why are you holding Xuetao's mobile phone?" Song Yuncheng can feel that Song Yuncheng is going to be carried away by jealousy, so she slows down her tone a little and coldly tempts her. "Sister, if you still want to marry Xuetao, then come quickly and I will give you a big gift." Yes, she wants to send Song Yuncheng a big gift. But this gift is just the sugar-coated beginning. Now, Xuetao has become a piece of meat on the chopping board to be trampled upon. If she doesn't hurry to do something to him, wouldn't it be a waste of opportunity? Besides, slaughtered fish does not always lie on the chopping board. As a person who has been in the business circle for over 10 years, she is quite clear that she should cut off the fish on the chopping board in a timely manner to get the edible parts. Song Yuncheng is dumbstruck there. Song Yuncheng does not wait for her response, but smiles evilly and hangs up the phone. She pulls her clothes, feels a reeking of booze, and frowned with disgust. Then she turns to walk into the bathroom of the nightclub box. The box design at Yee's is pretty considerate and humanized. It seems that some rich young men like to seek excitement on occasions, so each box is equipped with a bathroom, and the bathroom is also provided with bathrobes for both the man and woman. Gu Changge has a serious morbid fear of getting dirty from an early age, and now she can't stand the smell of heavy reeking of booze. She gets up and locks the door for a while, and then goes to the bathroom to adjust the water temperature. After the water temperature is adjusted, she sprinkles rose essential oil in the bath. Smelling the faint smell of essential oil, she feels that the blood flow in her body is beginning to accelerate, and her limbs become weak and hot. After a quick rinse, she goes to lie down in the bathtub. While feeling that her body is getting hotter, she adjusts the water temperature very low. However, this still cannot suppress the frenzy in her body. Her eyes narrow with resentment. She grabs the edge of the bathtub, pulls the towel and gets out of it, and then wraps the bathrobe in her body. Suddenly, she can't help breathing heavily. "Xuetao, this bastard! How dare you drug me?" She grips the curtain of the isolation bathtub tightly, grinding her teeth resentfully. Looking up at the mirror in the bathroom, she suddenly sees that the bathroom door is pushed open by a large male hand with long fingers. "Who is that?"
"Gu Changge."
The man responds to her calmly. A little dumbfounded, she hurries back 2 steps, posing as a guard, sticking to the wall and looking warily at the man who pushes the door and comes in. Just like last time, Gu Changge still looks cool and composed. However, after looking at her flushed cheeks this time, he wears a mocking smile breaking on the corner of his good-looking mouth. "Do you need me to help you? Why does Song Yuncheng need this man to help her?" How can she trust men again this life? Xiao Tianzi has torn her into pieces. Now that she is reborn in this world, she will no longer rely on any man but herself. She only believes in herself. Mr. Chu, you appear in my bathroom. Should I say what a coincidence or should I call the police immediately? She knows that rich people are concerned about face-saving most. Especially young heirs like Chu Machen who are bound to inherit family businesses can't stand the criticism from the public opinions. Chu Machen can't help laughing when he hears this. He steps in with slender legs, slightly leans sideways, and opens the door to show her Shui Tao lying on the table in the box. Miss Song, Master Shui's beaten like this. Should I bring you to justice immediately? Or help you finish the plan? Song Yunchuan's white and comely face flashes with disgust, and her bare feet move back half a step. But it is only a half step. She bears Gu Changge's decisive and proud soul. Gu Changge will never retreat. No one can intimidate her and threaten her to step back. Despite that this body belongs to Song Yunxian, it does not hide her inherent pride. The alert and slightly scared look in her eyes is gradually suppressed by her calm and resolute character. In her beautiful eyes there is a flexible and intelligent calm. Mr. Chu, what do you want from me when you threaten me like this? She is very clever and speaks to him straight out. We are all people who have come into contact with commercial economy since childhood and give top priority to interests. Chu Machen is the successor of a business group, and maybe he wants the same thing as she thinks. That is interest. Chu Machen, what on earth does he want? Miss Song, I want to know what is your next plan? Chu Machen becomes more interested in her, watching her cheeks flushing and killing time on purpose. Are you not feeling well? Mr. Chu, thank you for your concern. I want to go back now. Chu Machen frowned slightly. But your sister hasn't come yet. What will you do with Shui Tao? Song Yunxian thinks Chu Machen knows too much. He has no reason to know so much, but why does he know all this? Could it be that there is monitoring in this room? At the thought of this, Song Yunxian can't resist looking around slightly. Chu Machen stands upright and looks around her, but does not conceal it. There is indeed monitoring in the room because I am not at ease with customers like Shui Tao. Is Yi's yours? Song Yunxian is very surprised. Chu Machen corrects her lightly. Yuncheng is mine. Song Yunxian suddenly falls silent, staring at Chu Machen with slight hostility. When did you acquire Yuncheng? Yuncheng is originally Chu family's property, but it has been always announced as my mother's. Song Yunxian feels that she underestimated Chu Machen. It turns out that Chu family has no less industry than Gu family in Yuncheng. If this is the case, it will be a shortcut to use the strength of Chu family to attack Xiao Tianzi, who is now in power in Gu family. However, she doesn't want to have too much relationship with this man. She is lost in thought, her long feather-like eyelashes hanging down and covering the flowing look in her eyes. Just then, Shui Tao's cell phone suddenly rings outside. Startled, she hurries out. It must be Song Yunxian calling, eager to know where Shui Tao is. However, just as she passes Chu Machen suddenly stretches out his hand and gives her a hard tug on the wrist, pulling her into his arms, followed by a covered kiss. This kiss detonates the heat source line in her body. The drug effect is suddenly stimulated.
Chu Machen.
He does it on purpose. What on earth does this man want to do? Chu Machen is a master kisser who uses his tongue to entangle hers, making her unable to escape. His big hands move gently around her waist. Her skin can feel the heat on his fingers through her clothes. There is a look of extreme disgust in her eyes. When he kisses her neck, she suddenly pushes him away and then gives him a slap with a sudden wave. Gu Changge never likes to be played and forced by men with brute force. No man can make it. The slap makes a crisp sound. There is a sudden silence after the slap, while Chu Machen's deflected handsome face suddenly shows a strange smile. Are you really Song Yunxian? He turns his head, raises his eyebrows slightly and asks her with great interest. I increasingly feel that you are like an old friend of mine very much, Song Yunxian. Gu Changge does not want to talk to him, pushes him away and walks forward directly. Chu Machen refuses to let her go, grabs her by the wrist and pulls her back hard. He leans towards her with tall body and bows his head to meet her eyes. Although you look different, you are just like Gu Changge. Gu Changge is of your style that makes people want to eat her. Song Yunxian raises her eyebrows lightly. Mr. Chu, do you think a slap is not enough? I think if you have strength, don't hesitate to use it later. Otherwise you will regret for using it up. She frowns. Mr. Chu, you'd better respect yourself. But Miss Song, shouldn't you send Shui Tao and your sister to the same room next? Song Yunchuan's face clouds over. Damn it, this man actually knows what she is going to do. Seeing that she draws together her beautiful fine eyebrows more deeply, Chu Machun gently attaches himself to her ear, reminding her in a low, hoarse voice. I know the contact information of all media in Yuncheng. If I request, they can come within 10 minutes and then help your sister to marry Shui family smoothly. With eyes trembling, Song Yunxian looks at Chu Machun with disbelief. You? How do I know what you are going to do? Chu Machun laughs with his chest shaking slightly. The sexy laughter and voice make Song Yunxian begin to feel hotter. But Song Yunxian wants to leave the man's arms immediately. Chu Machun does not allow her to do so at all. She hugs her from behind, presses his chest against her thin and straight back, rests his chin on her thin shoulder, and gently smells the faint fragrance on her. You and Changge are really alike, and Changge likes to play with others in such a crafty way most. She still wants to say something. Chu Machun bites her delicate earlobe with his mouth. She can't help it. With a low cry, she struggles to get out of his arms, while he negotiates with her in her ear. Give yourself to me and I will help you take control of Song family. This condition makes Song Yunxian frozen, who has always weighed her whole life with gains and losses. She stops struggling, eyes full of hatred. If she can take revenge step by step and tear Xiao Tianzi into pieces, it is just a body. If she can get great benefits and help, then just let Chu Machun take it if he likes. It's just, I will only give you only once. You must promise that you will never marry me. She turns around and looks at Chu Machun. Chu Machun looks at her black eyes and suddenly feels that the woman's eyes are too deep to see the end. She definitely has another purpose. He feels that he cannot guess what she is thinking. But now that she is willing to offer herself, why not? She wants to take advantage of him, so he lets her take advantage. He would like to see how ambitious this woman is. Chu Machun holds her across his arms, with a heart beating slightly fast in his strong and powerful chest. He stretches out his hand to open the door. Outside the door are waiting bodyguards. He orders in a low voice, Zhang Wei, send Shui Tao to the room on the 3rd floor of Yuncheng, and give the room card to Song Yuning, who has been stopped at the front desk. The black-clad bodyguard called Zhang Wei nods. Yes, master. Song Yunxian feels that something is missing in Chu Machun's order. She reaches his shoulder with fingers and flexes her fingers slightly. Chu Machun notices her little movements and looks down at her face. Song Yunxian bites her lip and does not look at him directly, with her eyes covered with long, thick black eyelashes. He reminds again in a bland voice. Zhang Wei, remember to notify the media. It's up to this time for the joint marriage between Shui family and Song family. Rest assured, master, I know how to do it. Zhang Wei has been following Chu Machun for over 10 years from childhood to adulthood, and naturally he can understand what Chu Machun wants him to do. The order is over. Chu Machun lowers his head and gently asks Song Yunxian, Are you satisfied? Song Yunxian does not move, and her lip-biting look is very attractive. Seeing her silence, Chu Machun feels extremely happy. The woman in her arms is quiet, withdrawn and cunning. Her shrewdness is much deeper than her superficial age. He holds her in his arms all the way to his office in Yuncheng. Song Yunxian is wrapped in his arms and does not say a word of refusal. However, when she is placed on the sofa in the office, she frowns and subconsciously puts her hands on the collar. Do you want to refuse? Chu Machun says with a smile, and his handsome face looks somewhat evil. Or do you want to resist? Song Yunxian carefully considers whether she should struggle, following the instinct of psychological aversion to men. But when Chu Machun kisses down, her body under the action of the drug effect is easier to accept Chu Machun's every move than her mind. He kisses her mouth corner and then moves towards her lips step by step, while she still snaps her lips uncontrollably to refuse to kiss him. She can't let the man kiss her lips. She hates those men who betray and cheat in love. No, I don't want you to kiss my lips. She frowns and turns away again and again as he tries to kiss her lips. Don't you like men kissing your lips? She turns away her face and looks at the furnishings in the office, answering him indifferently. You just want a body. Where do you get so many demands? Clearly she is asking him in reply, but there is a clear refusal from the bottom of her heart. Gu Changge raises his hands to loosen his tie and nods vigorously. You are right. Since you are taking advantage of me at the cost of your body, then you are not allowed to cry out for pain. If I want you to cry, you must cry to me, understand? As long as she cries, he will stop. He has no habit of making a woman cry. Moreover, it has always been that those women who pay to keep their paramours eagerly. When did he force a woman to accept his capture? The overwhelming kisses fall on her neck and shoulders, and his big hands drift along her coccyx and waist. The unbearable low groan is severely suppressed between her lips and teeth. Although her body seems to be burned by fire, she does not even utter a word. His technique is softer than what he looks. Only when he really enters her body does she feel as if she has been stabbed, and hunched up in agony and fear, she even wants to bounce off the bed to escape from it. He presses her down, stops all movements, kisses her gently between the eyebrows and soothes her with some tenderness. Changge, don't be afraid, I will do it gently. He says these words, making her like being struck by lightning. Gu Changge's words make Song Yuncheng suddenly stunned with her eyes wide open. She looks at Gu Changge in fright and even horror. She can't believe it. Why does this man know she is Gu Changge? No, it's impossible. This man has no reason to know that she is the soul of Gu Changge. No one will believe such a strange rebirth. Then, there is only one possibility. Who is Changge? She looks into his eyes and wants to see something from the man's lustful eyes. Gu Changge smiles, leans close to her ear and whispers huskily, That's the woman I wanted. You can't get her. It's not that I can't get her. Gu Changge kisses down her cheek. Only when the kiss falls on her delicate neck does she hear a word that she can hardly recognize his feelings. It is that she died. Gu Changge died. Gu Changge really doesn't know that Gu Changge's soul lives inside Song Yuncheng. She finds Gu Changge's words somewhat ridiculous. As far as I know, Gu Changge had a husband. Do you feel sick about a married woman? That man is not worthy of her. Then why did she marry that man? She valued interest too much, just like you do. Song Yuncheng suddenly freezes, as if she has been poked into a dead hole. Just as she is about to rage, Gu Changge begins to exert his strength. Ah, it hurts. I told you that I will make you cry. Song Yuncheng cannot stop him, since Gu Changge is filled with anger that cannot be vented. At this moment, just let him vent all this anger on her. She is like a small boat floating and swaying in the sea. With more and more intense waves and collisions, she finally drifts down in a trance-overwhelmed state. However, just before the end, Gu Changge attaches himself to her ear and whispers to her, I love you, Changge.
Chu Mo Chen Lai Gu Chen.
This joke is really a little too big. She is in a trance all night. It has already been 9 a.m. when she wakes up the next day. She is sore all over and her waist is too soft to allow her to stand up straight. She touches her hair, but it is still a little wet. The sound of opening the door gently reaches her ears. Then comes a young woman in Yuncheng's room service uniform. The woman sees her with a smile in her eyes and on her mouth corner, and helps her sit up. Miss Song, are you awake? Song Yuncheng looks around and finds no trace of Gu Changge. Mr. Chu has an early meeting in the morning and has left first. Before he left, he told me to give this to you. Finished, she delivers a box of pills to her. Song Yuncheng glances at it and can't help laughing. She takes out the pills, puts some in her mouth and swallows them. Throwing the pills on the bedside table, she looks up at the attendant. I will take the initiative to buy and eat the contraceptive pills without your sending it. She has no intention of giving birth to a baby for a man who just has a one-night stand with her. Besides, the most important thing at the moment is not love but to kill Xiao Tianzi. Her eyes always beam with the sharp cold light of resentment. Seeing that she has taken the pills, the room attendant politely conveys a few Chumachen's words to her and leaves away. Song Yunxian props herself up and pulls over the clothes she worn yesterday. She is surprised to find that the clothes stained with liquor have been dry cleaned as new. And her own body has been washed as well. Suddenly she feels very funny. It is rare to see such a Chumachen who understands taking care of women. Dressed well, she does not stay long. She should hurry back to Song family to see the situation at home. If the persons ordered by Chumachen have well completed her plan, then Song family should have already been in a great disorder at the moment. Thought of this, she can't help feeling better. It should be expected that Song Yunxian would stay out all night. But this time after she comes back, Song Yuncheng pulls her aside with a grim face. "Where had you been last night?" he asks. As soon as Song Yunxian recalls last night, she immediately pretends to be scared, and gives her sobbingly answer. "Last night I felt very hot and then what?" Song Yuncheng can't wait to question her further. And Song Yuning can't help interrupting with her comment, "Then we won't know who has taken away her virginity." Yet, she also should not be eligible to marry into Shui family due to her impurity. Song Yunxian glances at her sister Yuning through her tears. Looking into her eyes, Song Yuning actually finds a trace of a warning-like smirk. And she shuts up unconsciously. "Yunxian, where did you wake up this morning?" An abacus is crackling in Song Yunxiang's heart. He thinks that it will do no harm if she woke up by the side of a son of a rich family because it offers opportunity to get united with a wealthy family by her marriage. And there can be another person for marrying into Shui family. However, Song Yunxian breaks all his fantasies, says, "Brother, I woke up in the hospital this morning. The doctor said that I went unconscious overnight due to high fever, and was sent to the hospital by a waiter in Yunting's bar. Here is my medical record." She shows Song Yuncheng the fake documents she forged in hospital this morning as if to prove her stay at hospital last night. Song Yuncheng hurriedly takes the paper for a look. At the sight of this, he is heavily disappointed. He realizes that his little sister has lost such a good opportunity to make acquaintance with any rich heirs. And Song Yuning also feels sorry about the current situation. She consoles her brother saying, "Brother, now our little sister is out. You have to rely on my marriage to get related with Shui family." It makes Song Yuncheng almost burst with anger. He grasps the morning paper on the table, and then throws them all onto Song Yuning. "Look at what you've done. Now the whole city knows that you are caught with Shui Tao for adultery." Since Song family had previously proclaimed that Yunxian would marry Shui Tao, "What a ridiculous behavior of yours to rob your sister of her fiancé." A dismissing simile appears on Song Yuning's face. She says, "Brother, in order to save the reputation of the Song family, you just need to announce that it is not the youngest daughter of Song family Yunxian, but their second daughter Song Yuning who is going to marry into Shui family." These words make Song Yuncheng mad. He stares at Song Yuning, eager to tear her up because of her arrogance. Although Song Yuning has a straight style, her mother is a scheming woman. Song family's patriarch has the plan to give Song Yuning and her mother half of the family property. If Song Yuning married into Shui family, it was difficult to ensure that she and her mother wouldn't compete for the throne of Song family by allying themselves with Shui family, which is the reason why in any case Song Yuncheng would prevent her marrying into Shui family. And now he has lost control. For the sake of honor, Shui family are bound to marry Song Yuning. Anyway, it makes no difference for them to marry a girl or her sister. All these works are polishing the external surface, disguising their wicked essence. Song Yuncheng is furiously angry. He stands there few seconds before he turns around and goes away. "I will go to the patriarch," he says. Song Yuning gives a snort of contempt, showing no fear. Song Yunxian stands still though. Until her brother has gone does she slowly turn her head to look at Song Yuning. She says, "My sister, I have helped you fulfill your wish. How would you reciprocate me?" Song Yuning's face changes and looks at Song Yunxian all at once. "What do you mean?" Song Yunxian knows that she wants to pretend to be confused. She takes steps to approach Song Yuning, bends down and whispers words near her ears. Sister, be wise. I can not only help you marry into Shui family, but also let Shui family sweep you out of the door. You. Song Yuning is a little bit frightened by her sister's sudden change of personality. How should you become like this? Song Yunxian stands up with a tranquil expression on her face. Sister, I had always been living in the small town named Yuncheng. How can you know me since we haven't much contact with each other? Song Yuning has nothing to say. In her mind, her sister had always been a nobody living in Yuncheng town. If it weren't for the Song family wanting her back as a tool for business marriage, she might never be able to return to Song family. And Song Yunxian is right, how could she know what kind of person Song Yunxian used to be since they just get contacted not long ago? Perhaps this sister has always pretended to be innocent and childish in outer appearance, while internally she is cunning and calculating. Song Yuning begins to be wary and afraid of Song Yunxian. What do you want to do, Yunxian? Sitting on the sofa, Song Yunxian reaches for longan in the fruit plate with her fingers. She says, Sister, I've already made it clear on the phone. I was gonna send you a wonderful gift. Now you've received it. It's time to show your gratitude for that. Song Yuning frowns tightly. She can't believe what she's assuming. You're going to set Shui Tao up? No. I just feel it unfair for you that you like Shui Tao and you've said you have conceived his child while he is trying to abandon you. So, I just helped you marry into Shui family only. Having heard of that, Song Yuning does not speak because she knows that her sister must have some words left. Song Yunxian also casts a sidelong glance on her. You needn't to be so vigilant. It is easy for you to reciprocate me. I merely want you to promise me a condition. What kind of conditions? It won't cost your life but take a little money out of your hand. How much do you want? The equivalent of your dowry. The tremendous volume shocks Song Yuning. At the very moment when she's about to stand up and scold Song Yunxian, the servant upstairs suddenly comes down and says, Ladies, Mr. Song requests your presence. With a sweet smile on her face, Song Yunxian nods and says, I'll be there in a sec. The servant leaves. Song Yunxian leaves the room immediately, stopping arguing with Song Yuning. Only a word of hers is left for Song Yuning. If you don't believe I can make you down, then you can have a try. You can tell her solid confidence from that sentence. When dealing with people like Song Yuning, she is quite sure that she can manipulate her into meeting any conditions she has brought up. The negotiation with her is no more than a way of testing her attitude. The old man lives in a large room on the second floor. Yet, Mr. Song has been seriously ill for a long time. At death's door, the old man sustains his life by constantly consuming the family wealth. Walking through the door, Song Yunxian sees a skinny old man in the bed as her first sight. She calls him father. Mr. Song opens his muddy eyes. After having a casual glimpse of Song Yunxian, he casts all his view over Song Yuning. Song Yuning hurries over, kneeling in front of Mr. Song's bed. Dad, are you feeling well? Previously, she had heard some rumors that Mr. Song gives most of his preference to his second daughter. The scene of today has proven it. Mr. Song looks Song Yuning in the eye, saying, Are you determined to marry Shui Tao? Though there is a moment of hesitation, Song Yuning finally nods her head. I've already conceived his child, Father, she says without thinking about how disappointed Mr. Song will feel. Song Yunxian clearly notices the disappointment in Mr. Song's eyes. She cannot refrain from showing an invisible smile, sighing in her heart. Song Yuning, you are doomed. Gu Changge, who was at the center of power struggle of Gu family, deeply knows what business marriage stands for. A man's business marriage is to win the help of his wife's matriarch, while in a girl's business marriage, she will be only used as a tool to be deserted. Because from the day she marries out of the house, being crowned with her husband's last name, she is ruthlessly kicked out of the ranks of the family heirs. She did not marry out with Gu Changge's identity since Xiao Tianzi married into and lived with Gu family. She was the eldest daughter of Gu family, who had been taught strictly since her childhood. She is very clear. Inheriting a family and running its business requires, apart from a benevolent appearance, tough diplomacy. So, she's willing to sacrifice a lot in order to win enough benefits at last to turn the table. In Song family, Song Yuning is obviously not enough. Mr. Song slowly removes his eyes from her face and gives a sigh in a weak and exhausted voice. What a pity, Yuning. Dad, what are you feeling pitiful for? You have your own choice. Father is happy for that. And Dad will give you a substantial dowry. He goes on. Once Song Yuning has heard these words about dowry, an unsophisticated and moved smile shows up on her face. But she doesn't know that the dowry is the last thing she can get from Song family, which is only a tiny thing compared with Song family's assets and inheritance rights. Go talk to your mom about your marriage. As for your dowry, I will hand it to your mother. Thank you, Dad. Song Yuning repeats it several times to show her gratitude. However, Mr. Song is no more in the mood to listen what she's saying. He closes his eyes, asking Song Yuning to leave with his weak voice. You go first. As if this time Song Yuning hasn't realized her father's unhappiness, she gets up and goes out without looking back. No wonder, having a father's promise of a generous dowry is a good thing enough to make her happy. What else is there left worth her attention apart from the dowry? Song Yuncheng also is about to turn around and leave the room. But suddenly she hears the old man calls her out. Come here, Xian Xian. She feels a little confused and inconceivable. The old man with muddy eyes seems to be able to see through her mind. He calls out again. Come over here, Xian Xian. Dad has a word for you. Song Yuncheng is sure what she has heard. She moves there, half kneeling at the bedside, looking at the old man whom she should call father. Mr. Song looks at her face as if to recall her mother's appearance, sighing. You really look like Chow Chow. What a beautiful girl. Song Yuncheng doesn't respond. She knows that Chow Chow should be her mother. Song Yuncheng is standing beside them. I heard that your brother was supposed to marry you into Shui family, but now your sister has taken your place. Would you hate her for that? Hate her? Why? She is so glad for that. She shakes her head. She grasps her father's hand and looks sincerely at the old man. Father, I won't hate my sister and I feel happy for her. Why would you be happy? Because she loves Shui Tao and Jack shall have Jill. Then whom will you marry to? Father, I will marry no one. I will always stay with you. Is it okay? She won't go nowhere. She is staying at Song family now. As long as she stays at Song family, she can approach the throne step by step and make Xiao Tianzi pay off his blood debt. There is a rare look in the eyes of Mr. Song. He seems to be imperceptibly moved with no speaking afterwards. After a long time, when both Song Yuncheng and Song Yunxian think the old man has fallen asleep, Mr. Song suddenly says in a low voice, the girl will eventually get married. Song Yunxian realizes that Mr. Song is indeed rejecting her after she reflects on his words for a while. He'd rather let his second daughter stay with him and make his youngest daughter married. This father does have strong partiality for his children. With no more words, Song Yunxian slightly nods her head. If you have any beloved one, please tell your brother who will give you a hand. Yes, father. Thanks. The old man looks at his docile daughter whom he thinks is not bad. Now you go out. Let me have a word with your brother alone. Song Yunxian has to leave. Yet, she deliberately leaves a gap when she quietly closes the door. From the inside there is a very low voice she can barely hears. The old man says, your little sister is born a beauty. You may find her a good husband. Yes, father. But beware of her. Song Yuncheng strikes dumb with puzzlement. Why is that, father? Mr. Song looks away. Nobody knows where he's looking at. He murmurs his words. I always feel that this child is not simple. Song Yuncheng does not understand what his father means in fact. He just follows his father's order to beware of this sister. Several days later, there are always servants following Song Yunxian no matter what she's doing. Of course she's annoyed. Otherwise, her brother would be the one being disturbed. Song Yuning's wedding date is set in haste. After hearing that Song Yuning is pregnant, Shui family slightly alters their attitude. who attempt to prevent Song Yuning marrying Xuetao before. But Xuetao is still dismissive of Song Yuning's love. Song Yuning asks Song Yunxian to accompany her for purchasing wedding dress, so as to show the public their affection for sisters. Song Yunxian is bored during the event while Song Yuning still remembers the word last time Song Yunxian said to her. Yunxian, what did father tell you last time? Nothing. She certainly won't reveal to her the whole content of the conversation with her father. Song Yuning stops questioning her since her effort will be in vain. While Song Yunxian repeatedly dials a phone number when she is quietly waiting for her trying on her wedding dress. She hangs up before the man picks it up. After several times, the man finally gets pissed off and sends an info to ask her what's the problem. Only then does she send Song Yuning's photos in wedding dress. Then the number goes silent with no more news. At this time, Song Yuning gets out of the fitting room. Brushing her red hair, she tells the clerk charmingly, I want to order that wine-red wedding dress fully studded with real diamond. Song Yunxian curls her mouth but says nothing. Shocked by Song Yuning's spendthrift action, those waiters nod their heads like raindropping. When they have gotten out of the shop, Song Yunxian opens her mouth again, saying, Sister, father had promised you a generous dowry. It seems that he keeps his word. It's none of your business. Song Yunxian stops walking. Sister, do you forget that these should be mine? Song Yuning is stunned. Song Yunxian laughs and says, Sister, that's not a joke. Please exchange all your dowry into US dollar. And then transfer them to me. Song Yunxian, don't push your luck? Song Yuning points her fingers onto Song Yunxuan's nose. Song Yunxian gently pushes aside her fingers and looks at her with a tranquil smile. Sister, there is only interest in the world but no pure love. If you want to marry Xue family smoothly, you must obediently agree my request. Otherwise, you may not have the chance to wear that red dress with diamonds. Song Yuning is irritated. Instead, she splits her bright red lips and asks her with a smile, What are you threatening me with? You are so obsessed, sister. Song Yunxian shakes her head helplessly and shows her the number on her mobile phone. It's just this man. Even Song Yuning would never guess that her secret would be clearly known by Song Yunxian. The contact number on Song Yunxuan's mobile phone makes her feel extremely dazzling. She can't help but want to reach out and grab that mobile phone, and then ruthlessly throw it on the ground and step on it. However, when she really starts to try to grab it, Song Yunxian cleverly steps back and reminds her, If you want to grab it, maybe this person will call Xuetao and contend for the custody of the child. Song Yuning's face turns pale in an instant. As if she were beaten hard with a whip, she steps back unsteadily. How do you have Wang Qi's telephone number? As the aunt of the child in your belly, of course I have to find out who the child's biological father is. Yes, Song Yuning had more than one boyfriend before. Xuetao is one of them. Another one named Wang Qi also has a close relationship with her. As long as Xuetao knew that the child's biological father was not him, how could he marry Song Yuning? However, in order to know the secret, she broke Song Yuning's cell phone graphics lock, which really took her a lot of effort. She used to be very interested in such complicated things. When Xiao Tian's cell phone secret code pattern was changed again and again, she could always crack it in less than 10 minutes. Whenever Xiao Tianzi found out that she had peeked at his cell phone, he would laugh and pull her into her arms and ask if she had found anything. She could not have found nothing, but she was always treating him harshly by pretending to have found something. He was not angry at all. Now think about it, Xiao Tianzi had already betrayed her at that time. How could he put all his secrets on his mobile phone? The cell phone she was shown was just a cover-up tool. Song Yuning is speechless and shocked by the phone number that she gives out. Song Yunxian walks over and smiles. Sister, remember what I've said. The next day after your marriage, I will receive the equivalent of your dowry. Otherwise, don't blame me. Her last few words are gentle, but having a chilling effect. With tears in her eyes, Song Yuning says, Yunxian, how can I have so much money? You don't have that amount of money, but it doesn't mean your mother doesn't. Over the years, your mother has been embezzling a lot from the Song family. Song Yunxian passes by Song Yuning, who stands there feeling startled. And the words she said make Song Yunying feel that all the secrets were penetrated by her. Song Yunxian keeps on walking, looking sideways at the man driving a blue Porsche sports car. He rolls halfway down the window, smiling at her. She is shocked. Chu Machin. Before she can respond, her cell phone in her pocket suddenly rings. She picks up the phone, and then hears a familiar and magnetic voice from a man. Xinxian. Her lips pout slightly and her eyebrows frowns. Chu Machin. How do you know my mobile phone number? Your eldest brother told me. Song Yunchuan's eyebrows wrinkles up. Therefore, Chu Machin has already met Song Yuncheng, she thinks. According to Song Yuncheng's personality, as long as he knows that Chu Machin has any affection for his sister, he will let her marry to him at once. What on earth does this man want to do? Do you remember what you promised me that day? You are already my woman. I want to marry you. Song Yunxian smiles and looks faintly at the blue Porsche that has dropped half of its window pane. Her eyes meet the man's. I won't associate with the man who wants to marry me. Goodbye, Mr. Chu. After that, she presses the end button to end the call. The man wants her body. She wants to take advantage of the man's connections. Now that mutual use is over, she has no plan to meet him again for the time being. Chu Machin wants to marry her? Let's see if she can be touched by his skill. With a lesson from Xiao Tianzi, she is extremely disgusted with these ruthless lower-body animals in marriage. Song Yunying, the second child of the Song family, is an attractive woman who is well known throughout Yuncheng. Many rich young men know her lovely look. Therefore, a lot of people come to attend her wedding, especially the successors of business families from the upper class of Yuncheng. Few who can't attend also send costly presents by special messenger. While wearing a beautiful white wedding dress, Song Yunying is laden with anxiety. Song Yunxian wears a light purple dress. After praising her sister's beauty in front of the mirror, she turns away with a smiling face. The little dress is not studded with diamonds, but with crystals. A silver-white crystal belt is tied around her waist, which sets off her slender waist and beautiful upper circumference. She is not only pure but also sexy. Young ladies from the upper class and the rich young men wander around the wedding hall. Most of them want to utilize this opportunity to discover some information benefiting them. Meanwhile, Song Yunxian is drinking cocktail behind an inconspicuous fountain. The flavor of the cocktail opens her taste buds slightly. She lifts her eyes, watching those distant strangers who are familiar to her ever. She raises mouth, a faint sneer played on her lips. So will Xiao Tianzi come? She wonders if the man whose wife has just died would attend the wedding. After all, there is a cooperative relationship between Gu family and Song family. Xiao Tianzi likes to be elegant as well as decent. He always treats everyone with courtesy. Now he must pretend to mourn for his wife. While Song Yunxian is thinking, a murmur comes from the crowd outside. It is some young girls in gowns. They are whispering at the outdoor manor. Look! That is Chu Machin, the heir of the Chu family. What? I heard that he was abroad. So why did he come back? It is said he came back for giving condolence to his old friend. Who? Gu Changge, the woman who is still discussed by public, even died. Are you saying that tigress of Gu family? At this time, people hear a wine glass cracks with a snap. Those two talking girls are shocked by the glass which falls at their feet. Then they wince in a hurry, but are still unable to restrain the liquor from spilling on dresses. What's wrong with you? Haven't you got eyes in your head? Those two girls say rudely. Although they come from rich and genteel family, their impolite attitude shows their essence. Song Yunxian looks down at the broken glass on the ground and looks up at the two girls. I'm sorry, but I just heard you were talking Gu Changge who has died. I'm just a little surprised. Song Yunchuan's words alerts those two talking girls. They ask, you are not her relatives? Song Yunxian smiles and says, No, my surname is Song and her surname is Gu. How can we possibly be relatives? The two girls think it's reasonable. One of the girls warns the other. We should always be careful when discussing Gu Changge in private. After all, although Gu Changge is dead, her husband is alive. They have no interest in discussing Gu Changge again. Then they mutter about their dresses and head toward the bathroom. Song Yunxian shakes her head. She feels it's very ridiculous that someone fear Gu Changge's husband after her death. Xiao Tianze is indeed an admirable actor. He is a wonderful husband in everyone's eyes. With a graceful turn back, Song Yunxian finds a man standing in her not far away. Looked back suddenly. When looking at this man, her expression changes. She feels her whole body frozen at her place. It seems that her heart jumps again after freezing for a while, quickly and crazily. It's Xiao Tianze. Here Xiao Tianze comes. Xiao Tianze is a gentle and handsome man. From a distance, Song Yunxian perceives a certain gloom in his smiling face. A kind of perfunctory expression displays on his face obviously. Song Yunxian knows Xiao Tianze is exhausted for disguising himself. Everyone sighs in heart for Xiao Tianze silently because they know he is distressed about losing his wife. Actually, Xiao Tianze is happy with his wife's death, which gives him an opportunity to master Gu family's property. Moreover, if she's right, Xiao Tianze has made her heart transplanted to Gu Changge successfully. Otherwise, he would not deign to attend Song Yuning's wedding. Song Yuning gets on well with Song Yunjia. Song Yunjia helped Xiao Tianze perform the heart transplantation operation, and now she is observing Gu Changge's postoperative situation in the hospital. Xiao Tianze appreciates Song Yunjia very much, so he comes to this wedding. She looks Xiao Tianze up and down from a distance and she is surprised that this man becomes thinner than before. With a faint smile on her lips, she glances at the red wine in her glass. Suddenly she wants to talk to Xiao Tianze. She wonders if Xiao Tianze can recognize the appearance of his terrible wife who is living in Song Yunchuan's body to revenge after being murdered. She holds her glass with a gorgeous smile at the corner of her mouth and goes over step by step to Xiao Tianze's. Everything around her seems to have nothing to do with her. In her eyes, in her heart, there is only Xiao Tianze. The hostility from the depth of her eyes locks tightly on Xiao Tianze. She itches she could scrape Xiao Tianze from his head to feet, and then use the sharp blades to cut him into strips. At this moment, she feels a violent beat of her heart. Then she clutches the glass in her hand. Xian. Suddenly, a familiar male voice around her exclaims. She stops dead in her track, seeing a man walking towards her. Then the man slips an arm around her waist and turns her away to bypass Xiao Tianze ingeniously. "Why are you here, Chumachan?" she asks. What exactly does he want to do? She stops short of talking to Xiao Tianze but only just. "I come to congratulate on your sister's marriage. Don't you welcome me?" Chumachan said. There's a brilliant smile on his lips, and the mild light of his eyes reveals his concern. "What do you want to do? I helped a lot to your younger sisters marrying into Shui family not long ago. Don't you remember? I have exchanged equal reward for your help. Don't bargain with me. There's no word insatiable in my dictionary." After hearing her amusing remarks, Chumachan can't help laughing. He reaches his arm around her waist with force. Then he moves close to her ears and whispers to her in a very close gesture. "If I'm not mistaken, would you like to say hello to Xiao Tianze just now?" Song Yunxian frowns at him and says, "It's none of your business. He just loses his wife, and he certainly is not interested in you." Song Yunxian sneers. "I am not interested in him either." "All right, it better be. What if I'm interested in him?" she says as her face shows a slightly aggressive expression. Chumachan kisses her hair lightly and says, "It depends on whether he is interested in you. Maybe we'll fall in love with each other." He moves gently close to her and says in a cold tone, "I will warn him in a special way that he should keep you away because you are my girlfriend. You will invite a nemesis if you destroy other people's love. But you are mine." Song Yunchuan's heart sinks and the smiles on her face falters. She reaches to push Chumachan aside. "I don't belong to anybody." After that, she walks towards the waiter with the tray. But she doesn't realize Xiao Tianze has noticed her proud facial expression of indifference. "Mr. Xiao, what are you looking for?" "Nothing," Xiao Tianze answers. He feels as if he has seen Gu Changge in a piece of illusion. When fighting over the property rights of Gu family, Gu Changge beamed with the same Proud expression as Song Yunxian. Gu Changge never trusts anyone and always treats people with cold manners. Actually, she wasn't a heartless when she was a student. Song Yunxian doesn't stay in the manor yard, but walks into the guest room to rest. When passing the second floor, she hears Song Yuning's helpless voice. "Mom, give me that 80 million yuan, please." Then a middle-aged woman refused in a cold voice. "Never. I have made great efforts to get the 80 million yuan by forging false accounts. This is the only saving we can get since we've been struggling in Song family for so many years. But Mom, if I marry to Xue Tao, he will help me seize part of the Song family's property, and Dad loves me so much." As soon as hearing that, Song Yuning's mother sneers. She tells Song Yuning, "Do you know you'll be removed from the list of successors once you marry into Xue family?" Obviously, Song Yuning doesn't understand what her mother said. Her mother continues, "I have thought Song Yuncheng only did superficial practice, and he would never matter much. I've been hoping you inherit the family fortune. But I've never expected that you'll conceive and marry into Xue family. Even if your father values you, he won't allow you to manage the family property if you get married. After all, I'm the daughter of So family, Mom. You are also the daughter-in-law of Xue family." That remark settles Song Yuning hash. Song Yunxian leans on the wall, waiting to see if Song Yuning could get the 80 million yuan from her mother's hands. Song Yuning seems to have understood what her mother had said and whispers, "Since father has given up on me, I'm hopeless." "No, it isn't like what you think. Aren't you going to marry Xue Tao?" Her mother analyses in no hurry. "As long as you have Xue Tao's baby and bears the first grandson of Xue family in the future, even though you can't hold the Song family's property, you can still get a firm foothold in the Xue family." "Mom," Song Yuning says with a wry smile. "What's wrong?" Song Yuning's mother asks with concern as she finds something different with her daughter. At this point, Song Yuning looks up at her mother and says, "I am not pregnant with Xue." "What?" Song Yuning's mother holds her daughter's shoulder. "What are you talking about? If Xue Tao knows, he will not marry me. I'll lose everything at that time." Needless to say, Song Yuning's mother understands the truth that a mother's dignity depends on her daughter's. So when she hears her daughter's words, her face turns white. "Mom, someone is going to tell Xue Tao that secret. She extorts $80 million from me as a condition for keeping secret. Give me the money, please." Hearing this, Song Yunxian has no relish for keeping listening to it. Mostly Song Yuning's mother will struggle. But no matter how long she struggles, as long as she is clear thinking, she will surrender $80 million. That's because Song Yuning can only enter into Xue family by keeping this secret. And if she marries into the Xue family and gains a firm foothold, 80 million will be a small sacrifice for her. No doubt for Song Yunxian it means she will get one step closer to killing Xiao Tianzi. In the hands of a businessman who has entered into business circle since 15 and has 17 years of experience, 80 million yuan can be fully utilized, creating huge profits that are unimaginable for others. Xue Tao does not really show a happy appearance even at the day he marries Song Yuning. On the contrary, Song Yunxian looks at them with a smile as an audience, with a devout expression of blessing on her face. For many years in business, it seems that every expression of hers has become a mask. The most commonly used mask is the smile on the face. As the saying goes, no one will hit a smiling face. Many people are set up by the smiling faces. At the end of the wedding, Chu Machen wants to send her home. She refuses firmly. "Mr. Chu, I don't want to see you again. Then I will visit Song Yan personally and asks him to marry me his little daughter." After that, before Song Yunxian refuses, he decides to drive away. The stylish Porsche sports car is gone. She is left angry by the roadside. The man seems to like to mess up her business, Song Yunxian thinks. She had no time to think about what he wants to do. On the second day of Song Yuning's wedding, she plans to ask for the money. Unexpectedly, 80 million Chinese yuan is transferred into her account in such a fast speed that she feels ridiculous about it. From this, we can see that the child Song Yuning is pregnant with is indeed not Xue Tao's. Otherwise, she won't hand out that money so quick. She has long been interested in a magazine office which is about to collapse. The magazine is called Zhao's Magazine. Their main magazines are all full of gossip information in the entertainment circle. But apparently, Yuncheng has countless magazine companies that are experts in collecting information about the entertainment circle. As a result, Zhao's magazine enters a state of insufficient income. She goes to the editorial office on the weekend, finding that its staffs are waiting for the company to go bankrupt. Therefore, when she enters the magazine office as a young lady of Song Group, the president bows down to welcome her first. When she is led into the magazine president's office, without even drinking the coffee she was offered in front of her, she directly came to the point, "I'm going to buy your magazine business this time." The president has been longing to throw out this unprofitable business for a long time, so he smiles happily. "Will Miss Song buy it in the name of Song's company?" Her lips are pouting and her eyes flashing with maturity and indifference that does not meet her age. "The president should know that if I met you in the name of Song Group, it would not be called acquisition, but merger." The president has never thought that an 18-year-old young girl will explain the meaning of each word for him, so he is embarrassed. "What does Miss Song mean?" "I'm buying your magazine in my own name." "You tell me the price directly." The president is absorbed in thought. If the magazine is purchased in the name of Song's company would not care whether the price is higher or not. If the young lady purchases the magazine in her own name, it will be impossible to raise the price too much. After all, individual acquisitions will do as much as they can. If the price offered by the magazine is too high and the profit prospects of the magazine are uncertain, the other party will certainly not accept it. "So, Miss Song, may I think about it for a little while? I only give you 3 minutes." Song Yuncheng sits in the chair opposite the president, her eyelids slightly drooping, and begins to watch her mobile phone for timing. As the saying goes, a long night invites bad dreams. If the other party is uncertain or is still thinking about other good ways, what she pays attention to is to intimidate the other party, let the other party make the fastest and seemingly the most favorable decision in a short term. "President, you know that your magazine is going to close down. If I don't take it into my hands now, your staff will probably leave the company in the near future." Instead of looking up at the increasingly anxious president on her opposite, she analyzes the actual situation of the magazine for him. "I've heard that you've been in arrears with your employee's salary for 2 months. If you go on like this, people will be of different minds. Somebody will eventually resign first." "Miss Song." The president can't help interrupting her. Song Yuncheng raises her eyelids, but still keeping a kind and soft smile on her face. "What? Do you have your answer now? If Miss Song can manage the magazine well, I would like to transfer the magazine to Miss Song at a low price of 10 million yuan. Will this be good? After all, the magazine has more than 20 years of history, and it's not easy to become what it is today. Zhao's magazine is not expanded by magazines at first, but by the morning paper. Later, Yuncheng morning paper emerges. The competition between the two companies leads to Zhao's transformation into a magazine. The magazine industry seems to have the same process as the morning news, but in fact the content is totally different. The magazine has a single type of audience, and the content of magazines is most meticulous and quality-oriented. For example, beauty, clothing, styling, and occasionally it puts in some hot gossip to attract attention. The veteran editors of Zhao's magazine insist that they are unwilling to discuss fashion with young editors, which makes the magazines of Zhao's magazine unsuccessful in attracting young people's attention. So the magazine company is becoming worse year after year, and eventually it is going to go bankrupt. The president knows the magazine's own situation very well, so he implores Song Yuncheng, "Please do not dismiss my staff. President, you can rest assured that after I take it over, not only will I not dismiss your employees, but I will also help you to make up for the salary arrears of 2 months. In this way, employees will feel good about their new boss. Employees have no bad opinions about their boss, therefore, it's easier to get along with them in the future, and to lead them too." Although the president of Zhao's magazine is not willing to give up the magazine, he nods under the successful plan put forward by Song Yuncheng and promises to give the magazine to Song Yuncheng. Before Song Yunxian leaves, President Zhao stretches out his hand, eager to shake hands with her. But associating her with the unmarried daughter of the Song family who may not be used to shaking hands with old man, he feels embarrassed, withdrawing his hand. Song Yunxian smiles and stretches out her hand. Mr. Song, it's my pleasure to meet you. I'll come and sign the contract myself tomorrow. She takes the initiative to stretch out her hand in a generous manner, with a natural and dignified smile on her face. The maturity and intellectuality in her eyes make her more beautiful and dazzling. Zhao's president is stunned for a moment before he carefully reaches over and shakes hands with her. Song Yunxian gives his palm a light grip, neither light nor heavy. When she retracts her hand, the self-confidence in her eyes brightens her personality. Before boarding the bus, she slightly restrains her smile, facing the skyscraper office Shao building on her opposite. The serene pupil in her eyes reflects the building, as if there are ripples stirred by whirlpools, which pull the building deep into the dark and hazy eyes. Mr. Shao's. I have personally raised and run a business empire, but now it's dominated by a treacherous thief. Wait a minute, I'll get everything back soon. Everything. No one can take away my belongings. Even if that person used to be my intimate companion. All these are reflected in her eyes. After a hurried departure, there comes the acquisition of Zhao's magazine the next day. The editorial department of Zhao's magazine is renamed Fanqing Magazine. Although the editorial department does not expel the old staff, it begins to recruit new editors at her behest. She goes to the recruiting department of the editorial office as an interviewer herself. A woman with short hair gets into her sight in a dark purple three-quarter sleeve sweater jacket. She looks up slightly and sees her white face with melon seeds like dark pupils, with a gentle smile on her face. Sit down, please. Instead of wearing professional black and white suits like other applicants, she's in a simple three-quarter sleeve jacket with cropped pants and a pair of casual flat shoes that show her unconstrained personality. Suddenly she feels that the young girl is somewhat similar to her younger self. What's your name? Even though her name is on her resume, she asks her before checking her papers. Xiao Shui. Your surname is Xiao? Song Yunxian is slightly surprised because she is now very sensitive to the Chinese character, Xiao. But whenever there is this character, she will pay more attention to it. The woman nods her head. Her face is clean and beautiful, and her eyebrows are cold and distant. She does not open her resume and ask her routinely about it. Instead, she puts her resume under her hand, folds her hands, straightens up her waist and asks her kindly, "Don't you think your dress is a little inappropriate for an interview with the editor of a magazine today? I'm here to apply for the position of data collection editor." Song Yunxian smiles at her and says, "Sure? This is not an ordinary job. To be frank, data collection editors are no more than paparazzo, and they're doing their job in the rain and wind. Normally, graduates will not apply for this position voluntarily. It's a tough job. If you go out frequently, you'll tan your delicate skin. You may also encounter accidents when you go to other places. Do you usually work in sandals? I don't think data collection is suitable for wearing high heels because it often needs you to go out and walk." Song Yunxian thinks the girl is very interesting. You know, very few girls in their 20s can give up high heels and skirts, but this girl does not have long hair, nor wear high heels and skirts. Looking at her slight makeup, we can see that the girl is a very practical girl. Such a girl may not become a qualified fashion editor for a magazine, but she believes that there is a kind of persistence and energy in her heart that no one else can match. I've noted down your contact information. You can leave and wait for my notification. Xiao Shui stands up, bows politely, says thank you and leave. An old editor next to her acting as an interviewer is about to throw Xiao Shui's profile directly into the trash can. Song Yunxian takes her wrist with one hand and reminds her, "This girl, we can hire her." The 30-year-old editor looks at her sideways, being met with her pitiless eyes. A strong coolness is reflected quietly from the bottom of her eyes. The editor is shocked, and he has to embarrassedly put his resume back on the table. Song Yunxian is tired of continuing to act as an interviewer here. She gets up and leaves. An old and well-behaved employee follows her out and says, "Miss Song, don't you keep looking after the interviews of new employees?" "No, there's something wrong with my family. Let me go back home at this time." She doesn't know what the sick old man wants to say. Early in this morning when she went out, Mr. Song had told her the time to go home. Song Yuncheng does not know why her father and brother ask her go home in such a hurry. On the way back, she can't help looking at the street view outside the car and asking the driver in front of her, "Uncle Zhang, do you know why my father and elder brother let me go back home earlier?" Lao Zhang, a driver in the Song family, has been a driver for more than 10 years. Gu Changge has seen him before. However, such a person has no interest relationship with her. So, she did not take him seriously in the past. Now she is reborn as Song Yuncheng, hiring this middle-aged man who looks straightforward and honest to be her own driver, which reminds her of her previous impression of him. Lao Zhang is called Uncle Zhang by Song Yuncheng, which makes him feel flattered. "Miss, I wish you would call me Lao Zhang." When the driver finishes, he sees Song Yuncheng laughing at him and says, "I don't know very well about Mr. Song and his son, but this morning Mr. Song said that there are guests coming, so you should go back earlier." Song Yuncheng nods quietly and looks out the window at the street scenery which is moving fast backward. But most of the guests invited by Song Yuncheng are wolves. Whoever it will be, she has to brace herself up to deal with him or her, so that she would not be slackened and sold by her eldest brother. In such an upper-class family, if you do not defend yourself step by step, you can only become the fish to be cooked on the board. As Gu Changge, she has been cooking other fishes for so many years, and she will never let others have the chance to cook her. When she thinks about it, she half lowers her eyes and hides the cold light deep in her eyes. When Song Yuncheng arrives home, the driver gets out of the car first to open the door for her. Song Yuncheng disembarks with her bag and tells the driver, "Uncle Zhang, if my eldest brother asks, you just say that I went to Zhao's to meet my classmates. Do you understand?"
Lao Giang nốt.
"Miss, no worry, I'll do as you say." Song Yuncheng sweetly smiles and nods, like a high school girl returning home from school, gently walking to the Song family's big house. When the driver sees her go far, he closes the door and gets on to drive away. But before he moved, he saw a man in the rearview mirror not far behind his car, standing tall, with his fingers in his trousers pocket, looking at this side with a smile. "Is this
Chi lết chủ?"
The driver is shocked. What's more frightening is that the eldest son of the Chu family seems to have been standing there for a long time. And standing there, you see, it was Song Yuncheng who got off the train just now. The driver is startled. The eldest son of the Chu family was looking at Miss Yuncheng of his family. With this idea, the driver dares not to go on thinking. He is probably surprised to understand the purpose of young Master Yuncheng's early return of Miss Yuncheng. Probably they want to regard Miss Yuncheng as a marriage tool to associate other powerful family. "Well, Miss Song, it's a pity." Song Yuncheng enters the door and finds Song Yuncheng walking back and forth in the living room at a glance. Seeing Song Yuncheng, he quickly asks the domestic servants to carry her bag. Song Yuncheng's bag is taken over by the servant and she can't help smiling. "Brother, why are you so upset?" Song Yuncheng comes up to her and scolds, "Haven't I told you to come back earlier? Why are you here now? Child Chu is about to lose his patience for waiting for you." When Song Yuncheng sensitively captures the title Child Chu, the smile on her face disappears instantly. "Brother, who did you say came? Child Chu, Chu Machen, don't you know each other?" Song Yuncheng feels a bit strange. Looking at the smile on Song Yuncheng's face has disappeared already. He immediately feels that her sister's expression tells that there is something wrong. And he asks her with a little fear, "What's wrong? Do you have a good relationship with Child Chu?" Good relationship? Song Yuncheng can hardly help sneering. Definitely, she has a relationship with Chu Machen which could not be worse. The last time Chu Machen fished in her troubled water, which she will never forget. She did tell him not to contact her again. But he actually calls and says he wants to marry her as if he was a fool. Will Gu Changge marry him so easily? Child Chu is so naive. Song Yunxian notices that her elder brother is confused with the expression on her face. So she calms down and makes a smile. I only met him once. He is not a close friend of mine. What makes you invite him as a guest to our home? The idea of inviting Chu Machen to his home is not something decided by Song Yuncheng. Song's friendship with Chu's family is just so. To invite Chu Machen to come over, Song Yuncheng's prestige is not enough. Only his father, Song Yan, can make it by himself. Sure enough, Song Yuncheng coughs a little embarrassingly. Actually, this is not my idea. I just told my father that Chu Xiao called me and asked for your mobile phone number. My father called Chu's home personally and invited Child Chu to come to our home. Song Yunchuan's face is still smiling, but her eyes are cold. It has to be said that Song Yan, who has spent his whole life crawling and rolling in the commercial circles, really has a powerful diplomacy. He knows where the fish is when he senses a little fishy smell. Now that Chu Machen has come, she can't get rid of it. Instead of behaving like a child shutting herself up in the room and refusing to see visitors, it would be better to see which play Song and Chu Machen are going to perform. Brother, why didn't I see Chu Xiao? Song Yuncheng looks at the door of the living room and is anxious. You come too slowly. He said he would go out and walk around alone. Song Yunxian looks at the expression on his eldest brother's face and speaks knowingly according to his idea. Then I'll go and get Child Chu back. As soon as Song Yuncheng finds that his little sister is so exquisite and sensible, he immediately puts on a smile of appreciation. If you find Chu Xiao, please invite him to the restaurant. Dad has invited foreign chiefs to cook, who will make Chu Xiao's favorite Italian dish. Song Yunxian nods and goes out to find Chu Machen. The family even invited foreign cooks, taxing their ingenuity for Chu Machen. She could already know what her father and brother want to do. But she's afraid that her elder brother and father will be disappointed. She walks down the flat cement road to the backyard. And within a dozen steps, she feels that there is someone staring at her back. Stop, turn back. Sideway looking, her pupils are filled with coldness. Her actions cause the man to laugh lightly. I just looked at your back from the behind a few times. Why do you show such a frightening look? It's Chu Machen. She turns back and say, why are you here? Your father and brother invited me to your house. His answer is as natural as running water. But Song Yunxian can't help sneering and looks up at the man standing in front of her. She is very unhappy. You can totally refuse, your relationship with our family is just so. But I have a special relationship with you. He bends slightly, his tall body covers her, and his lips are close to her ears. Even when talking, Song Yunxian hears clearly the slight hoarseness in his voice. Song Yunxian is frightened. She pushes him away with her hands. Chu Machen has never expected that she will push him away with all her strength. Unexpectedly, in no difficult position, he takes only a few steps backward, which stops the push. Song Yunxian takes a breath and warns him with the gloominess in her pupils. Please be polite to me later and don't approach me casually. You have a misophobia or you hate men. He says slowly, standing still and staring at her as if his deep eyes could look directly into her heart. Has a man ever hurt you? Song Yunxian doesn't bother to respond to him and starts to move forward. Please, Mr. Chu, come with me. My father and elder brother deliberately invited foreign chefs in order to entertain Mr. Chu. Do not let the dishes cool. She has to pass Chu Mukin's side to return to the big house of the Song family. But she has never expected that at the very moment when she brushes past him, Chu Machen suddenly embraces her from behind. She frowns, trying to push the man away who is pressing his chest against her back. The man's strength is much greater than hers. His voice echoes clearly in her ear, with a bit of bitter coldness and oppression. You are only 18 years old. Why do you hate men so much? Flowering season like 18 years old is just a good time for romance. If you do not adapt to the trend of love in this age of being interested in the opposite sex, you will be considered to be weird. And Song Yunxian is just considered a defective person by Chu Machen. Mr. Chu, you turn a deaf ear to my words. Who hurts you? Song Yunxian closes her eyes. And there appears instantly Xiao Tian's face in her mind. When she opens her eyes again, the cold and bloodthirsty feelings in her eyes are frightening. Gu Changge can't see her expression because he is behind her. She says softly, "Mr. Chu, even if all the people in the Song family saw you holding me, they all knew that you have held me, I will not marry you." Gu Changge's tall body becomes slightly stiff. Looking at a distant place, Song Yuncheng makes her statement wisely and calmly. "You will not know what I want the most." She raises her hand and undoes Gu Changge's hands around her waist. The man has very delicate fingers, long bones and powerful hands. When she touches his hand, she can remember the night when she handed over herself. It was his hand that forced her to bite her red lips. The feeling of being embraced forcefully and eagerly made her breathless. As Gu Changge, she had never received such a brutal embrace. Xiao Tianzi has always been very gentle, whether in daily life or in soft bed, even at night. However, it is such a gentle person who has a wolf's ambition. On the contrary, since gentle people will tear you to flesh and blood, how good can a man as powerful as Gu Changge be? To put it simply, men are all the same, using their lower body to think about how to get a woman, or using their heart to think about how to get financial power. She is Gu Changge. She is the first heir of Gu's family and the real ruler of Gu's power. She is taught to control everything around her as a man. Once out of control as a woman, she will be devastated completely. She has tried the taste of being destroyed all over by Xiao Tianzi, the benevolent and cold-hearted man. So this time she will not let anyone hurt her. She will conquer everything around her. As for the men around her, if he can't be controlled, she has to stay away from him. When Song Yuncheng returns, Song Yuncheng is talking with Song Yan in the living room. As soon as Song Yan notices her comes back, he frowns. "Haven't you found Child Chu?" Song Yuncheng says nothing. Instead, Gu Changge, who is walking beside Song Yuncheng, says with a smile, "Uncle Song." He followed Song Yuncheng and came into the room just now. Song Yan shows a kind smile at once and stretches out his hand to greet him. "I had thought Yuncheng didn't find you. I was just about to scold her." Gu Changge glances at Song Yuncheng, who stands beside him. His smile remains unchanged, in which there are love and pity. Coming up to Song Yan, Gu Changge exculpates Song Yuncheng. "I met Yuncheng as soon as I went out. We had a few words outside, which delayed the time." "Uncle, are you hungry?" Song Yan makes use of this opportunity to gain his targets, nodding. "Yes. In fact, I am." Gu Changge shows great respect towards Song Yan. He always keeps a smile, which shows he's a courteous descendant of a noble family. Song Yuncheng is in no mood to see him talking and laughing with her father. After these four people take their seats, the delicacies cooked by Italian chefs are served one by one. Song Yuncheng feels the goose liver suits her taste, so she eats a little more. At this time, she looks up and finds Gu Changge staring at her with his clear eyes. That catches her off guard. Then her throat is choked by the goose liver. Song Yuncheng starts to cough. "Yuncheng." Song Yuncheng's about to pass a cup of water to her hastily. However, at this point Song Yan coughs a little. Song Yuncheng pauses his hands that hold the water cup, and then turns it to another direction stiffly. He picks up the red wine beside him and presents it to Song Yuncheng quickly. Song Yuncheng is so uncomfortable that she thinks it is water. She gulps down it, only to find that it's wine rather than water. She wants to spit the wine out, but she doesn't. After so many years of gentlewoman training in Gu family, she has kept social etiquettes in mind. To avoid making a fool of herself at the table, she swallows the wine. In a little while, the wine eases her symptoms, but it also causes a blush rises on her cheeks. As Gu Changge notices her discomfort, he hands a glass of water to her. However, Song Yuncheng reaches his hands out to prevent him. At this moment, Song Yan says with a smile, "Child Chu, Yuncheng is a great drinker, and I'll let her drink a toast for you." Then he says to Yuncheng, "Come on, Yuncheng, fill his glass." Song Yuncheng feels that she's about to become a bar girl of Song family. If she were Gu Changge, no one dared ask her to pour wine, unless he has given up the family property. On the second thought, she knows she's no longer Gu Changge. "I'm Song Yuncheng." She understands she has to surrender in some special situations. Otherwise, with useless arrogance, she will be thwarted at all places sooner or later. She steadies her breath, endures discomfort, and then obediently picks up the bottle. Afterward, she leaves the chair and walks towards Gu Changge so as to pour wine for him. Red wine fills the cup 3/3 full, and the ruby-like liquids in his crystal goblet are so bright and gorgeous. Gu Changge doesn't care about that but glimpses her knuckles whiten as she clenches her hands hard to bear her grievance. Song Yan and Song Yuncheng are both surprised by that. Later Song Yan's shocked expression softens and he orders Song Yunxian to pour once again for Child Chu. Song Yunxian drops her eyes and walks to him. There is somewhat coldness in her deep eyes. Gu Changge stands up from his chair and says, "I'm done, I think I should go back." Song Yunxian stops and looks at him expressionlessly. She eagers to pack him the SVIP away. But what's wrong with Gu Changge today? He actually follows her way. She gazes at him in silence. However, Gu Changge doesn't see that. He gets up to leave. Song Yuncheng and Song Yan also stand up quickly. It's evident that Song Yan wants to retain him. Song Yuncheng frowns for think a way out to retain him. Just then Gu Changge suddenly staggers and his body sways slightly. Song Yunxian is beside Gu Changge at that time. Watching Gu Changge tilt to her side, Song Yunxian fears he would hit her so she unconsciously reaches out hands to hold his arm. After that she clearly sees Gu Changge and grins. She desires to let go of him at once. But Gu Changge speaks. "I haven't got restored from my flu yet. Can I ask Miss Song a favor?" Song Yunxian looks back at Song Yan because she feels pretty embarrassed. And Song Yan nods at her seriously. She has to hold him. "I'll take you downstairs to pick up the car." Song Yuncheng interrupts her. "How can Child Chu drive like that?" "I'll ask the driver to take him back." Song Yunxian is fortunate that either her father or brother knows she can drive, or else they must order her to send Gu Changge back. As she smirks privately, Song Yan starts to play his tricks. He smiles kindly. "Child Chu, you better have a rest in my guest room since you are not feeling well. I'll call a doctor for you." Song Yunxian is stupefied by what her father said. Song Yan is really good at seizing the opportunity to create trouble. Gu Changge stops smiling and turns to Song Yan. "Sorry for disturbing you, Uncle Song." "It doesn't matter." Gu Changge looks at Song Yunxian, who is gnashing her teeth in hatred, then cracks a smile. "Please call me Chu, Uncle Song, or I'll feel we are not close enough." His words give Song Yuncheng and Song Yan a sense of fulfillment. But Song Yunxian is glaring at him with her hostile eyes. Gu Changge simply cannot refrain himself from being joyful, but he attempts to show nothing. He says to Song Yunxian, "Excuse me, will you take me to the guest room, Miss Song?" Song Yan is very satisfied with what is happening. "Just call her Xian." Supporting Gu Changge, she says nothing. Song Yunxian steps towards the door after she nods at Song Yan. When both of them leave, Song Yan sits in his seat in a good mood. Song Yuncheng opens his mouth. "Dad, Child Chu seems to be really interested in Yunxian." Song Yan glances at his eldest son and says, "He must be, or what else would he do with Yunchuan's mobile phone number?" Song Yuncheng's calculating in his mind. He feels surprised about his father's serious face. "Dad, why are you not happy?" Song Yan's face turns grim. "How can a plain girl get the favor of Gu Changge? Don't you think it's strange, Yuncheng?" Song Yuncheng comforts his father. "Dad, maybe Yunchuan's beauty attracts him. Men always love beautiful young girls, don't they?" Song Yan's eyes are full of gloom as if they are covered with an invisible mist. But Song Yuncheng fails to catch that. Song Yunxian leaves Gu Changge alone the moment they get out. Machen stands up on his own. "Don't you support me? Don't you think it's a self-degradation to play this trick that only women prefer?" Song Yunxian continues to go forward. Gu Changge follows her behind. When Song Yunxian opens the door of the guest room to let him in, Gu Changge leads her to move behind the door. He puts out his big slender hand to close the door. Then Song Yunxian is pressed against the door. She has no choice but to face him, the man who traps her. Gu Changge is 32, the same old as her. His mature and stable image has always made the media admit he is the best representative among successors of powerful families. However, nobody knows Gu Changge has such a mean and cunning look. He trapped the 18-year-old daughter of the Song family just now. Song Yuncheng gradually brings her heartbeat under control. After she calms down, Gu Changge sees indifference reflected in her eyes. No matter what happens, it seems you always stay out of it. Song Yuncheng gazes at him. Or what else should I do? Do you know why I accepted your father's invitation? I won't marry you, she replies without any hesitation. By putting his hands on the door, he traps her in the arms, and then he says with a serious tone, I don't want this answer. His eyes are so distant. Well, I'll satisfy you. Her eyes reflect his face. She says peacefully and slowly, I will never get married. A surprise flashes across his eyes. Suddenly his double eyebrows frown. Are you crazy? I will never get married. Never. Never. She raises her hand to push him away. Hearing that, Gu Changge is absolutely still for a few seconds, but soon he leans in a bit, anxiously looks at her. Anyway, you have to get married someday. No one can marry me. You are really ambitious.
Gu Changge.
Song Yuncheng feels somewhat weird. She thought that Gu Changge would continue to talk about whether she should marry or not, but beyond her expectation, he changes the topic immediately. His words exactly point to the voice of Song Yuncheng's heart. Song Yuncheng has a short dumb then stares at him. What's the meaning of that?
Gu Changge là good.
He takes his hand back, which just held the door, and moves it to her chin. As she wants to raise her hand, Gu Changge grabs her wrist quickly and then tilts up her chin. His eyes are glowing with the danger that belongs traditionally to a man. Song Yuncheng feels he's like a ferocious beast peeping at her. Song Yuncheng, you are just an 18-year-old girl of Song family. Do you think you can get the whole property? Song Yuncheng's chin is raised and her eyes are filled with her rage. There will never be another Gu Changge in Yuncheng. You'd better not follow her steps. He seems to be thinking of something. He gives an increasingly broader grin and says with accumulating derision in his eyes, women like Gu Changge always have a bad ending. She can never be buried into Gu family's ancestral grave, since her beloved husband scattered her ashes at sea. She valued money and interest so much before her death, but she lost everything in the end. She was just a woman who sold her soul for profits. You jerk. She slaps Gu Changge in the face so hard that his head turns sideways. Gu Changge is slapped heavily by Song Yuncheng in the face. Song Yuncheng's eyebrows are still as immature and tender as that of young girls, but the mercilessness in the black pupil of her eyes is extremely scary. You are not qualified to say that, Gu Changge. Song Yuncheng pushes him aside, finding his fingers touching the half of his face that he had just been beaten. Her eyes were cold, saying, since you have not gotten her, it means that you do not understand her heart at all. Now that you don't even understand her heart, you're not qualified to comment on her. While she is looking at Gu Changge, and the furiousness in her eyes gradually subsides. Mr. Gu Changge is dead. Please don't talk about the dead anymore. Excuse me. Before Gu Changge has completely relieved himself from the pain of that slap, Song Yuncheng has taken a deep breath, pulled the door and gotten out. After a while, Gu Changge looks up at the door with an odd smile on his face. He murmurs almost inaudibly, are you reincarnated in somebody else's body? The room is quiet, but there is a light laugh of self-mockery. Song Yuncheng had a tough night. All night long, she had been struggling with the nightmare in which there were car accidents, amputations, and finally, her heart was dug by Xiao Tianzi's with a knife in his own hand. When waking up in the middle of the night, she raised his hand to touch her face. Tears instantly wet his fingers. Gu Changge. She calls her name with her fists clenching tightly, and the hatred in her eyes almost turns into an indestructible sharp knife. Gu Changge, you must revenge. Xiao Tianzi should be killed. She will return all her pains and sufferings to Xiao Tianzi as well as Gu Changge, the bitch. In the early morning of the next day, She applies a very thick foundation in front of the mirror to cover up the dark circles and her poor complexion. When she goes downstairs, Song Yuncheng looks unhappy. Yunxian, when did Chu leave yesterday? Song Yunxian glances over Song Yuncheng. I don't know. Hadn't you? I just helped him get to the guest room but didn't sleep with him. How could I know when he left? When Song Yunxian turns around and finds that Song Yuncheng still wants to talk, she can't help but shows a soft smile. Big brother, if an unmarried daughter of the Song family sleeps in a bed with a sick man without permission, it will be harmful to the honor of the Song family and will be called by outsiders as degradation. You. After listening to the last two words, Song Yuncheng almost chokes in his throat, unable to breathe. Song Yunxian smiles sweetly and comes to her elder brother. She reaches out to help her elder brother feel better. Don't be angry, elder brother. I'm only 18 years old. Whether Chu is serious or he is just flirting, it will take a few more days to see that. As the saying goes, as distance tests a horse's strength, so time reveals a person's heart. Of course, what she said is reasonable. Song Yun ponders for a while before reluctantly returning to the table for breakfast. Papaya milk on the table makes Song Yunxian frown. The papaya milk is said to be good for females' breast enhancement. Song Yuncheng and she sit on both sides of the table. She reads some newspapers while eating regardless of the cup of papaya milk. Song Yuncheng frowns. Yunxian, you are still growing your body. Drink that cup of milk. Song Yunxian looks up at Song Yuncheng, and then gives a glance at the milk in front of her, sighing. Big brother, diet therapy has little effect on breast enlargement, and the progress is very slow. If you think my figure is not good, you'd better let me go to Weifang Salon to make an essential oil SPA. I heard that they have some massagers from Thailand with first-class techniques. She has a smart smile on her face, which makes Song Yuncheng feel stunned when she gazes up. His younger sister always carries a kind of noble spirit which should belong to sophisticated women from upper social brackets. However, it is clear that she is only an illegitimate daughter picked up from a small town. Why is this sister born with such dignity? Song Yuncheng begins to wonder. Yunxian, when you were in Yuncheng, did you have friendship with any Silver Spoon Kid? Silver Spoon Kid? Song Yunchuan's eyes were full of brilliance. Brother, you should know that, in the remote areas of Yuncheng, there is no other than the son of fishermen or the child of ordinary people. How can there be anyone born loaded? Song Yuncheng also feels that there would be no wealthy family in Yuncheng. He shakes his head and feels that he really thinks too much. Song Yunxian does not take that cup of papaya milk. When she leaves, she tells Nurse Wang, if my eldest brother asks you about my life in Yuncheng, you just say how poor we were. You know? Nurse Wang nods her head. Only then does Song Yunxian go outside. As soon as she leaves the house, she notices a new black Rolls-Royce in front of the fountain in which sits her eldest brother, who finds her dressed properly, waving to her. She goes over and says, Brother, what's the matter? Yunxian, where are you going? Song Yunxian smiles and replies, although I have finished high school in Yuncheng, I haven't received the admission notice yet. I want to go to Yuncheng University. Song Yuncheng thinks about Song Yunchuan's current situation and immediately makes a decision. Don't worry about going to college, I'll help you with the admission procedures. Song Yunxian nods gratefully. Thank you, brother. Song Yuncheng nods. Stay at home recently. Maybe Chu will come to you. Surely, Song Yunxian is unhappy, but she does not show it on the surface. When Song Yuncheng drives away, she still says, Big brother, be careful on the road. Song Yuncheng drives away. Song Yunxian goes back to her room to put on a casual dress, then goes out from the side door with her canvas bag. When she goes out, she calls a taxi and goes straight to the Fanqing magazine. In the morning, the office workers go to Shaw's office building by small groups. Song Yunxian asks the driver to park the car at the gate of the Fanqing magazine. When she is just about to get off the car, she observes a familiar figure in Xiao's doorway talking face-to-face with Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui stares at the other man. When the man reaches for her shoulder, she thrusts him aside angrily. She walks toward the Fanqing magazine but still followed by the man. Definitely the man is Xiao Tianzi. Otherwise, how can Song Yunchuan's eyes narrow, revealing the sharp feelings like the blade? Miss, do you want to get off here? Crash him. With her fingers clenching, she looks at Xiao Tianzi, whispering, Crash him. Miss. The driver is shocked. He hurriedly turns back and shouts at her. Are you okay, miss? Due to the driver's scream, Song Yunxian suddenly wakes up from her hatred, looking at the driver. What happened? Miss, you really scared me to death. Just now you want me to crash someone. Song Yunxian touches her head. Really? She is very confused. Have I said that? You did say it. The driver is very sure. Song Yunxian can't help but sadly bows her head. I'm sorry, I have been suffered from the aftereffects of the traffic accident. Sometimes I will murmur my words unconsciously. Please, don't tell others my abnormal symptoms. After seeing Song Yunchuan's curls up, the driver hastily appeases her. Don't be afraid, miss, I won't tell others. You can rest assured that I will not reveal your illness. After hearing what the driver said, Song Yunxian feels at ease. She shows her gratitude towards the driver and pays the fees. After the driver drives away, she drops the receipt into a nearby dustbin. Carrying her canvas bag, she strides into the Fanqing magazine. Being gotten rid of by Xiao Shui, Xiao Tianzi steps into the Fanqing magazine without being blocked. Sure enough, once a person becomes a person with both money and powers, he will be welcome wherever he goes. Song Yunxian enters the door and the two security guards nod, greeting her. Miss Song. Song Yunxian smiles. The man who just entered didn't seem to be one of our staff. The security guard says. He is the chairman of Gu Company that is on the opposite of our building. It turns out to be Mr. Xiao. She nods and asks. Have I already agreed to merge the Fanqing magazine into the company of Mr. Xiao? The two security guards shake their heads. Of course not. Then block him. Song Yunchuan's voice becomes suddenly cold, and the smile on her face disappears completely. Both security guards are scared. Song Yunxian stares at them seriously. If you can't stop him next time, go directly to be a security guard of Xiao Company. I don't need idle people here. The two security guards gradually understand what she is saying, then quickly nod. Miss Song, we will definitely pay attention to that next time. Song Yunxian looks hard and serious. And after getting their assurance, she turns and walks inside. The employees who have seen this scene in Fanqing magazine all nod politely to her, and tries to make their smiles, but they seem stiff. The special temperament of this 18-year-old boss oppresses them, and makes them dare not look into her eyes for the moment. Instead of looking for Xiao Shui, Song Yunxian waits for coffee in the corridor where she leaves the magazine. Xiao Tianzi passes her when he comes out. She looks slightly sideways and Xiao Tianzi looks slightly sideways at her. This is how they look at each other. Then, Xiao Tianzi's footsteps stiffen suddenly. In Song Yunchuan's eyes, the cold and gloomy layer of evil spirit quickly dissipates, replaced by a gentle and sweet smile. Clean eyes, slightly curved lips, beautiful face. Just one look. All her attractive features are fixed in the deep pupil of Xiao Tianzi. By coincidence, Xiao Tianzi is intoxicated by her charming appearance. There is something soft and magnetic in her eyes. Her lips pout slightly like peach blossoms in spring. Xiao Tianzi turns his head back on his way and strides away. Song Yunxian turns back her face with her long eyelashes drooped. In an instant, her smile changes into a chilly, scary expression. Xiao Tianzi, if heaven does not ruin you, I will destroy you. After that, she places her coffee on the shelf beside her and leaves it cold. She steps towards the editorial room. After entering the door, she finds the staff in front of their respective computers are busy with their work. Some of them whose eyesight occasionally meet with hers nod politely to greet her. When she stops in front of Xiao Shui is contemplating with her fingers clenching tightly into a fist, and her nails deeply pinching into her flesh. When Song Yunxian observes her hands bleeding, she can't help reminding her gently, Xiao Shui, your hands are bleeding. Song Yunchuan's voice sounds around her ear. Xiao Shui suddenly wakes up from her contemplation. Looking for the origin of the voice, she notices Song Yunxian at once and gets up quickly. Miss Song. Sit down, I think you are in a bad mood. Did Mr. Xiao come to see you just now? Hearing the question, Xiao Shui's eyes quickly covered with a deep haze. The layer of haze in Xiao Shui's eyesight is suffused with a strong hatred. Song Yunxian is quite familiar with that kind of look, because when she looks in the mirror she often sees it in her own eyes. Sorry, Mr. Xiao had mistaken me, so he followed me to the magazine. That's it. Song Yunxian smiles. There are too many similar people in the world. He just mistook them for a moment. Did he embarrass you?
No.
Xiao Shui is reluctant to tell the whole story between her and Xiao Tianzi. Song Yunxian is not in a hurry to ask. She nods. On the first day of work, I hope you will enjoy your stay here. Yes, Miss Song. You can rest assured that I will work hard. Song Yunxian smiles and leaves. After returning to the office, she finds the medicine box from the drawer of the office and gives the bandage and disinfectant to the editor, who hands in the document to the office. Pass these to Xiao Shui. Miss Song, you are very considerate. Editor Tao Jing can't help praising her. She smiles and says, I just took over the magazine company, and I need more advice from you in the future. If it were not for Miss Song, all of us would be laid off soon. You bought Zhao Shi to give us the chance to stay here and work. You can rest assured that I will do a good job. Song Yunxian is in a better mood. After Tao Jing leaves, she goes to the French window of the office, observing Xiao's office building. Such a magnificent and tall office building soars into the sky. The whole city of Yuncheng has no higher office buildings than this one. When sitting in Gu's chairman's chair, would Xiao Tianzi think about the one who concentrated Gu's rights into his hands? It's her Gu Changge. This man will never think of her. With a smile on her face, she looks at Gu's building and stretches out her hand. Then she curls up her fingers one by one into a fist, narrowing her eyes, as if to firmly grasp the whole Gu company in her palm. Before leaving work at noon, Song Yunxian calls Nurse Wang. Nurse Wang says that Song Yuncheng has a lunch meeting at noon so that he will not go back home. Therefore, she can stay at Fanqing magazine with ease. Call the data acquisition department staff to send her yesterday's news. After reading several articles, she fixes her sight on the news that Gu Changge, the sister of Gu's former chairman, was discharged from hospital. After carefully recording the hospital where Gu Changge stayed, and checking and writing down the names of people in charge of the hospital and Gu Changge's chief doctor, she gets up and makes a phone call to the editor-in-chief. The editor-in-chief picks up the phone and respectfully asks her, Miss Song, what's the matter? Give all the tasks about Gu's information collection to Xiao Shui. The editor-in-chief hesitates before saying, Yes, but Miss Song, before it was Zhang Xiao who had been in charge of Gu's information acquisition. If suddenly it was handed over to Xiao Shui, would it be too difficult for her since Gu's security work is very good? That's why I give it to Xiao Shui. Didn't you see Mr. Xiao breaking into our building this morning to find Xiao Shui? Xiao Hong, editor-in-chief, has been working for Zhao's magazine for more than 10 years. She is an old member of the magazine. She has an exquisite face and a quick mind. After hearing that, she knows that Song Yunxian has her own thoughts. She smiles gently and says, Everything will be done according to Miss Song's arrangement. Zhang Xiao will be transferred to take charge of Shui's information collection. Song Yunxian nods with her dim eyes through which a cold light is wandering. Shui's family has relatively less information, so the bonus for Chan Xiao will be greatly reduced. Do you understand? The editor-in-chief replies, Miss Song, just leave it to me. You must do it well. Yes. If she asks you why you cut her bonus, what would you say? The editor-in-chief's voice hesitates for a moment, then she says, I decided. Song Yunxian grins with satisfaction. Your bonus will be increased by 30%. This editor-in-chief has a lot of wits. It's fortunate that Fanqing magazine has her as editor-in-chief. Song Yunxian orders takeout for her lunch, and then sits in front of the computer looking through Zhao's previous performance and development direction, while reading the statistical records made by other magazines. The work of Fanqing magazine becomes busy after Song Yunxian takes over. Employees of magazines often go to the canteen in the basement to have their meals. Xiao Shui is no exception after she takes part in the work. In order to reduce her expenses, she buys a 3-month dining room meal card. One day, just after making her plate, she notices a tray is laid down heavily on the opposite side of her table. It is laid suddenly so that the loofah soup in it spills out. Xiao Shui looks up calmly and perceives a woman with long curled hair wearing a tight black skirt. The woman looks very mature, with a fully developed breast and a slender waist. And the small black skirt is just the right way to outline her charming figure. Xiao Shui's eyes stop on her face for a moment, finding that she puts on a thick makeup. Although it is not a fashionable makeup, her makeup is very delicate for her profession, characterized with charm as well as luster. Xiao Shui ignores her and bows her head for her soup. Sitting opposite her, the woman sneers. I heard you're new here. I just joined Fanqing magazine not long ago. Xiao Shui feels that she needs to have a good relationship with the old staff, so that she can get along well with her colleagues. She introduces herself. My name is Xiao Shui, and I hope that my predecessors will take more care of me in the future. You are quite sensible. You know I'm also the magazine's employee by a mere glance at me. Xiao Shui holds a spoon in her hand. You have the longest hair in our magazine. My name is Zhang Xiao. If you don't mind, may I call you Sister Zhang? Of course. Zhang Xiao's fiery red lips outline a cool smile. Yet the next topic is difficult to answer. Since you know that I am your predecessor, and that I should be called Sister Zhang, then why did you rob me of my job in the first place? Zhang Xiao had been in charge of gathering information about the Gu family for a long time. And because she has a good relationship with the general manager of Gu Company, it is much easier for her to get information about Gu's family. As the largest entrepreneur in Yuncheng, Gu family has a lot of gossip beside a businesswoman in power. Once the news appears in the magazine, it attracts a lot of attention. As a result, the magazine generates a very generous bonus for her. However, this noon, the editor-in-chief suddenly told her that she would not be responsible for Gu's family in future, but for the news of Shui family, which is disgusting. It's really annoying. There's a big gap between the bonus for the Shui family and that for Gu. How can this matter of salary and bonus be ambiguously dealt with? She questioned the editor-in-chief before she knew that Xiao Shui was in charge of Gu family information collection. How could the editor-in-chief give her such a fat occupation if it hadn't been for the new man's request to the editor-in-chief? As she thinks about it like this, she can't help but get angry. She sits opposite Xiao Shui with a malicious smile showing her bad intention. Xiao Shui also feels that Zhang Xiao has a problem with her. Hearing her statement that her job is robbed of by her, Xiao Shui quickly explains, Sister Zhang, that is arranged by the editor-in-chief, not by myself. When she finishes, a woman sits down behind Zhang Xiao with her meal plate. The woman's words are very sarcastic. Some people are more sophisticated than their young age. If you are robbed of work by others, you should behave like a dumb person who takes a dose of bitter medicine, suffering the humiliation alone without saying it. This seemingly exhorts Zhang Xiao to be calm, but actually it pours oil on the fire. Zhang Xiao's face becomes a bit twisted. She stares at Xiao Shui. You go and tell the editor-in-chief that you shouldn't be responsible for Gu Company information collection. Xiao Shui looks at her calmly. I'm sorry, I'm interested in Gu family's information and scandals. Little bitch, you want to do it the hard way. Zhang Xiao stands up, and suddenly throws the plate of noodles onto Xiao Shui's body. Xiao Shui doesn't realize that Zhang Xiao is so bad-tempered that she is splashed all over by a plate of soup, rice and soup on her face. The soup is just taken out of the boiling pot. It makes her face hot and painful. She uncomfortably raises her hand to cover her face. The woman behind Zhang Xiao immediately stands up and advises her in horror. Zhang Xiao, you will be expelled from the company for doing this. Today I don't care. This little bitch dares to grab my job. Even if I was fired today, I would teach her a hard lesson. Or she will think that the old staff in the workplace are all weak cowards. Zhang Xiao has her plan. If Xiao Shui fought back when she was beaten, it would turn into a fight. According to the new regulations of Fanqing magazine, all employees will be expelled for fighting with each other. Now that she has started the trouble, There is no reason to let Xiao Shui get rid of it without being affected. She's fighting today and she's going to get Xiao Shui involved. The female clerk behind Zhang Xiao pretends to prevent her from fighting, but she actually does not use her full strength. Zhang Xiao rushes to Xiao Shui like a runaway wild horse. Xiao Shui had also read the rules and regulations of Fanqing magazine on her first day in the company. She also knows that as long as she fought back, it would become a fight and she would probably lose her job. So even though her hair is torn apart, she is pushed to the ground in awkwardness, she does not fight back. Zhang Xiao is not at all satisfied by beating her like this. Having noticed the hot soup taken by someone nearby, she grabs the hot bowl at once with a vicious look in her eyes. Then she raises her hand and splashes out the hot soup. The hot soup is still steaming. If it is poured on someone's faces, even if he will not be disfigured, he will also be scalded. Xiao Shui is also frightened with her scared eyes, but it is too late to hide. Suddenly, a slim figure suddenly flashes in front of her. Then there is a sizzle. The hot soup is immediately spilled on the figure. Xiao Shui looks at the man who is blocking herself and grunting. She opens her eyes in surprise. Miss Song! At such a critical moment, it is Song Yuncheng in front of her, who had just sent her ointment and bandage in the morning. That boiling soup is spilled onto Song Yuncheng. The soup is so hot that her thin clothes can't insulate her against the heat at all. Through the chiffon shirt, it burns Song Yunchuan's skin. She wrinkles her brow in pain and can't help groaning. It is really so unexpected. Zhang Xiao doesn't know when Song Yuncheng appears in the dining hall at all. What's more, she feels astounded about the fact that she rushes out to prevent Xiao Shui from being hurt by that soup at this moment. All the staff who are eating around enter into a state of panic. They gather around Song Yuncheng to check her injury. Someone strips away her cloth covering the shoulder where the hot soup was spilled on. She changes color. Call the ambulance quickly. Miss Song is scalded. It's quite severe. Xiao Shui gets up from the ground and hurriedly comes to check Song Yunchuan's wounds. After seeing her neck and shoulders are burned into red, she turns pale and asks her nervously, Miss Song, how does it feel? Are you okay? Soon, the employee who dialed the ambulance phone returns. He supports Song Yuncheng. Miss Song, hold on. The ambulance is coming. Wait. I'm going to find some cold water for you. Some employees around her are looking for cold water and towels to relieve her pain, while others are accompanying her. Although Song Yuncheng feels it hurts so much, she clenches teeth to endure the pain. She hears Xiao Shui's voice. She turns back and asks, Are you all right?
I'm fine. I'm okay.
Xiao Shui is so nervous that she sobs these words. Song Yuncheng nods at her. Fine. Then she is held to the ambulance by many people. Although she is in pain, she keeps clenching her teeth to hold back her tears. On the way to the ambulance, the doctor notices her white lower lip, which has been biting for a while, then comforts her. Relax. If it hurts, call it out. Song Yuncheng still keeps silent. Although the pain has made her sweat all over, she keeps going. She has endured what's more painful than this. So now a bowl of hot soup can't make her cry out. In fact, in this world, all the physical pain is better than the mental one. She is enduring. When uncovering her shirt, the doctor accidentally touches her scalded skin. Suddenly she blacks out, losing her consciousness due to the huge pain. Xiao Shui follows her to the ambulance. When seeing Song Yuncheng collapse suddenly, she looks worriedly at the doctor and says, Doctor, what's wrong with her? She went unconscious. She seems sensitive to pain. Xiao Shui is sad and worried. She looks at Song Yunchuan's face, can't help weeping. It is evening when Song Yuncheng wakes up. Xiao Shui is sitting beside the bed. Finding Song Yuncheng wakes up, Xiao Shui wipes tears from her swollen eyes at once and grabs Yunchuan's hand. Miss Song, how do you feel? Now. Song Yuncheng does not answer. She feels her mind chaotic. Watching the worried look on Xiao Shui's face, she recalls what had happened before slowly. She remembers that she fainted. Yes, it's her who fainted. She remembers helping Xiao Shui prevent that hot soup, but she can't believe she fainted from the pain. How could I be so weak? Xiao Shui is holding her hand. How do you feel now? If it hurts much, I'll call a doctor for you right away. Song Yunxian shakes her head. No thanks.
I'm okay.
Xiao Shui glances at her, then she can't help but lowers her head, with tears in her eyes. Song Yunxian looks at her. For a moment a tinge of sadness passes over her eyes. Are you crying? Sorry, says Xiao Shui, with one hand holding Song Yunxian and the other covering half of her face. She feels as if a lump comes into her throat. Her voice becomes muffled. Apart from my parents, no one has protected me like you since my childhood. Song Yunxian stares at her without saying anything. She's right. Indeed, in this world we cannot trust anyone except our parents. Even husbands can be the ones who would kill you anytime. Her father, Gu Yuan, once said, in a huge family, or in the business field where the money comes to the first priority, you will lose everything if you are merciful. Entrepreneurs who fail in business often choose to suicide by throwing themselves out of the building, because they can't repay their colossal debts. The wealthy children who lose their parents' shelter and money usually suffer a great decline in their social status after such a family change. They will be ridiculed by others, and some of them may even be downgraded to the underclass, which makes them lose the will to live on. In this world, since you are born with an identity, you have to keep it well. Gu Changge is a girl from a large business family. Her father's iron fist has formed an indestructible force, which leaves an indelible impression in her immature mind. That is win or die. She desires success. She must win. The cold eyes reveal the determination in her deep heart. Song Yunxian feels Xiao Shui's hand is shaking slightly. She comforts her in a soft voice. You must miss your parents very much? Xiao Shui nods vigorously. Song Yunxian smiles weakly. She proposes. If you miss them, you can take them to Yuncheng. Your salary can be enough to support their lives. She's eager to invest the 8 million in a person who deserves it. It's easy for her to pay Xiao Shui a high salary. However, Xiao Shui shakes her head with her teary eyes. She sobs. No, I can't. Song Yunxian, with tears rolling down her fair face. They're all dead. No more. I don't have parents anymore. Song Yunxian feels surprised. What? They died 7 years ago. Xiao Shui clutches her fist tightly, which makes Song Yunxian feel Xiao Shui's agony is conveyed to her. Xiao Shui sniffs, trying to calm himself down, but she fails. She needs time. Did your parents die of illness? Xiao Shui looks up at Song Yunxian. There is a sorrowful look in her eyes. No, even if they died in operation, they were not incurable at all. They were misdiagnosed. Xiao Shui gnashes her teeth. A look of hate comes into her eyes. My brother is a jerk. He is a beast. My parents didn't suffer gastric cancer at all, but he deceived them into the surgery. They all died in the operations. He killed my parents. I hate him. Xiao Shui couldn't help trembling when she remembers the past, and her fingers become cold as they are clenched too tightly. Song Yunxian grabs her hands and comforts her. Calm down, Xiao Shui, you can't be too sad, or it will harm your health. Xiao Shui doesn't care. The hatred in her eyes is cold and penetrating. Xiao Tianzi is a beast. My parents took him away from the orphanage, raised him and sent him to the college. But how could he bite the hands that have fed him? In order to avoid being despised about his poor background, he married a wealthy girl and even killed my parents, trying to conceal the fact that he is an orphan. Song Yunxian is stunned for a moment. After a long time, she asks, is he really an orphan from Yuncheng? Her tone is subtle. She had been married to Xiao Tianzi for 7 years, before which they studied in the same college for 4 years, but she did not know Xiao Tianzi is an orphan at all. He has said that he is the youngest son of Xiao family, which is a medical family in Haicheng. As his brother and parents settle abroad, he could marry her and live in Gu family. Xiao Shui is trembling with anger. Looking at Xiao Shui, Song Yunxian finds her intense hatred is all true. At this point, she gradually has an impulse to sneer. She is fully unexpected that Xiao Tianzi is a fantastic liar from the beginning. So, when she asked someone to check his background, he had been ready in advance. Moreover, to prevent others from uncovering his false identity, he killed his foster parents. Xiao Tianzi. He is so cruel and merciless. Gu Changge really underestimates his ruthlessness. Xiao Shui is immersed in sadness, with tears were falling down her cheeks. Song Yunxian grabs her hand and shakes it hard, which attracts Xiao Shui's attention. When Xiao Shui looks up, an encouraging and compassionate smile appears on Song Yunchuan's face. Xiao Shui, God will punish him. Xiao Shui shakes her head. No, I don't believe it. In this world, good people always die young. I can't wait. Song Yunxian peers at her. Then what are you going to do? I want revenge. She stares at Song Yunxian. The hatred in her eyes is as ferocious as floods. I will punish Xiao Tianzi. He killed my parents and I'll never let him off. Song Yunxian shakes her head. But you can't take revenge on him now. Although Xiao Shui wants to avenge her parents' death on Xiao Tianzi, it is absolutely impossible to achieve it by her own power. Let alone, if Xiao Tianzi realizes Xiao Shui's strong hatred, he may find an excuse to murder her. After all, rich people are horrible. You can't imagine how useful the money is in their hands. You never know how many evildoers are urged by his money. People are always crazy about money. Money drives countless people to protect him from bad luck. Song Yunxian says to her, Calm down, Xiao Shui. After all, he is your eldest brother. As he feels guilty, you should get along well with him. Xiao Shui frowns and pulls her hand out of Song Yunchuan's hands. I can't do that. Song Yunxian firmly holds her hands. Her eyes are so dark and the smile on her lips is very confusing. Then she says slowly and resolutely, Only in this way can you have something on him and kill him. Xiao Shui feels as if she were stabbed by the resentful look in Song Yunchuan's eyes. Everything around becomes silent in a moment. It seems she understands what Song Yunxian said. Xiao Shui wants to see clearly the cruelty in the eyes of Song Yunxian. But in the blink of an eye, when she looks at it carefully again, she finds that there is only her figure reflected in Song Yunchuan's eyes. Apart from that, there is nothing left. Xiao Shui uncertainly makes a request. Miss Song, can you help me keep this secret? Song Yunxian nods gently. Please be assured that no one will know the secret except you and me. Xiao Shui is very grateful, but after recalling Song Yunchuan's words again, she still tentatively says, Miss Song. Then she stops talking just after she calls her name. Song Yunxian looks at her strangely. What? I have a request. Can Miss Song help me? Song Yunxian looks perplexed in her eyes, but she probably knows Xiao Shui's request in her mind. She makes a smile which is clean and clear. Say it please, if I can do it, I'll help you. Xiao Shui takes a breath as if she is gathering courage. After 2 or 3 seconds, she looks at Song Yunxian with passion in her eyes, and says solemnly, Miss Song, would you please help me get revenge together? Song Yunxian looks at her with surprise on her face and frowns at her. Me. I know that Miss Song has no grievances against Xiao Tianzi, but, she grits her teeth, if Miss Song can help me in taking revenge, I would like to use my life to repay Miss Song. I am willing to become your slave serving Miss Song for a lifetime, and I will never have any dissidence with you. Song Yunxian carefully considers her words. If there is a loyal companion on the way ahead, some things will naturally be easier to do. What's more, this person is Xiao Tianzi's sister. Xiao Shui's words come out with a feeling of extreme hatred. Song Yunxian knows that Xiao Shui would not lie at this time. She also believes that at this moment Xiao Shui's pledge is from the bottom of her heart. But she has never been an easy believer in others. Thinking of it, Song Yunxian slightly pouts her lips, questioning Xiao Shui as if she didn't understand what she meant. What do you mean by saying no dissidence with me? Xiao Shui clenches her teeth, loosens Song Yunchuan's hand, kneels down in front of her bed, looks at her sincerely, and raises her hand towards heaven, swearing, I swear to heaven that if Miss Song helps me get avenged, I will follow Miss Song all my life and be loyal to Miss Song. If I betray Miss Song, I will surely be struck by thunder in the future, and die in my boots. Such an oath comes out of Xiao Shui's mouth, which moderates the cold feelings in Song Yunchuan's eyes. Her fingers move slightly. Quickly in response, she reaches out to help Xiao Shui. Get up, it's not worth your oath. Xiao Shui refuses to rise. No, Miss Song, I hate the person who killed my parents. If Miss Song is willing to help me avenge, I can also swear an oath 100 times worse than this one. Staring at Xiao Shui, Song Yunxian speaks in a gentle voice. Xiao Tianzi is your brother after all. Even if he is merely adopted by your parents have affections for him. Your parents in heaven certainly don't want you to fight with Xiao Tianzi like this for a lifetime. Xiao Shui grasped Song Yunxuan's hand with tears staying in her eyes, which she refuses to let them fall down resolutely. Miss Song, my parents have affections for Xiao Tianzi, but Xiao Tianzi can lie without blinking, killing my parents. As long as I think of his treacherousness, I will feel sad for my parents. Xiao Tianzi is not at all a human but an animal. Xiao Shui's hatred of Xiao Tianzi goes deep into her bone. She holds Song Yunxuan's arm, different feelings changing in her eyes. A cold feeling lingers in her eyes for a long time. It takes a while before she slowly nods, watched by Xiao Shui with tears. I'll help you.
No.
Not just to help you. I also want to avenge myself. Xiao Shui, I hope you won't blame me for taking advantage of your hatred after you know the truth in the future. Because that kind of hatred will wake you up in the middle of the night and make you lost your appetite. Every night it will turn into a nightmare from which you can't escape. It will make you suffer and burst into crying. The news of Song Yunxuan's stay in the hospital is blocked. Xiao Hong, editor-in-chief of the magazine, repeatedly warns the magazine's staff not to disseminate the news of Song Yunxian being burned. Although people feel distressed by Song Yunxian, they still feel that Song Yunxian has something hard to tell, so that they have no idea of spreading it out. Song Yunxian goes through the hospital formalities to be discharged in the afternoon. Xiao Shui takes charge of all the process and even pays for the treatment herself. Song Yunxian does not go back to the magazine. She simply has some words with Xiao Hong, and then takes a taxi home. It is over 4 o'clock when she comes home in the afternoon. Song Yuncheng had come back earlier than her. Probably because he got drunk at noon, so his vision is a little blurred. Seeing Song Yunxian comes in through the door, his face is full of displeasure. Song Yunxian finds Nurse Wang standing beside Song Yuncheng in a panic, as if she had just been severely rebuked. When Song Yunxian observes this scene, her eyebrows are slightly raised up, her lips are drooping, and a strong chilling expression hangs on her face. Seeing his younger sister with such horrible coldness, Song Yuncheng suspects that he is looking at her with dazzled eyes. So he quickly rubs his eyes. Looking back once again, he finds Song Yunxian shows a helpless laugh and gently shakes her head. She comes near. Nurse Wang, what have you done that makes my eldest brother angry? Nurse Wang is stunned, saying, Miss Yunxian, the younger master can't find you when he comes back, so. When Song Yuncheng came back to find that his younger sister regarded his words as nothing, going out of home freely, he would certainly feel very angry. And he also feels that his sister does not take her eldest brother seriously. Song Yunxian knows the reason for this, and busily draws out a sweet smile. She comes over to massage Song Yuncheng's shoulder. Big brother, it's all my fault. I made you angry. Can you forgive Xian this time? She takes the initiative to admit her mistake, and Song Yuncheng cannot continue to put on a cold face. Looking at his younger sister's courtesy, Song Yuncheng feels not so bad as before. But he just stares at Wang Mama. You don't know where Miss is going. If you lose her, why should I keep hiring you? Song Yunxian understands the meaning implied in this remark. She figures out the next sentence Song Yuncheng would say is to dismiss Nurse Wang. Hurriedly, she opens her mouth and takes the blame to herself. Brother, don't blame Nurse Wang. When I left, I really didn't tell her where I was going, so don't be angry. Yunxian, why don't I hire for you another? Song Yuncheng wants to talk to Song Yunxian about changing a nurse. Song Yunxian smiles and asks Wang Mama, go and change the tea for my brother. I think his tea is cold. Nurse Wang quickly takes away the steaming tea from the table and goes away. After Nurse Wang has gone, she explains to him, my elder brother, all in all, Nurse Wang has brought me up. She knows a lot of my little secrets, of which some are unfavorable for me. If you fired her, and she accidentally leaked them out, which damages my reputation, would I not be harmed? Song Yuncheng listened to his sister's analysis so carefully that the idea of dismissing Nurse Wang in his mind is also vanished because of worries and scruples. After a while of pondering and frowning, Song Yuncheng just changes the topic. Yunxian, who did you secretly sneak out to meet? In his heart, Song Yuncheng hopes that his sister couldn't bear her lonely heart and went to Gu Changge. Unfortunately, why would Song Yunxian do such a boring thing? Looking at the elder brother's expression smiling, she says, Big brother, guess please. Song Yuncheng is over 10 years older than his sister. He could not be indifferent to the sight of an 18-year-old girl smiling at him. He just earnestly says, How can I know where you were having fun? I just hope you hadn't associated with some badass. Song Yunxian shakes her head. No, absolutely not. Then she stops massaging his shoulder and sits next to him. Her peach blossom-like face blushes a little. Brother, I went to essential oil care and fragrant back massage. And? By counting her fingers, she wants to introduce her eldest brother about all the nursing massage she had ever done. Song Yuncheng does not have the patience to listen to her talk about all the maintenance projects that a woman enjoys. He just asks her, How did you feel? There's nothing wrong with his sister if she likes the extravagant life. After all, women, they all love vanity, BMW, and a man of high social status. Otherwise, what's the meaning of being alive for them in this life? Song Yuncheng thinks that women love money and vanity, so he classifies Song Yunxian, who sneaks away to do nursing, into this category. Song Yunxian is asked about how she felt. But she is not as happy as he imagined. Instead, she sits on the sofa with an uneasy face, hanging her head and playing with her fingers. She speaks unhappily and hesitantly. I thought it would be beautiful, but it's very uncomfortable. Song Yuncheng is shocked. Did his sister go to an irregular place and get fucked? When he thinks of it, he changes his face and asks her, Which store have you been? Are you okay now? After all, she is about to marry into Chu family. It would be a bad thing to have something wrong with her. Gu Changge wants the girl to be a virgin. Moreover, some beauty parlors are indeed controlled by unknown forces. Song Yunxian raises her head and puts her fingers on her neck to untie the buttons one by one. When I was massaged, they made a lot of red prints on me. It was ugly. The more she speaks, the higher Song Yuncheng feels his heart rises. Looking at her untying her collar buttons, Song Yuncheng's teeth creak due to his nervousness when her neck is about to show up. If his sister was insulted by somebody, how could the Chu family marry his sister? And if it spoils the marriage between Song and Chu, he will certainly tear down the shop. Looking at her brother's expression, Song Yunxian opens her collar and shows him the burned place. Look, brother. Song Yunxian is so angry. But when he suddenly perceives a red patch on her neck, he is relieved. It's just allergy. Which shop did you visit? Song Yunchuan's eyes glisten, and her lips draw out an imperceptible smile. She utters the name of the beauty parlor which is about to be framed by herself.
Yuncheng Salon.
Song Yuncheng's face suddenly becomes very funny. He wants to get up from his seat out of anger, but he does not have enough confidence. Song Yunxian looks at her eldest brother with her tearful eyes and says, Brother, will this become a scar? Song Yuncheng frowns and then stretches his eyebrows. His expression is very complex. Fortunately, it hurt her body instead of her face. Otherwise, she really becomes disfigured. Song Yuncheng put on a friendly expression to assure Song Yunxian. Yunxian, this is merely allergy. Tomorrow I will go to the hospital with you. Okay? But is it not a cosmetic accident? If it were done on my face, I would be disfigured. Song Yunxian touches her neck and feels grievance about it. Song Yuncheng wants to appease his sister. Yunxian, you go to take a bath and rest. Brother will consult a doctor for you, okay? Song Yunxian is pacified by his eldest brother before she calms down temporarily. Song Yuncheng goes upstairs to his father's room after seeing Song Yunxian return to her room for a rest. Song Yan is playing chess in his room alone. Although it is not interesting, it is rarely quiet. Song Yuncheng opens the door. Song Yan gives a glance at him and then looks back at his chessboard. Song Yuncheng dares not to disturb his father. After all, although his father has been sick for a long time now, the power of the Song family is still firmly in the hands of the old man. The old man spends his whole life in the market, trying to cultivate his son, but does not give up his rights as soon as he falls ill. Because of this, Song Yuncheng does not dare to refute his father without authorization. And it's necessary for him to consult Song Yan about family decisions no matter it is significant or trivial. In the wheelchair, Song Yan pinches the chess pieces with his fingers, hesitates before settles chess pieces, ending the game ahead of time. Next to him, Song Yuncheng reaches out and holds the wheelchair's pusher, and serving Song Yan with filial piety. "Dad, feel like a cup of tea?" Song Yan gives a hum. Song Yuncheng immediately pushes the wheelchair to the long table of scented rosewood. Song Yan is handed a cup of hot tea. Song Yan takes a sip, then raises his eyelids and looks lazily at his eldest son. What's the problem? According to his father's tone, Song Yuncheng knows that his father is tired of him because he can't make his own decisions. However, if he takes the initiative to do things that don't fit in with his father's intention, the result will be equally bad. Instead of letting the old man think that he is a poor worker, it is better to ask the old man for advice and to be a calm son in his eyes. When Song Yuncheng is asked, he thinks it over and replies carefully, "Actually, Dad, this time it's not my business, it's about Yuncheng." Obviously, Mr. Song does not take Song Yuncheng seriously. He thinks that the daughter is a young maid who wastes time freely. "Yuncheng, what's the matter with her?" Song Yuncheng looks worried. Yuncheng went to a beauty salon to do SPA. She was allergic all of a sudden. A large piece of skin was burned. What say? After all, Song Yan is the father of Song Yuncheng, and Song Yuncheng is the daughter of the Song family. If she suffered from a beauty treatment accident while the Song family dare not complain about it, doesn't it make people feel that the Song family has become cowards? Song Yan is a man with a strong sense of honor. Listening to his eldest son saying, he is very angry. He puts his teacup heavily on the table and asks Song Yuncheng with a serious face, "Where did she do it? You still need to come back and ask me about it." Song Yuncheng dares not speak. Song Yan murmurs, "Purchase that salon, let it be closed immediately." Song Yuncheng waits for Song Yan calming down a little before carefully him in a very subtle tone. "Dad, I also think about it, but Tianxiang salon used to be Gu Changge's property." Song Yan's angry eyes immediately calm down a bit. He turns his head, looking at his eldest son with his black pupils. The room goes silent for a few seconds. Song Yuncheng dares not speak. After a while, Song Yan opens his mouth and his voice is somewhat tired and low. Gu Changge, even as the women of hegemony in Yuncheng, has now disappeared. Her property has now fallen into the hands of her husband Xiao Tianzi. Xiao Tianzi. He is not a fuel-efficient lamp either. That? Song Yuncheng, occurred with an inspiration, tentatively asks, "Dad, you mean?" Xiao Tianzi is also an ambitious man. Yuncheng went to his beauty salon to do SPA. Maybe the beautician deliberately made Yuncheng allergic. After hearing his father's words, Song Yuncheng says, "Dad, do you mean Xiao Tianzi was afraid that the Chu family would marry us, deliberately harming Yuncheng and preventing Yuncheng from marrying into the Chu family?" Song Yan nods. In the business circle, even a slight vibration can trigger a storm. "Yuncheng, you must think before you leap." Song Yan's words are thought-provoking. Song Yuncheng nods repeatedly. "Yuncheng, you take Yuncheng to the hospital where Yunjia works tomorrow. And by the way, pay a visit to Gu Changge, the adopted sister of Gu Changge, to check her recovery. Although the friendship between our family and Gu Changge is not very good, superficial efforts still need to be done." Song Yuncheng nods busily. "Dad, you can rest assured that I will visit Changge tomorrow." Maybe Song Yuncheng can understand the reasons why his father asks him to visit Gu Changge. The implied meaning is to explore Xiao Tianzi's attitude towards the Song family. Song Yuncheng mops herself up after taking a bath, and then throws the big white bath towel on the shelf beside her. She stands in front of the bathroom mirror, scrutinizing her own body. What she is examining is a very thin and delicate body. At first glance, one will find the body has a skeleton of a virgin girl. Even on the cheeks there is a little baby fat. She has a beautiful face, but it's still inferior than that of Gu Changge. She takes a deep breath. It looks pale between her eyebrows and eyes. She raises her hands, looks up, turns around and gets dressed. Her every movement is as light and smooth as clouds and streams. Even when her clothes are pulled from her curvy waist to her shoulders, she does not look at the unforgettable beauty of her body. With a loose belt around her waist, she gets dressed up, leaving her collar open to expose her burned skin where the ointment is applied. As soon as she arrives at her bed, before she has time to tighten the lid of the ointment in her hand, she notices the mobile phone that is thrown casually on the bed vibrating and ringing. She glances at the caller's display with a little impatience. She slowly tightens the lid of the ointment and puts it back in the drawer. The mobile phone that is ignored by her keeps ringing. Since the first time she did not pick up the call, the phone began to ring continuously. By the third time she has to raise her hand and press the answer button. "Who do you want to talk to?" There comes a man's magnetic and elegant chuckle. "Why so serious?" "Yuncheng." When Song Yuncheng raises up her eyebrows, recognizing it is Gu Changge speaking, she immediately hangs up the phone. Gu Changge is really a haunting ghost. The lesson he learned last time when he was slapped by Song Yuncheng was not tough enough for him. He dares to call her again. She lifts the quilt and goes to bed. The tip of her nose has a smell of ointment. When she turns over in the middle of the night, she feels the door creak slightly. Suddenly a sense of excitement comes to her mind, and she snaps the lamp by the window on. Orange light pours out, warming the whole room. But the room still feels cold. She looks warily around the room but finds nothing. She gets out of her bed without even slippers and hurries to check the lock of her room. Every time she sleeps, she has the habit of locking the door, which is the habit she formed when she was Gu Changge. She keeps it so far. Examining the door lock, she reaches out to twist it a few times before she realizes that it is really locked. She makes a sigh of relief and then returns to bed powerlessly, picks up the cup on the bedside cupboard, pours some sleeping pills out of the bottle and swallows them. It isn't a good sleep last night. She turns over again and over again in the middle of the night. She always feels that someone is gently touching her scalded neck and her skin below her collarbone. She groans in pain as she is touched. It seems that someone is tightly biting her ear tips, scolding her in an unhappy and angry voice. What a mad woman! In order to buy people's hearts, you dare to practice in such a self-mutilating way. She is so drowsy that she only feels that she is dreaming, but the voice of this conversation is like that of Gu Changge. The next morning after that night, she wakes up sadly and looks up at the alarm clock on the bedside table. It is only 5 o'clock, but the light on the curtain is so bright. She lays down uncomfortably and falls asleep again, feeling the night is still young. When she is awakened by a knock on the door, she gives a look at the alarm clock, which is just over 7. She gets up and opens the door. Outside the door, Nurse Mama, carrying a breakfast tray, asks her in surprise, "Miss Yuncheng, why do you get up so late? Are you sick?" Song Yuncheng rubs her neck. "I feel a little uncomfortable so that I sleep over 7 o'clock by chance." She used to get up early, get up at 6 o'clock, wash and go downstairs to have breakfast at 7 o'clock on time. Now it's over 7 o'clock.
No wonder Nurse Wang brings breakfast.
However, Nurse Wang says in surprise, "Miss Yuncheng, it's over 10 o'clock now." With her hand stopping rubbing her neck, Song Yuncheng looks at Nurse Wang suspiciously. "What time do you say now?" "Over 10 o'clock. Mama Wang repeats it again. Song Yuncheng immediately returns to her bedside to check her alarm clock. The mechanical pointer on the alarm clock moves in order, but the hour hand is clearly on the 7th. She takes out her cell phone to check the time again, and finds that it is 10:35 a.m. Song Yuncheng's fingers tighten one by one, and her delicate eyebrows wrinkles coldly. Then she raises her hand and touches the scalded skin under her collar. She asks without turning her head, "Nurse Wang, did anyone come to our house last night?" "No, miss, what's the problem?" Song Yuncheng raises her head slightly, with her pointed chin rising and her eyes narrowing unconsciously. But I think our family did come guest last night. She has always been a disciplined person. If someone had not adjusted her deliberately, she would never sleep over 7 a.m. Last night someone visited her room. Song Yunxian is in a bad mood this morning. After she finishes the breakfast, Song Yuncheng knocks her door. Song Yunxian gently opens the door, and then meets her eldest brother. The expression in her eyes changes at once, then a smile rises on her face. "Brother, I'm sorry I got up late today." No doubt Song Yuncheng doesn't blame her. Instead, he pretends to be concerned. "Yunnan, it doesn't matter since you're still young. But you need to take good care of yourself, otherwise chew." Song Yunnan would like him to continue. But Song Yuncheng stops right away as if meets some taboos. Song Yunchuan's eyes fill with disappointment and she asks him, "Brother, why did you come to me? You'd better go to the doctor with me after lunch. We'll go to the dermatology department of Yuncheng People's Hospital to cure your wounds. Otherwise, the scars will be left on your skin." Song Yunxian nods at him but still wonders. "Brother, why don't we go to the dermatology hospital? People in Yuncheng always go there to cure skin allergies." Song Yuncheng remembers his father's orders, then says in a choked voice, "I know a good doctor in Yuncheng People's Hospital. Only entrust you to the doctor I know, I can feel at ease." Song Yunxian nods gratefully. "Thank you." After he leaves, she closes the door, with the grateful look in her eyes disappearing. Then an unpunctual alarm clock on the bedside table is thrown into the basket by her. Listening to a muffled sound, she goes to change clothes and prepares to go out after lunch. She's never a sentimental girl, so she won't keep that unpunctual clock which has been. She shows a glacial look and sneers. The dermatology department of that hospital is not very well known. Instead, the cardiocerebral department is. Song Yuncheng must go there to visit Gu Changge. What's more, Song Yunjia, her eldest sister, is still working as a doctor there. Song Yunjia, that infatuated girl. After changing her clothes, she calls Xiao Hong, the magazine's editor-in-chief. As soon as Xiao Hong sees her number, she immediately answers the phone with an eager tone. "Miss Song, how is your wound?" Song Yunxian smiles and replies with a comforting tone. "It's much better now. Don't worry, Mrs. Xiao. It's so polite of you, Miss Song." Song Yunxian asks again, "Has Zhang Xiao been fired?" Xiao Hong immediately feels embarrassed, then begins to prevaricate. "Although she violated the rules of our magazine, she's our senior colleague. She still refuses to leave." Song Yunxian couldn't help sneering in mind. She's really importunate. She never keeps her brain ticking over. But when falling on hard times, she only knows hurting others innocent. She never has mercy on such people. However, as Zhang Xiao is our senior colleague, it's really not suitable to dismissal her. "It's true." Xiao Hong echoes her view. Hearing this, Song Yunxian raises her lips. Then she turns the subject. "But we can't tolerate that she hit other colleagues. If we don't fire her this time, our magazine rules will exist in name only. Miss Song, we must expel Zhang Xiao. She exerted a bad impact on our company." After listening to Song Yunchuan's words, Xiao Hong's attitude becomes firm instantly. Song Yunxian tells her, "She intentionally hurt other people. This behavior should be punished by law." Xiao Hong understands what Song Yunxian said, and is surprised by the means and schemes that this young girl has. However, Song Yunxian is not totally ruthless. She guides Xiao Hong to tell Zhang Xiao, "If she leaves our company obediently, you will allow her to put her resume in ZUI fashion. I promise she must be hired as she has such a good taste." ZUI fashion belongs to Song family's estate, but Song Yan gave it to Song Yuning as her dowry. So it must be Song Yuning who charges it now. If Zhang Xiao were hired, then she needn't bother to arrange anything. If not, she would only have to ask for Song Yuning. After all, she has caught Song Yuning tripping. As long as she keeps her secret, Song Yuning will obey her orders. And offering Zhang Xiao a job is reasonable. After all, she couldn't know Xiao Shue's past without Zhang Zhao's soup spilled over Xiao Shue. Song Yuncheng takes her to Yuncheng People's Hospital. On the way, she enjoys the familiar scenery of this city. Gu Changge grows up in Yuncheng. so she knows several noted hospitals and famous doctors in Yuncheng. Even if she doesn't know other hospitals, she must know Yuncheng People's Hospital as she was amputated and lost her heart there. When she opens the door from the car, Song Yunxian narrows her eyes and squeezes her fingers tightly. Song Yunxian can't help rising her lips happily with her strong heartbeat. That smile looks brilliant to others. Only she knows how terrible this hospital is. This is a purgatory. It was in this hospital that Gu Changge ended her life. But now that she is reborn, she is bound to destroy it and tear up the monsters in this purgatory. Let's go, Yunxian. Song Yuncheng shouts at her. I'm coming. She smiles. The fierce look flashing across her eyes shows that she's ruthless. She follows Song Yuncheng all the way to the hospital. Song Yuncheng makes several phone calls in the hall without success. He cannot help being a little upset. Only looking at Song Yuncheng's face, she knows he is phoning to Song Yunjia. She waits in the hall so long that she starts to feel bored. But Song Yuncheng repeatedly dials Song Yunjia's phone and cannot get through smoothly. In the end, he comes to the lobby desk directly and asks the nurse for the number of Song Yunjia's office. Then he gets the number, but he still fails in getting through. Song Yunxian becomes impatient. After Song Yuncheng hangs up the phone, she asks curiously, "Brother, is she always busy? Why doesn't she go back home and visit father?" Song Yuncheng becomes impatient too, as he couldn't get through the phone. After being asked, he couldn't help scolding without sparing Yunchuan's feeling. She is blind by lard. She must be crazy. In fact, that sentence is usually used to scold Song Yuncheng by Song Yan. But now listening to Song Yuncheng scolding Song Yunjia so angrily, Song Yunxian couldn't help laughing. She can't agree with him too much. Song Yunjia is really infatuated with Xiao Tianzi. She has loved Xiao Tianzi since they were in college. Moreover, she is Xiao Tianzi's best partner. Not only is she the partner during the operation but in some other respects too. Thinking of this, Song Yunxian feels bored. She takes her hands away from the ornamental plant, fiercely pulls down the green leaves, and crumbs them in her fingers. Don't touch it. Don't you know the civism? It seems that Song Yunchuan's whole blood is congealed. She raises her head and fixes her eyes firmly on the woman coming in. She wears white cloth shoes. She is tall, has slender and well-proportioned legs. The white coat conceals her figure. However, her height of over 1.7 meters plus her beautiful features make her look more attractive. Song Yunxian has long black hair which reaches her waist. Wearing a pair of black-framed glasses, she has bright eyes. And her lips are as beautiful as sakura. But when she sees Song Yunxian, her younger sister, she does not feel excited at all. Instead, she frowns at her disgustedly. She walks past her as if Song Yunan were not here, then looks at Song Yuncheng. Is she the illegitimate child whom you brought from a small town? Song Yuncheng reminds her. Stop. She's your sister. Song Yunjia can't help sneering. She turns her head to glance at Song Yunan's clothes, and then looks back at Song Yuncheng. Brother, father loved Fan Kaidai just because of her pretty face. Song Yunxian is just the daughter of Starlet. You shouldn't have brought her back. It seems Song Yunjia has more experience than Song Yuning in terms of nastily talking. But Song Yunxian is not angry and doesn't want to argue with her. She just feels it's absurd and can't help smiling silently. When Song Yunjia says this, she will absolutely not expect that the soul of Gu Changge is living in Song Yunchuan's body. Gu Changge, the elder daughter of Gu family, is the girl whom she will never equal to, even she spares no effort. She just dares to say that to Song Yunxian. How dare she do that if she faces Gu Changge? Actually, that doesn't irritate Song Yunxian at all. She just looks around with her bright eyes. This hospital very soon will lose everything it owns today. Don't blame her. It's just because the hospital employs immoral people as their medical staff. Such a hospital can't cure the sickness and help the patient. Instead, it always harms people. She grips her hands and turns back. After seeing the smile on her face, Song Yunjia feels her eyelids jumps. She has a sense of foreboding. Yunjia, our father asked me to visit Miss Gu Changge. Would you take us away? Song Yunjia tries her best to overcome her aversion to Song Yunxian. She restrains herself and says without a hint of irony, "Come with me then, brother." Song Yunjia leads the way ahead. As she passes by Song Yunxian, she stops for an instant and meets her gaze. What frightens her is the extreme coldness in her sister's eyes. Those eyes are like a dark abyss which can make people tremble when seeing at a glance. Song Yunjia quickly averts her gaze, but she feels puzzled. But why does such an 18-year-old girl make her so afraid? Song Yunxian follows Song Yuncheng, feeling a bit complacent. Gu Changge. She will see Gu Changge soon. Gu Changge, her adoptive sister who makes her husband show his cruelty, always pretends to be kind. Song Yunjia stops in front of the VIP ward on the 11th floor and knocks gently at the door. Inside comes a weak, silky voice. "Come in, please. Come in, please." Song Yunchuan's eyebrows bend slightly. This sister is 5 years younger than herself. She has an oval face, big eyes, with a height of 1.65 meters, and a delicate and fragile body. She looks pure and harmless. She makes people feel her as holy and clean as a white lotus flower. She hasn't seen her for a long time. She really wants to know if she has changed the soft appearance after her heart has been replaced with Gu Changge's in her chest. Song Yunjia opens the door and lets Song Yuncheng carry things in first. When Song Yunxian arrives, Song Yunjia suddenly raises her arm, stopping her. "You don't know Changge, just wait outside." Song Yunxian looks at Song Yunjia, but there is no emotion in her eyes. Song Yunjia has no idea whether Song Yunxian wants to go in or not, so she looks at her sister and stands at the door with her rigidly. At this time, there suddenly appears a sound of footsteps from far to near in the corridor. Then there comes a pleasant and low voice of a man. "Yunjia, what are you doing?" Song Yunjia's face changes. When she hears this voice, she immediately looks at the strangers with surprise, as if she has waited for someone who has been longing for a long time. "Tianzi, you are here." Xiao Tianzi. Song Yunchuan's blood is surging in her heart. She turns her head and eyes to Xiao Tianzi. Xiao Tianzi's vision falls on Song Yunjia at first. And when he perceives the person who is stopped by Song Yunjia's hand, his vision moves onto Song Yunchuan's face. "You." He unconsciously utters a word in a low voice. The narrow eyes on his handsome face obscures the flash of surprise in his eyes. He steps over to stand in front of Song Yunxian and Song Yunjia, smiling. "Yunjia, who is this lady?" Song Yunjia glances at Song Yunxian and gives Xiao Tianzi a brief introduction. "This is my father's little daughter, who had been fostered in a small town before, and just came back a few days ago, called Song Yunxian." Xiao Tianzi nods politely to Song Yunxian, and then puts his eyes on the ward with concern. "I probably saw your eldest brother just now, did I?" Song Yunjia puts down her hand and opens the door to let Xiao Tianzi in. "My eldest brother knows Changge has been allowed to be visited these days, so he comes to see Changge, hoping she can recover soon." Xiao Tianzi smiles at Song Yunjia. "Your family are really considerate and hospitable." Song Yunjia turns on a tender expression, despite she always has a cold face. And the expression in her eyes is very gentle. When she hears Xiao Tianzi say so, she nods gently. Xiao Tianzi wants to go into the ward, calling them in by the way. "Changge can be visited for a short time. Come in." Xiao Tianzi nods gently to Yunxian. Song Yunxian looks at his cute and gentle smile that she used to know it well, but she can't respond to it in any way. The coldness in her heart boils, about to gush out from her eyes. But she strives to restrain it so that finally she does not show the bitter hatred. Of course, Song Yunjia wants to follow them in. But Song Yunxian does not move. In the room there comes Xiao Tianzi's attentive greeting to Gu Changge. "Does it still hurt today?" "It's better now. If it hurts, call me and I'll be there for you." "Really, why did you skip your work and come to see me again? Didn't you say that you should manage my sister's company and work well? You're ill, it doesn't matter." "Ah." Eventually, Song Yunxian makes a sound of laughing. She stands at the door and turns to see Song Yunjia, who stops at the door without moving a step. She finds that Song Yunjia is staring at the ward with her beautiful face covered with dark clouds of sadness and weakness. Also, how can she not be sad at this time? She has always been fond of Xiao Tianzi since she was in college, but he gave up Gu Changge for Gu Changge. She helped Xiao Tianzi get rid of Gu Changge without complaint and regret. However, Gu Changge dies and Gu Changge lives well. Seeing Song Yunjia's sad expression, Song Yunxian feels pity for her. She always stands by the side of the man she loves. No matter what he does, she always tries her best to help him, but the man does not seem to notice her standing beside him all his life. Song Yunxian steps out of the ward and sits on the chair in the corridor. She smiles quietly and silently, looking at Song Yunjia in distress and sadness. She takes out her cell phone to check it over, finding a message from Xiao Hong that Zhang Xiao has been successfully expelled. She sends back an info to Xiao Hong, asking her to instruct the staff to make statistics on Yuncheng's famous beauty agencies, and by the way to make a report, and prepare to do a special issue of Beauty for the next publication. By sending her a message, Xiao Hong promises her, and that she will do well so that she can rest assured. Song Yunxian only feels a bit assured since there are still some things need her to deal with in person. Shortly after Xiao Tianzi enters the ward, Song Yuncheng comes out with a big smile. Song Yuncheng and Song Yunjia go to the elevator together. Gu Changge is really a woman like Lin Daiyu, a character in Chinese classics, Red Mansion, who is a noble lover famous for her delicate but sickly body. She is sentimental. She has been very sad since her sister died. Well, Song Yunjia nods. She said she always dreamed of her sister recently. Maybe it's a heart problem. After all, it's her sister's organ. Song Yunxian just listens to them without interruption. After arriving downstairs, Song Yuncheng and Song Yunjia separate from each other. Before leaving, he still can't help telling her, Yunjia, Dad has been seriously ill, so you should come back when you have time. Song Yunjia nods perfunctorily. I will go back home when I am free. Song Yuncheng can't say anything else. He leads Song Yunxian to get on the bus and leave. After watching them get on the bus, Song Yunjia returns to the hospital at once. She seems to have deeper feelings for her patient than her family. After getting on the bus, Song Yunxian looks out of the window at the back of her elder sister entering the hospital and asks him in puzzlement, Brother, why does elder sister not live at home? Song Yuncheng starts the car. Your elder sister is a very reassuring person to my father. She has good grades in school as well as a pretty face, and she will not mess around. Our father found her personality quite peaceful so that he gave her the duplex building near the hospital as a birthday gift. She has been living there since she graduated from her internship. Is she married? Of course, she knows that Song Yunjia is merely waiting for Xiao Tianzi to get married to her. But she still wants to hear about Song Yuncheng's views on this matter. Song Yuncheng does not seem to have any opinion on this matter but says casually, although your elder sister is not young, she has no intention of getting married. After that, he has another interesting comment. Maybe your elder sister has a good prospect that she will be able to marry Xiao in the future. But Mr. Xiao's wife has just died. Although Gu Changge is dead, she can't believe that Xiao Tianzi will marry another wife within 3 years, making himself a fool, which is not good for him to control the family business. If he wants to marry a wife, the remnants of Gu Changge must be cleaned up before he can do so. Song Yunxian looks out of the window at the street scene with the corners of her mouth slightly upward. When she returns home in the evening, a red sports car is parked next to the fountain. It is said that Song Yuning has come back home. Song Yunxian feels tired. When she comes home, she finds her second sister Song Yuning in her father's room. And she does not wait any longer. At night, she locks the door and puts the bottle of sleeping pills in a conspicuous position. But she lies in bed only after drinking a cup of strong coffee. In the middle of the night, she is still sleepless. There is no movement outside the door. She thinks it strange that if someone really came into her room last night, maybe he would come tonight. So she waits till over 3 a.m. The cell phone next to the pillow suddenly rings, giving her a shock. She takes it over, frowning. She finds a strange number shown on the screen. After thinking about it, she quickly presses the answer button. There's a familiar voice of a man coming from the other side. It's so slow to answer the phone. You haven't slept yet. Song Yuncheng is very annoyed. Chu Machen, why do you call me in the middle of the night? After that, she suddenly realizes that there is something wrong with Chu Machen's first sentence. What is it that you haven't slept yet? Does this man know she's going to lie awake tonight? Probably because he hears her breathing a little bit faster and feels her anger. He says in an amusing tone, "Don't be angry, honey, I did go to your house last night, but I just thought you slept late and got up early, afraid of you being too tired, so I reset your alarm clock to let you sleep more. Why did you come into my room?" She suddenly becomes stern. She doesn't like anyone breaking into her private territory at all. On the other end, Chu Machen's voice becomes a little hoarse subtly. "You know you took sleeping pills before sleep last night. Even if I did something to you, you couldn't resist it."
Chu Machen.
She remembers that someone had bitten the tip of her ear and kissed her neck as well as her chest last night. She couldn't help warning him severely as if to crunch the name. "You'd better not mess around in the future. Next time if you come into my room, I'll make you pay a terrible price." Chu Machen goes silent for a moment, then laughs hoarsely. Song Yuncheng is about to hang up the phone out of her wrath. Suddenly the man's voice comes clearly. "Don't hurt yourself anymore." She frowns and does not hang up immediately. Chu Machen's voice over there becomes mellow and gentle. "What do you want? I'll give you." Song Yunchuan's heart suddenly makes a strong beat. Since entering the body of Song Yuncheng, for the first time, she really feels the heartbeat so clearly. The expression in her eyes changes slightly, and she is somewhat lost in silence that no one else can understand. Quickly, however, her fingers respond faster than her brain, snapping and cutting off the call. No one can give her what she wants, only she can get it by stealing it herself. Chu Machen sighs as he listens to the monotonous busy tone at the other end of the phone. Sitting beside him, his father looks at him sternly and kindly. "Are you sure you want to marry the little daughter of the Chu family?" Chu Machen looks at his father with a bitter smile rising on his handsome face. "Although I might marry her first before making her loves me, yet you know, Dad, I would spend a tasteless life without her as my wife." Slightly bending down his head, his father can't help smiling. "It's not easy for you to get up at such an early time in order to tell me this. I thought you'd lost your appetite for women after Gu Changge's death." With no word, Chu Machen's smile fades away. The color of his pupils grows darker. Gu Changge. He feels that Song Yuncheng is another Gu Changge. Such a similar feeling traps him up. After Fanqing magazine is classified as Song Yunchuan's personal assets, the first issue of the magazine is released smoothly. The revised magazine is named Zui Queen, which shares one common Chinese character with Song Yuning's Zui Fashion. Most people think that Song Yuning's magazines have new publications, so they buy them one after another. Sales of magazines are also rising. Its sales on the first day exceeds that of Zui Fashion, and many readers are attracted by Zui Queen due to its strategies such as creating and describing the powerful women in the workplace. The Fanqing magazine is going to hold a banquet in a Korean restaurant to celebrate the sales of its first publication. Song Yuncheng is also informed to attend it. But when she's about to leave the magazine building, she finds a red limousine parked at the door of the magazine. She has well eyesight and a good memory. It suddenly occurs to her that this is the luxury car parked beside the fountain in the front yard of the Song family when she returned home that night. She takes 2 steps forward. Meanwhile, the man inside the car is about to open the door and get off immediately. But only the sound of the door opening is heard, and the person inside does not come out. She has guessed that it should belong to Song Yuning, who wants to drive away at the sight of her. She anticipates the bad thing to happen so that she busily rings Song Yuning up. After Song Yuning picks up the phone, the first sentence Song Yuncheng says is not a greeting to her sister, but a serious warning. "Sister, what's the hurry for? Do you want me to reveal your secret?" Song Yuning stops the car without saying a word. Song Yuncheng walks forward with steely eyes, opens the passenger's door of her luxury car and bends down to sit in. When her staff passes by, she deliberately lowers the window and says hello to her colleagues. Say to my colleagues that I'll be absent tonight because I'm going to have dinner with my sister. The magazine staff are surprised to see that the driver is Song Yuning. Some even begin to discuss. Miss Song's sister is actually the second daughter of Song family. Then Miss Song, the little daughter of Song family. Everyone feels that they have discovered a big secret, but Song Yuning, who is driving, winds up the window in a vexed manner, then backs up, accelerates through the gate of Fanqing magazine. While driving in high speed, Song Yuning says in a quite sarcastic tone, "Yuncheng, I can't imagine you dare to set up your own magazine company by purchasing." Song Yuncheng objects her. "Sister, the Song is a big family of businessmen. As the daughter of the Song family, I do my own business, which is a very common thing that nobody should be surprised, isn't it?" Song Yuning sneers. "But you know, Dad doesn't want you to do business. That's why I let my sister stop the car," says Song Yuncheng, looking sideways at Song Yuning, with a smile but in a cold voice. "Lest my sister tells father on me." Song Yuning's mind has been seen through so that she no longer conceals it. She simply takes off the sunglasses on her face and throws them aside. She asks furiously, "I had come to meet the head of the magazine on purpose. Since you are the man in charge, I'll just say that my magazine is called ZUI Fashion, while you also name your magazine as ZUI Queen, which is obviously misleading the audience to purchase your product, using our company's influence to improve your sales." Song Yuncheng does not deny. "Sister, this is just a marketing strategy which is legal. But you..." Song Yuncheng interrupts her in a cool voice, persuading her strongly. "Sister, instead of discussing the company's performance with me, the most important thing for you now is to keep healthy, and then give birth to the eldest son of Shui family safely. Otherwise, you will become a failure in marriage even if you turn the magazine office into a hegemony business of Yuncheng." After that, she can't help laughing. "I don't think Shui Tao is an honest man. You can't satisfy him because of your pregnancy now. But remember to keep a close eye on him. Don't get deceived by the apple of Sodom." She means something else. Everyone knows that Shui Tao is a playboy who often hooks up with beautiful women in Yuncheng. Before marriage, Shui Tao is surrounded by countless beautiful women. After getting married, it's still possible of his promiscuous behavior. Song Yuning has been hinted in such a way that her face turns pale in an instant. But her tone is still hard. "Don't talk about Shui Tao like that. He is not that kind of person." Song Yuncheng looks ahead leisurely and says, "You know whether he is such a person or not." Song Yuning has no intention of telling a complaint against her anymore. She pulls over suddenly, turns her head and then asks her out fiercely, "Get off. Sister, don't talk much." When she gets off, she reminds Song Yuning faintly. Song Yuning is upset. "I'm too lazy to take care of your shit." Song Yuncheng nods, closes the door and watches Song Yuning's sports car running farther and farther on the highway. "Although you look down on my business now, however," her eyes suddenly flashes. "A single spark can start a prairie fire." Her voice is faint, but she has a kind of courage and domineering power that can't be ignored. When she looks at her watch, she finds that she can still catch up with the time to attend the magazine's celebration banquet. But when she turns around, she notices a beauty salon on her opposite. Suddenly an idea strikes her. Then she takes out her cell phone to call Xiao Shui. "Xiao Shui, are you there?" Xiao Shui's voice comes from the microphone. "Well, I didn't go to the banquet." She wonders. "You didn't go to the banquet?" "Well," she says in a slight embarrassment, "I think I should take the initiative to say hello to Xiao Tianzi. He's not off work yet." Song Yuncheng is stunned for a moment, but very quickly, from the depths of her eyes emerges a hint of appreciation. "You haven't eaten yet, right? I'll buy dinner and share it with you." "Thank you, Miss Song." "You're welcome. Just call me Yuncheng." "Well." Xiao Shui's voice is a little hesitant and a little worried. Song Yuncheng soon buys fast food from a snack bar. Although she does not know whether Xiao Shui has planned as she thought, Xiao Shui's initiative to approach Xiao Tianzi is a good start. When she returns to the company, Xiao Shui is waiting for her at the door. At the sight of the bento in her hands, she quickly comes to her, carrying it for Song Yuncheng. They chat all the way back to the office where they look through the window at the door of Gu's office building. Song Yunxian listens to Xiao Shue's explanation while eating the bento. I have observed that Xiao Tianzi leaves work at 5:30 p.m. every day, and sometimes works half an hour overtime. Before he leaves work, a black private car will be parked in front of the gate which drives him home later. Song Yunxian looks at her watch. It's 5:50 p.m. now. Let's go down, Miss Song. Song Yunxian raises her eyebrows. What did you call me just now? Well, Yunxian, we should go down. Xiao Shui can't even. Only when Song Yunxian gets a satisfactory answer does she come downstairs with Xiao Shui easily. As soon as they come downstairs, they find a black Rolls-Royce slowly stop at the gate of Gu's office building. Looking at each other, they don't even bother to guess. It is Xiao Tianzi's private car. Song Yunxian can already see the shape of the car and several numbers on license plates. After her death, Xiao Tianzi seems to be afraid that the car she had used would be unlucky, so he has replaced the car and even the license plate with new ones. She goes out with Xiao Shui talking about trivial things. After perceiving the license plate number of the car, she stops talking and keeps silent. Feeling very strange, Xiao Shui asks her, Yunxian, what's wrong? Song Yunxian shakes her head. Looking at Gu's private car license plate number in front of his office building, she smiles. This license plate number is my sister's birthday. Yes, it's Gu Changge's birthday. 521. Its homophone in Mandarin is Wa Ai, which means I love you. I love you. What a birthday, that is so easy to remember because of the implied meaning of its number. Xiao Tianzi changes the license plate number of his private car to Gu Changge's birthday, showing his love every day. It's really a precious love. She pouts her lips and smiles. She looks happy but full of coldness. Xiao Shui does not make any further question, nor does she know that Song Yunxian has no sister at all. Just after seeing Xiao Tianzi's figure in distance, she bows her head and says, He's here. As soon as her sentence is finished, she hears a cry of pain from Xiao Shui. Song Yunxian crouches to hold her arm. Are you okay? Xiao Shui gives her surreptitious wink. Song Yunxian understands it and quickly touches her ankle. She asks anxiously, Is your ankle hurt? I'll take you to the hospital. No, it's all right. Xiao Shui tries hard to get up from the ground with Song Yunxian's help several times but fails. When Song Yunxian finds it is difficult to pull Xiao Shui up, she simply turns around and half squats down. Come up, I'll carry you. Then a familiar footstep comes hurriedly towards them. Soon a man reaches out to pull Xiao Shui up from the ground, then hugs her horizontally. Both Song Yunxian and Xiao Shui are stunned. It is Xiao Tianzi who holds her up. There is no anxious expression on Xiao Tianzi's face. Instead, he strides forward with her in his arms. Being shocked, she immediately shouts angrily, You let me go. Put me down. Xiao Tianzi frowns at Xiao Shui's struggle. He has to look back at Song Yunxian, who is standing in the same place. He speaks in a warm voice. Miss Yunxian, can you accompany my sister to the hospital? Song Yunxian doesn't say anything, but she actually wants it. Why not? What she's waiting for is exactly this moment when the two parallel lines are finally joined by external forces. And that's just the beginning of her massive revenge plan. She nods and walks towards him in a gentle and clever way. It's as easy as running to him for the first time on campus many years ago. But this time, it is doomed not to be a happy and beautiful result. This time, Gu Changge will not bring Xiao Tianzi into a marriage, making him a highly praised model husband in Yuncheng upper-class society. This time, Gu Changge will personally send Xiao Tianzi to his grave. Let him lose his reputation forever. She strides forward as if she has the ability to shake the earth. With him, she sits in a private car that is supposed to belong to her. Having a glance at the agitation in Xiao Tianzi's eyes, she smiles quietly. Revenge begins. Song Yunxian has no time to look at the street scene out of the window, just staring at Xiao Tianzi. Xiao Tianzi constantly turns his head to look at Xiao Shui anxiously. Xiao Shui seems to have a real ankle sprain, frowning hard. She has white translucent skin, but now her long thin eyebrows are wrinkled, which makes her look weak and pitiful. Song Yunxian comforts Xiao Shui. We will get to the hospital right away. Then she turns her head to Xiao Tianzi, who is looking at Xiao Shui. Thank you very much, sir. Xiao Tianzi answers, not at all. Mind your own business. Xiao Shui suddenly interrupts Xiao Tianzi with a loud voice, and her expression shows some detestation to him. Song Yunxian is shocked and then tells her, Xiao Shui, don't say that. This gentleman helped us. I don't need his help. If it weren't for him, how could I be in such a situation today? Yunxian, you don't know, he is an anima. Xiao Shui. Suddenly Xiao Tianzi utters a cry. That makes Xiao Shui, with tears in her eyes, stops to accuse Xiao Tianzi of crimes. Xiao Shui glares at him sadly. Why should you shout at me now? Xiao Tianzi becomes tongue-tied but soon responds, Xiao Shui, what you knew before is unilateral. The truth is not like that. A tint of darkness flashes across his eyes behind the metal-rimmed glasses. So tell me the truth. Xiao Shui asks. Xiao Tianzi knits his brows and looks at Song Yunxian, who feels confused. He says, I'll explain it to you afterward. Now we must go to the hospital first. I don't need you to send me. Xiao Shui really hates Xiao Tianzi. She reaches to the door. Stop. I want to get off now. Xiao Tianzi, suddenly becoming panicky, is about to reach out to grab her. Song Yunxian hugs Xiao Shui from behind. Calm down, Xiao Shui. Hearing that, Xiao Shui feels her frozen there. Song Yunxian looks back at Xiao Tianzi and apologies. Sorry sir, my friend is a little emotional. Don't worry, I'll comfort her. Xiao Tianzi also feels embarrassed as Xiao Shui feels disgust for him. He nods at Song Yunxian and turns back. At this point, Xiao Shui stares at Song Yunxian with tears. Song Yunxian shakes her head slightly, indicating it is enough to do so. However, it seems that Xiao Shui is thinking of something. She hangs her head with tears starting to drop. Song Yunxian pats her back and gently comforts her. Don't cry, Xiao Shui, calm down, okay? Perhaps Xiao Shui really can't control herself. She starts to choke and cries bitterly. Finally, she throws herself into Song Yunxian's arms. Song Yunxian looks at the distance. Nobody knows her sentimental condition. Her feelings are hidden at somewhere deep in her heart, which makes people confused, and which also will never be seen through. Xiao Tianzi watches this beautiful young girl comforting Xiao Shui, and suddenly feels that she is merciful and graceful. But she's still too tough to be approached. Song Yunxian's voice is soft and gentle. Don't cry, Xiao Shui. Why are you crying? We can't cry before we take revenge on him. How could you weep when the man who killed your families hasn't been punished yet? Gu Changge hates tears because it is a sign of cowardice and incompetence. She always believes that strong will is more useful than tears. With her strong will supporting her whole life, she can stage a comeback and shatter the disguise and future of these heartless people. When they get to the hospital, Xiao Shui refuses Xiao Tianzi's company. Accompanied by Song Yunxian, Xiao Shui goes to a doctor. Suddenly, Xiao Tianzi reaches out to grab Song Yunxian's arm. He looks anxious and worried. Miss Song, please take good care of my sister. She is your sister. Xiao Shui's identity finally gets recognized by Xiao Tianzi himself. Song Yunxian feels a little bit of upset. Xiao Tianzi will never know that his sister is going to ruin him. Otherwise, Xiao Tianzi shouldn't be so anxious. He would tell his trusted followers, never let Xiao Shui exist in this city. Thinking of this, Song Yunxian shows a happy smile. She's my friend. I will take good care of her. Xiao Tianzi nods at her. Xiao Shui enters the consulting room with the help of Song Yunxian. The doctor lifts Xiao Shui's ankle, observes it, and touches it again and again. Then, with one hand holding the thick black-framed glasses, he says with a serious tone, Miss, it seems that your ankle is not sprained. A stack of banknotes of the large denomination is put on the table in front of the doctor. At the same time, Song Yunxian says firmly and coldly, It's a sprain. The doctor is astonished to see the stack of bills. With the thick black-framed glasses sliding down, he seems to be in a trance. When Xiao Shui notices the doctor's eyes are greedily staring at the bills in Song Yunxian's hands, she grits her teeth with hatred. This is so-called medical ethics. Song Yunxian succeeds in bribing the doctor, who treats Xiao Shue's ankle and wraps it with bandage to go through the motion. Then he issues a diagnostic certificate and prescribes Xiao Shui. Song Yunxian takes a look at the doctor when she leaves. The doctor is somewhat startled, and he firmly believes that although this girl looks young, she is complicated. He stuffs the money into his pocket, determines that in no case will he reveal the fact that the girl named Xiao Shui has not sprained her wrist at all. Xiao Shui doesn't look well. Even after leaving the consulting room, her face is somewhat pale. Xiao Tianze is waiting for them in front of the hospital, beside which there are private cars of Gu family. The passerby who knows Xiao Tianze well stops to talk to him. As Xiao Tianze sees Song Yunxian coming out with Xiao Shui, he hurries forward to ask, "What's wrong with your ankle? Is it serious?" Xiao Shui endures the pain and goes forward with a cold voice. "It's none of your business." Xiao Tianze is stunned and his face freezes. Song Yunxian comforts him. "Sir, it is not serious. I have helped her take the medicine, relax." After saying that, she intends to chase Xiao Shui. Xiao Tianze abruptly says to her, "Wait a minute, please." Song Yunxian stops and turns back to him. Xiao Tianze comes forward and hastily pulls a golden business card from the inside pocket of his suit jacket. "This is my business card. If there is any problem with Xiao Shui's injury, please tell me." "Well." Song Yunxian nods at him, and then looks at the name on the business card, showing a slightly surprised expression. "Are you the chairman of Gu's company?" "Yes." Xiao Tianze nods. "You can come to me anytime. Just tell my secretary your name." "Do you know my name, Mr. Xiao?" "Yes, you are Yunjia's sister." Song Yunxian puts a brilliant smile on her face, but in her heart, she is sighing that he has such a good memory, but without a pair of wise eyes which can make him see through people's minds. "Okay, I'm going to find Xiao Shui. Be careful." Song Yunxian turns around and hurries to chase Xiao Shui. She clenches that card, trying to regard it as someone, and then crushes it. Xiao Tianze watches Song Yunxian going away. Suddenly, a tall woman comes to him at a brisk pace. She wears the doctor's overall and delicate makeup. She notices Xiao Tianze is looking into the distance. She could not help looking along his line of sight. "Who are you looking at?" As soon as she finds that two distant figures, her heart beats wildly and she can't help exclaiming in a low voice, "Song Yunxian." Her voice brings Xiao Tianze to earth. He asks, "Why are you here?" "Well," her face blushes, "I heard it from Director Zhang that he saw you at the door, so I come to find you." "Why are you here? Are you hurt?" Xiao Tianze shakes his head. "No, I'm fine." Song Yunjia is a little reassured. "So, who is hurt? What are you doing here?" Song Yunjia recalls Xiao Tianze's expression in the eyes toward Song Yunxian just now. He never pays more attention to unimportant women, but he just now stared at her sister for so long. Xiao Tianze smiles. "It's Xiao Shui. I sent her to the hospital to see the doctor." Song Yunjia says, "Who is Xiao Shui?" The smile on his face gradually disappears. He answers, "She's my sister." Before Song Yunjia recovers from the surprise that Xiao Tianze has a sister, Xiao Tianze turns to the hospital and says, "Since I'm here, I'm going to visit Changge by the way." Song Yunjia's expression suddenly becomes bleak. Changge. What? He must come to visit Changge especially. All he has in mind is Gu Changge. His eyes can only see Gu Changge. Song Yunjia stands in front of the hospital. The wind blows, making her feel a little cold. She raises her hand to turn up her coat collar, then goes back into the hospital. Song Yunxian hails a taxi to send Xiao Shui home. Xiao Shui is absent-minded all the way. It seems Song Yunxian knows what she is thinking. She says with a calm voice, "Money can make people crazy." This sentence has started to be popularized long ago. Xiao Shui nods. "I know. That's why her parents were killed. Now she has to accept the truth. Only with the help of Song Yunxian can she revenge her parents and make them rest in peace." Song Yunxian goes back home directly after sending Xiao Shui away. In the afternoon, Song Yuncheng will go home to accompany his father if he's not busy. In order to prevent Song Yuncheng from knowing her plan, she has to stay in her room as much as possible when Song Yuncheng stays at home. When she steps into the door, she sees a black private car in the parking area. A luxury car of a famous brand. She has no interest in that car and just goes towards the room to have a rest. The servant takes her coat over. With a smile, she reminds Song Yunxian, who is going upstairs. Miss Child Chu has come. Song Yunxian frowns. Why does he come here? The servant also frowns, tries her best to recall. It seems he comes for a showdown. Hearing this, Song Yunxian feels her heart starts to beat vigorously. She looks gloomy, and then immediately goes towards Song Yan's room on the second floor. Song Yunxian has a very nasty feeling in her heart about Chu Machen's arrival. Chu Machen comes for a showdown. If the old man knew that Xue Tao was knocked unconscious by her with a bottle of wine, he would definitely treat her as a harm to the Song family and clean her up. No, absolutely not. She is Gu Changge. She will never allow her revenge plan to be destroyed like this. With a bang, she pushes the door open. Some of the loud noises echo abruptly in the old man's room. Song Yan and Chu Machen, who are chatting very happily in the room, turn their heads to the door at the same time. Song Yunxian stands at the doorway, glaring at Chu Machen with her steely eyes. Chu Machen's eyes meet that of hers, and he notices the obvious hostility in her eyes. He shakes his head slightly with a sense of being amused. You're back. Song Yunxian ignores him but goes straight into the room. In order to calm down, she closes the door as gently as possible, and then walks towards her father, Song Yan. Yunxian, why don't you talk to Machen? Song Yan blames her in a way that hides his great dislike towards her. He can tell that Chu Machen is really interested in his little daughter. If he shows any disgust with her in front of Chu Machen, Chu family will have a bad impression on the Song family after they get related by marriage. Because of this, Song Yan's attitude towards Song Yunxian is much kinder than usual. Hearing her father's voice, Song Yunxian is shocked slightly. Soon after, she understands what her father is thinking. Previously, she had been hustling in Yuncheng's commercial circle for so many years, so she is already very familiar with the games in the big families. Song Yan changes his attitude today. She can easily guess that it is because of Chu Machen. Because of this, she turns her head, looking at Chu Machen intentionally. Chu Machen has a handsome face, muscular shoulders, and a straight back. When he notices Song Yunxian is looking at him, he gently lifts up his lips and smiles in a harmonious and charming way. Men in their 30s or so, who come from a well-known family, having all the three factors that girls can't resist, are really attractive and excellent. However, this is not what Song Yunxian after. Her father is sitting in a wheelchair with a soft blanket on his legs. She wraps her skirt up gently and then kneels down in front of his wheelchair, not with a humble attitude, but with the filial one. Dad, you look much better today. The opening remarks are very dull, but she thinks that Song Yan should like her lines very much, which can show his children's filial piety to him as well as their tenderness and delicacy. In this way, Chu Machen will like it when he sees it. In a deeper sense, the Chu family will prefer it while they're watching it. Song Yan nods and smiles kindly. Yunxian, Dad is much better today. Why did you suddenly come in without knocking the door? As soon as she is about to speak, Chu Machen says in a mellow voice, I'm afraid that Yunxian knew I was here, so she forgot to knock at the door. This answer pleases Song Yan a lot. Machen, you know her personality better than I do. I am still kept in the dark by her. Song Yan's laughter does show great love for her daughter, but what he said surprised Song Yunxian. Dad, what do you mean? Song Yan shakes his head. He is angry at his daughter's deliberate deception. Yunxian, since the die is cast, why don't you tell Dad? Dad won't blame you. She frowns, wondering why her father is so happy. Dad, what do you mean by saying that? Song Yan frowns and looks seriously at Chu Machen. Machen has told me that the time you met each other was the night you went to Xue Tao. In this way, Song Yunxuan's face turns pale. She leans back in some surprise. Chu Machen immediately supports her from the behind, softly says, The floor is cold, get up to continue our conversation. Chu Machen's movements are very gentle, but Song Yunchuan's face seems to be swept over by the cold winter wind, in a pale color. The meaning of Song Yan's sentence is not difficult to understand. Obviously, he's already known what happened that night. Chu Machen has told him everything. Chu Machen supports Song Yunxian, whose eyes are instantly filled with a layer of haze and anger as if someone stabs her on her back. She raises her hand to cover that of his. With the resentment in her heart is almost transformed into the force applied to her nails, she pinches his big hand so hard that Chu Machen's hands are bleeding. However, even though she tries so hard, Chu Machen still keeps a decent smile. Even when her fingernails pinch into his skin, he does not frown. Song Yan can't help but nod satisfactorily when he finds that Chu Machen's gesture of lifting her up is very tender and gentle. Chu Machen perceives Song Yunchuan's pale face. As he holds her, he says to Song Yan, "I don't think Yunxian is very comfortable, so I'd better send her to the room to rest first." "Well, that's all right." Song Yan nods, looking at Song Yunchuan's pale face. He finds that drooped long black eyelashes are trembling slightly as if she is frightened, covering the expression in her eyes. He assures her by saying, "Yunxian, Machen is a responsible man. Therefore you need not to be worried. He has made a proposal to you." Hearing that, Song Yunchuan's body shivers violently, and she looks up at Chu Machen suspiciously. Chu Machen notices that her pale little face does not have a trace of pleasure, instead there are a pure shock and a slight frown. Since Song Yan is here, he has to pat her on the back and comfort her gently. "Well, I'll tell you this alone. First, I'll send you back to your room for a rest." Song Yunxian does not resist. She is led to her barn like a sheep following Chu Machen. Song Yan sees the two people go out. The loving smile on his face fades gradually, and the expression in his eyes begins to become relaxed and tired. The boy of the Chu family, as a matter of fact, is in love with the daughter of Kai Dai. The impression of Song Yunchuan's mother has faded in his mind, but he can still vaguely remember the beautiful appearance of the little star when she first appeared 18 years ago. One daughter of the Song family marries to the Chu family, which also can be called climbing the high branch. The daughter of Fan Kai Dai is somewhat useful. When Song Yunxian is sent to the room by Chu Machen, she is quiet and gentle, which is so rare. Seeing her in such a pitiful appearance, Chu Machen can't help hugging her from behind and kissing her earlobe gently after he closes the door. With such a kiss imprinted on the earlobe, Song Yunxian immediately pulls back her mind. She turns around and raises her hand so as to give Chu Machen a big slap in the face. Unfortunately, at the moment when her hand has just been raised, Chu Machen grabs her wrist with his powerful hand, then pushes her, pressing her whole body against the wall. "You let go of me. Damn it. Ah." No matter how she struggles, Chu Machen grasps her hands and raises them over her head. He attaches his thin lips to her face and her skin, giving her burning kisses. Her skin is as delicate as porcelain, with the fragrance of a girl. However, Song Yunxian refuses to respond as the same as other women who are eager to be kissed by him. She avoids his kiss, gritting her teeth tightly and refusing to let his kiss invade her mouth. When Chu Machen holds her earlobe, Song Yunxian can't help uttering a painful groan. That is how it felt that night. In her sleep, Chu Machen kissed her earlobe like this. With a little fierce hatred, he gives her hot and sexy kisses as if to swallow her into his belly. She had never been treated so cruelly. She turns her head, wanting to speak something. Chu Machen suddenly says hoarsely, "Are you going to marry me? You're crazy." Song Yunchuan's voice trembles slightly. She really feels that Chu Machen is mad. According to the routines of the Chu family, the girls whom Chu family proclaimed to marry are all from powerful prominent families in Yuncheng. And Song Yunxian is just a bastard of the Song family. How could Chu Machen be so mad? Is it really because he likes Song Yunchuan's face? As if to understand her inner thoughts, Chu Machen no longer kisses her. He slightly stays away from her with his eyes as tranquil and mystique as a lake, looking at her eyes. "I want to marry you not because of your face." "Chu Machen," she gasps, even with some compromise that would not easily appear. "I know I can't change your mind now. If you want to hold me, I won't refuse. But you can't marry me anyway. I want to marry you. He has a determined voice. Song Yuncheng looks at him unbelievably, as if she can't understand why he made such a funny decision. Don't you like my body? Of course. Gu Changge does not deny it. Song Yuncheng takes a breath, trying to calm herself down. Then she undresses her clothes, saying, I'll give it to you. Gu Changge pinches her tiny chin with his fingers to force her to look into his eyes. Song Yuncheng, you are not a woman soliciting on the street. Before you sell your body, think it over. Song Yuncheng's eyes are so hollow as if it isn't him reflected in her pupils, even though she looks straight at him in the eyes. Her voice is gentle but with a trace of chilly feeling. You can rest assured that since you take my virginity, my body belongs to you only. No man other than you can touch me. Yeah, since it was given to this man for the first time. If later this man would not disturb her, hindering her revenge, it is okay to give him a few more hugs? It's just a flirting game in which there is no true love. There will always be sacrifices on the way forward. It's just worthwhile or not to be sacrificed. And Gu Changge, even if he gets her body today for free, maybe he still has to pay for it later. Her eyes narrow and a cold light wanders by. Gu Changge quickly catches the cold light in her eyes, gritting his teeth with hatred. Song Yuncheng, you are not a woman at all. Song Yuncheng feels funny. Who am I then? Devil. He separates his thin lips and vomits out the words with great force. After a moment of hesitation, Song Yuncheng can't help laughing. You're right, Gu Changge. Gu Changge hates her so much that he picks her up, goes to the bedside and throws her heavily on the bed. Without waiting for her to resist, he leans over and presses his thin lips over her neck, which is tightened because she looks up. I will make you a real woman. A tender and happy woman who will only teach her son and act as a servant of his husband, and who will not get colluded in meticulously calculating others. Gu Changge's actions become unconsciously rough. Shackled by him, Song Yuncheng can't help biting his lower lip because her fine porcelain-like skin is rubbed by his fingers. However, a burning kiss from Gu Changge falls on her sleek and sensitive shoulder, and a tender bite from his fine teeth makes her cry out. She is particularly sensitive to pain. The shoulder is bitten slightly though. The skin turns red when Gu Changge stands up and looks at it again. There is a fiery desire in Gu Changge's eyes as he observes her half-naked body, as well as her straggly hairs. Song Yuncheng wants to curl her body up. But Gu Changge puts his lips on her neck again, says, Is it painful? Let me go. She inhales. She is like a fish out of water when she is kissed by him. She suppresses the tears in her eyes, demanding stubbornly, Let go. Do you want me to be gentle? You let go of me. She shouts out loud in a hoarse and exhausted voice. Let me go. She tries to pull her hands out of his and twist her body off his control. Looking at her frenzied and resisting appearance, Gu Changge finds that her eyes are red, which is scarce, sparkling with tears. It makes people feel that she is as pitiful as a torn flower branch after the rain. Yuncheng. Let me go. She is red-eyed, just blindly repeating this sentence. Gu Changge feels reluctant to continue. After all, she is only 18 years old, an innocent girl. There is no need to conquer her by such a crude and brutal means. However, as long as the pitiful tears in her eyes dissipate, she will become an iron lady who is too cool to get approached, as if she has no personal desires. His fingers loosen slowly. Song Yuncheng gets up from bed, with her coat being torn open, and her underwear buttons are about to be unfastened. She quickly wraps her clothes around her shoulders, trying to jump out of bed and leave the room without even setting up her loose hair. Just as she gets out of bed, a golden card suddenly falls from her pocket. She looks down unconsciously and stoops to pick it up, but he picks up the golden card with his long, bony fingers before she does. In a moment she hesitates, and then looks up at the person who picked up the card. What she meets are Gu Changge's frightening eyes that are full of anger. For a moment she feels that the man wants to pinch her neck to death. So, for the first time since her rebirth, she has the idea of running away. She involuntarily takes a step backward. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Gu Changge reads the words on the card clearly. After that, he does not come close to her with the overwhelming pressure, but says coldly, "Where do you get Xiao Tian's business card?" She stops stubbornly and arrogantly. "I don't need to explain it for you. Come over and I'll give you my business card." He looks at the card, and a smile hangs on the corners of his lips. It is a faint smile as if he wants to try his best to be gentle, but there is always a wild animal's bloodthirsty desire brewing in his eyes. Song Yuncheng neither wants to go back nor escape from this situation. Slowly, she stretches out her hand and raises it inch by inch. The slender fingers, as white as the scallions, carries the soft and graceful femininity of a woman. But the owner of the hand is determined to spoil the natural beauty of her body. When she reaches out to ask for this business card, the flames in Gu Changge's heart burst out. As soon as he throws the card and grasps her hand, she is dragged into his arms. His voice is as gloomy as the dark clouds, rumbling near her ears. "Anyway, are you going to spare no effort to seduce Xiao Tianze?" Song Yunchuan's heart suddenly contracts and her pupils shake violently. Then slowly she answers, "Yes." This answer seems to be the blasting fuse, which directly grinds the remaining tenderness of Gu Changge's heart into ashes. Gu Changge uses his powerful arms to pick her up, and she struggles hard to escape from him. However, this man at this time tears apart all his courteous disguise, making the silent implementation of the most advantageous action. She refuses to approach the bed, so he just presses her against the wall. Holding her waist with no mercy, he penetrates straight into her world. She feels dizzy as if the ceiling is spinning, crying hoarsely and desperately to ask the man to let her go. But what rings in the ear is the opposite, the more and more distinct heavy gasp. Hoarse and crazy. The air is full of a man's utterly crazy roar of hoarseness. Song Yuncheng can't stand the pain, and finally she goes unconscious. Just before she faints, she remembers that there are warm lips stuck on her eyebrows. And he mutters hoarsely, "You drives me crazy. Changge." Gu Changge. When she was still Gu Changge, she had never thoroughly understood what kind of man Gu Changge is. Even she could not imagine that he would have such a frightening side. Just because he's a man who is diametrically different from Xiao Tianze. Again she suffers from her nightmare. Confused, twisting her body, she tries to cover her heart with both hands. She feels her heart is cut by someone with a knife, leaving a big hole into which the cold wind blows. She cries and screams sadly, "No, no, no." Next to her someone holds her hand. She feels her face is touched by a warm palm. He urgently calls out to her, "Yuncheng, Yuncheng? Changge? Changge." When the two names overlap, she has no idea who is calling her Gu Changge Song or Song Yuncheng. She just tries to see the eyes of a man with a bloody face and a knife in his hand. "No. No, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Yuncheng." Abruptly there is a sharp shout. She opens her eyes out of a sudden. With a pair of eyes that are like reborn after death, she stares at the man whose shoulders are naked in front of her. The man breathes a sigh of relief after he notices that she wakes up. He touches her cheek with his fingers, soothing her as gently as he can. "Have a nightmare? Don't be afraid, I'm with you." Bang! Without any warning, she quickly gets up and slaps the man in the face. She just hit the man who was at ease because he had just woken her up from the nightmare. Gu Changge is startled, feeling hot pain on his face. This is not the first time that Song Yuncheng hits him. Song Yuncheng calms her breathing disorder caused by nightmares. She lifts up the sheets, picks up the clothes on the ground and begins to wear them on. Like a stranger, she says, "You have got what you want, now go, I don't want to see you. You shouted so loudly last night that your family already knew what had happened." Song Yuncheng grits her teeth tightly, and her eyelashes droop down. She is stunned for a moment and does not know how to answer. It's just a sense of shame from her head to her toes. Gu Changge does not want to get dressed up and leave, it seems. He says, "Even if the sound of your crying came out, no one came to knock on the door to stop me. No one can stop animals. They don't care about you at all." He reaches the point, exposing Song Yunchuan's weakness. She turns her head with an angry expression. The sharp light in her eyes almost eats Gu Changge alive. Gu Changge breathes in with his thick black hair hung disorderly on his forehead, and his eyes are covered by several strands of hair. Looking at her, he says, "If you marry me, I will take care of you. Don't talk anymore. If you don't go now, I'll call the cops, and they will arrest you for rape." Gu Changge can't help but chuckle. "Unless you want to destroy yourself." Yes, her only value now is to marry Gu Changge. If she loses her value, the Song family will abandon her without hesitation. Song Yunxian is caught out, standing in place for a while and unable to move. Gu Changge has been playing against her since their childhood. Finally, he wins. He gets out of the bed. His body is strong, slender, and sexy. Yet, in the eyes of Song Yunxian, it is of no attractive. Gu Changge pulls her clothes over her shoulders and pulls her back to the bed. She sits down on the bed, and he crouches down to look up at her. "Yunxian, I know you are not an ordinary woman. Of course she is a special woman. She had lived an honorable life, but ended up with a broken leg and a pierced heart. How could she be willing to be ordinary again? But Yunxian, you can't accomplish your ultimate goal by your own strength." Song Yunxian can't help laughing and looking at him with disdain. "Do I need to depend on you? You want the whole Song family, don't you?" Song Yunchuan's smile on her face is gradually restrained. She knows that if the man can see through her, he's going to stop her. "I won't stand in your way." Song Yunxian says. "What do you want? Don't destroy yourself." Gu Changge puts on a serious expression in his eyes. Looking at his face, Song Yunxian recalls that when she was 18 years old, she was smiling under the attention of the media, holding the property division agreement signed by her father. At that time, Gu Changge, who came to her birthday party, looked at her with a somber look and said nothing. She was so happy. But at the end of the event, when he brushed past her, he left her several simple words: "Do not destroy yourself." However, she was eventually ruined. She got destroyed by his husband, the man who covets the colossal fortune of her family. No one had helped her or stopped her falling. Now that she doesn't believe in men, how can she destroy herself? She can't figure it out or understand it. However, Gu Changge holds up her hand and kisses her ring finger gently. "This time I will stop you." Song Yunxian can't help staring at the man who looks up at her. For a moment, she forgets to retreat her hand from him.
Gu Changge.
He says that he will stop her. How does he stop her? Her hatred drives her to rush forward even if she would be crushed to pieces. Her desire for revenge is too strong to be terminated. She is like a flying moth darting into the fire. Unless someone breaks her wings. Perhaps, her wings have long gone because she has become an invincible devil. Song Yunxian does not come out of the room until the next afternoon. But when she comes out to eat, the servants at home show her more respect. Song Yuning deliberately waits on the sofa in the living room after she comes back to her parents' home. When talking to his eldest brother, Song Yuncheng, she finds Song Yunxian go to the dining room. So, she gets up in a haste and follows her with a sarcastic face. Song Yuncheng wants to stop Song Yuning from passing by, but in vain. Song Yunxian goes to the kitchen. A servant takes her lunch out of the refrigerator and puts it in the microwave oven to warm it up. With no makeup on her face, Song Yunxian sits at the dining table, reading the newspaper. Before she finishes the headlines, Song Yuning pulls a chair out and sits on her opposite. In a delicate voice, she mocks, "Yunxian, how can you still read the newspaper at this time?" Song Yunxian raises her head and glances at her. "Sister, I'm different from you. For my part, there's not much to worry about." Song Yuning grins and says, "Yes, you seem to be going to marry Chu's family. That kind of grand family is loftier than the Song family. What are you worrying about?" After that, she annoyedly sighs. "I can't compare with you, but..." Her eyes turn around and she smiles. "Shuetao also can't compare with Child Chu. Look at your swollen eyes. Did you cry hard last night?" What she said really irritates Song Yunxian, who closes the newspaper, staring at Song Yuning in the eyes. Sister, if you have time, you'd better spend it on thinking about how to live in the future instead of gossiping here. Besides, you are pregnant. You should make good use of your energy to do some antenatal care instead of mocking me up, so that your child won't become a playboy who cheats his wife in the future. Her remarks imply Song Yuning's husband Xue Tao. Song Yuning's expression alters. She slaps the table. Yuncheng, don't always talk to me in terms of Xue Tao. During my pregnancy, I'll endure his cheating behaviors. But you lose your virginity before your marriage. Later. Song Yuncheng rushes over here. He knows that his sister Yuning will speak some nasty words. In a hurry, he wants to cover his sister's mouth. Unfortunately, Song Yunxian stands up and pours the whole cup of milk on Song Yuning's face before she finishes saying the whole sentence. Milk is spilled on her face. The second half of Song Yuning's sentence is choked in her throat. She is on the verge of hysteria. But Song Yuncheng covers Song Yuning's mouth, preventing her from talking nastily. Keep calm. Yunxian is your sister. Do not to talk dirty about her. Song Yunxian darts a look at Song Yuncheng and her face is cold. Big brother, my sister is not good at speaking. Is it inappropriate for me to do so? Song Yuncheng nods hurriedly. No, it's okay. Your sister does speak mean words. Enjoy your lunch. I'll go with your older sister first. Song Yuncheng drags Song Yuning away forcibly. After seeing the two people leave, Song Yunxian sits down on the chair, with her fingers trembling slightly. She had not been caught out on this kind of issue in her previous life, even when she was Gu Changge. But now it is because of Chu Machin that she becomes a joke. Noticing that Song Yunxian is in a bad mood, the servant puts the tray for lunch in front of her, and then places its contents in front of her as well, says, "Have a good meal." Then he leaves knowingly. Song Yuning is dragged out by Song Yuncheng, and her eyes are red with hatred and jealousy. After Song Yuncheng is sure that he has reached a place where his words won't be heard by Song Yunxian if he speaks, he loosens his hand. Song Yuning pulls Song Yuncheng's hand down and stares at his eldest brother angrily. Do you see that Song Yunxian, a little bitch, is so arrogant? How dare she spill milk onto me? While she's speaking, she reaches out to touch her hair and collar. Indeed, that glass of milk spilled on Song Yuning's body does make her wet all over. She had not been treated in this way for more than 20 years. Her chest heaves violently up and down due to her anger. Song Yuncheng goes out to take a towel for her, sighing and gently advising her. You know, Song family can't afford to mess up with Chu family at all. Since Yunxian has become the lover of the only son of the Chu family, you should stop disturbing her, and watch your mouth when talking with her. Song Yuning sneers. Who knows if there is something wrong with the only son of the Chu family? Haven't you also said that you heard her crying miserably in her room last night? Song Yuncheng feels a little embarrassed about the fact that he eavesdropped on others' conversation last night. Rubbing his nose, he explains. Yuning, just think about it. The only son of the Chu family has never had any sex scandal or gossip. He probably is still a virgin boy. So, if he likes Yunxian, he will try to get her by all means. Yunxian is still young and may not like it. Song Yuning says softly. Maybe the only son of the Chu family wants to experience something new. If he's tired of playing, she won't be needed. Yuning, says Song Yuncheng. The Chu family officially announced this morning that their only son was going to be engaged to the little daughter of the Song family. Song Yuning's hand, which is wiping her hair, becomes stiff as if she has been struck by thunder. She looks at her eldest brother incredibly with suspicion, says, Is he serious? Song Yuncheng nods with complex feelings. So I just said you can think of our family. Don't be her enemy since the current situation is different from the past. Song Yuning feels that in an instant the whole world turns into black. The press conference just ends. Chu Machin, dressed in a fitted suit, sits in a private car that has long been already prepared. The driver in the front says, Child Chu, do you want to go to the Song family? Chu Machin silently feels a little surprised and smiles. Not today, let's go to Gu's first. Song Yunxian should not want to see him. And when he left this morning, Song Yunxian was still sleeping with tears coming out of her eyes and dampening her pillow. He didn't know if she was really asleep, but she shivered when he kissed her gently on the cheek. Maybe what happened last night will make Song Yunxian hate him very much. However, he clearly knows that if he hadn't done so, Song Yunxian would not imprint the name Gu Changge on her life at all. She is very similar to Gu Changge. Gu Changge has known him well for more than 10 years, wantonly planned her life, and forcefully refused to let anyone make his criticism on herself. But he feels that she had not felt being protected during her whole life. She did everything alone, overcoming obstacles all by herself. And no one ever stood in front of her and gave her a hand. When she died, she might be very lonely. When Gu Changge thinks of it, his eyelashes slightly droop. There is a kind of sentiment exposed in his eyes but vanishing off very quickly. Compassion dissipates as quickly as the breeze. He knows that in his life, the name Gu Changge can only be buried in his heart. Because the woman is dead and can never appear again. However, with Yunxian, he feels like Gu Changge is revived. He has a strong impulse to stand in front of her, ensuring her a happy life which is diametrically different from that of Gu Changge's. He wants to make that woman spend her life in another way. To some degree, he thinks Gu Changge is Song Yunxian. She's not dead yet. Thoughts slowly drift away as the car slowly stops unconsciously. The driver's voice comes from the front and he says respectfully, "Child Chu, we have arrived at Gu's." What he calls Gu's is not Gu's houses, but Gu's office building. When Gu Changge gets out of the car, Xiao Tianzi just comes downstairs. The coincidence is perfect. Gu Changge even doubts whether Xiao Tianzi has deliberately created such a coincidence. Xiao Tianzi has an elegant and handsome appearance. Seeing Gu Changge, he comes to shake hands with him gently. The two men's fingers are clasped together, which seems to be a beautiful picture for the people beside them, but both of them can't help but be in awe of each other. For eyes meet, Xiao Tianzi opens his mouth first. "Long time no see, child Chu." Gu Changge takes back his hand. "Not really. I just have sort of friendship with Gu's former chairman." Xiao Tianzi's eyes are dim. "Sorry for not informing child Chu when my wife passed away." "That's all right. Since the person is dead, condolence is just a trivial ritual that can't bring her back." Gu Changge does not show many sentiments, which impresses Xiao Tianzi by his indifference. Xiao Tianzi stretches out his hand. "Child Chu, this way please. As for the merger of beauty agencies, I have invited shareholders to wait in the conference room for discussion." Gu Changge nods, accompanied by professional secretaries and conference staff. Walking into Gu's skyscraper office building. The meeting lasts for more than an hour. And many shareholders strongly oppose the merger of Tianxiang Beauty Agency. However, the people brought by Gu Changge smoothly solves the problem within several sentences. Xiao Tianzi frowns all the way. When the meeting has spent an hour, Gu Changge suddenly get up and says, "Since you can't make up your mind, let's call it a day. Chu's doesn't have to take this beauty agency." As soon as the people brought by Gu Changge hear him saying so, they begin to collect documents. Xiao Tianzi steps out with Gu Changge. When he leaves, he looks at the exhausted shareholders who are sweating over denying the merger. He slightly restrains the expressions in his eyes. After Gu Changge and Xiao Tianzi have left, all shareholders sigh with relief. At last, we haven't disappointed Chairman Xiao. Someone is drinking tea nearby. He sighs. "I really don't know how crazy Chus are to suddenly undertake the beauty agency." People next to him shake their heads, unable to guess the idea of the only son of the Chu family. Xiao Tianzi leaves the meeting room with Gu Changge, rather embarrassed. "Child Chu, these shareholders left by Changge are mostly stubborn people of old fashion. They think that Changge industry can't be merged into other companies." Gu Changge nods. "I understand the style of Changge, and I also anticipate that your shareholders won't let go that easily. Sorry for your effort in vain." Xiao Tianzi pretends to feel sorry. At this time, a ringing phone is delivered to Gu Changge. Gu Changge hangs up after making several sounds of agreement, but when he looks at Xiao Tianzi again, his eyebrows shine with pleasure. "All right, it's not all fruitless." Xiao Tianzi is confused for the moment. I don't know, why does Child Chu want this beauty agency? Chu Machen lifts his lips slightly. I want to make it an engagement gift for my fiancé. Xiao Tianze has not yet fully understood who Chu Machen's fiancé is before Chu Machen says farewell. Right after he leaves, there comes a good assistant hastily who whispers near his ears. Well, Chairman Xiao. Chu's had just purchased the beauty salon over whose price you've been negotiating with its owner for 3 months. Xiao Tianze instantly turns on a blue face. He turns his head to the direction in which Chu Machen's car disappears, and suddenly realizes he just went through the motion. Since a long time ago, Chu Machen has known that he is not able to purchase Tianxiang Salon successfully. But he came here just to disrupt his trip, and in the meantime let people buy the beauty agency he likes. The secretary next to him says with regret, if you keep your promise by attending the meeting with the provider on time, maybe we will be able to buy Venus Salon successfully. Now what's the use of complaining about it? He raves at his assistant. The assistant turns on a blue face also. When being criticized like this, he has to bow his head. Xiao Tianze strides away. Glancing at his back, the assistant can't help but regret. If Chairman Gu were still there, she would never temporarily change her schedule for Child Chu's sake. There are reasons behind the fact that Xiao Tianze changes his plan for Chu Machen. At least when he personally greets Chu Machen, he can see clearly what attitude Chu Machen has towards Gu family's new power holder. But now it seems that Chu Machen does not want to coexist with him peacefully. He has mercilessly robbed him of a fat chance even in the first round. Xiao Tianze is a little annoyed with his eyes showing his fiery emotion. No moderate feelings can be found in his amorous eyes. Xiao Tianze never shows up again at the meeting room where shareholders gather around. Only assistants come to inform that the meeting is over. Song Yunxian chills up for a while in the dining room after dinner, and then returns to her room with her poker face. Song Yunying angrily returns to her mother-in-law's place. She chokes with silent fury before she leaves. After all, the Chu family is a big tree that the Song family wants to climb up to. The Chu family has a solid foundation in Yuncheng. Except for Gu's industry, whose master used to be Gu Changge, other industries are just trivial factors when compared with the Chu family. It is shocking that such an only son of the Chu family should have taken a fancy to the Song family's youngest daughter. It is thought that the upper-class ladies must gnash their silver teeth with jealousy when they hear the news. However, the lucky dog seems unhappy. After seeing Song Yunxian go back to her room with a cold face, Song Yuncheng goes to his father's room to have a word with him. Dad, Yunxian doesn't look happy at all. Song Yin speaks in a cold tone as if to dispose of the garbage. Being happy or not, she doesn't have a choice. Well, Song Yuncheng answers, and then tells Song Yin that Song Yunxian spilled a glass of milk on Song Yunying. Song Yin scorns. Yingying does not have a brain, how could she casually say such a nasty thing? After all, she is still young. Song Yuncheng nods worriedly. Dad, do you think Yunxian has no fond of Chu? I heard her last night crying out loudly. Song Yan's face is cold. She is very young. But if she had been growing up in Yuncheng, she would not be so ignorant as now. And she should be happy about marrying Chu Machen, something all women in Yuncheng dream of. It's a fool of her to reject his love. Song Yuncheng just agrees with his father's words. Tired of sitting, Song Yan is supported to bed by Song Yuncheng. Before sending Song Yuncheng out, he tells him, the Chu family has issued a marriage announcement. But don't tell Yunxian anything about it. Song Yuncheng nods. Dad, don't worry. I will watch my mouth. Song Yin nods satisfactorily. In the evening, Yuncheng broadcasts the news about the Chu family's disclosure of the marriage news. In a moment, many people make phone calls to the Song family to show their congratulation. Song Yin personally answers several calls, expressing his joy implicitly. Song Yuncheng becomes more ostentatious and arrogant after receiving congratulations from his friends who are the officialings, the children of families holding official rank for generations. Overnight, because of the marriage, the Song family seems to have raised its class status. In the Song family, Song Yunxian becomes a young lady who enjoys the family's extra care. At night, Song Yunxian suffers insomnia again. She gets up in her clothes and goes to the drawer, searching for the hypnotic pills. But she fails to find it. Finally, she impatiently sweeps everything down the desktop. The sound of objects falling on the ground attracts the attention of the servants outside, and the door is soon knocked. Song Yuncheng ignores it, but the servant outside the door says softly, "Miss, I've brought you warm milk." Only then does Song Yuncheng open the door. When she takes the milk, she finds that there is a servant she had never seen before. She has some doubts. The servant was in her 30s, round-faced and mild-eyed, and seems to be a kind and honest woman. Being scrutinized by Song Yuncheng, she says, "I am a servant who just arrives here today. I used to be a servant in the Chu family." Song Yuncheng thinks of Chu Machen at once. She puts back the milk into the servant's hand and says coldly, "Take it away, I won't drink it." After that, she slams the door shut. She can't fall asleep in the night. Xiao Tianzi's business card occurs to her. So she searches for it through boxes and cupboards, and the floor under the bed. When she gets up the next morning, she is in a bad state of mind. Song Yuncheng makes his greetings to her. Song Yuncheng speaks a few words and then leaves with her bag. Over there, Song Yuncheng suddenly says, "Yuncheng, the last time you said you wanted to go to university, I've already inquired others about it for you. Child Chu said he could help you to run Yuncheng Business School." Song Yunchuan's face turns gloomy even when she hears the two words Child Chu. "Brother, let's talk about it later." She no longer needs to attend business school again. And the last time when she mentioned it, she just used it as an excuse to go out. For her part, her 10 years of practical experience is more useful than attending business schools. Besides, she graduates from a famous school. After breakfast, she puts on her coat and sets off to Fanqing magazine. When she arrives there, she finds Xiao Tianzi's car parked at the door. Xiao Tianzi is talking to the secretary in front of the office building. He stops to walk towards her after seeing Song Yuncheng get out of the taxi. "Miss Song." Song Yuncheng is surprised. Xiao Tianzi, who is behind her, comes quickly across the street. Noticing her surprised look, he smiles and says, "I'm sorry to bother you. Pass this to Xiao Shui." "Thank you." Then he hands over a paper bag. Looks into the paper bag. Song Yuncheng finds a new mobile phone issued abroad, which is so expensive that netizens joke that they almost have to sold their kidneys to buy it. She couldn't help laughing. Chairman Xiao really cares about his sister. When will Xiao Tianzi's mask of a gentle elder brother be torn? As long as she thinks about it, she could not help but look forward to that day. Xiao Tianzi nods after she takes the paper bag over. "Thank you." "You're welcome." Song Yuncheng turns into Fanqing magazine. Xiao Tianzi goes back, making assignments to his secretary again. But when Xiao Tianzi is about to get on the car, the secretary suddenly says uncertainly, "That girl probably is the youngest daughter of the Song family." "Well." Xiao Tianzi nods. The secretary opens a little cautiously. Although she's pretty, she has been Chu Machen's fiancée. After hearing that, Xiao Tianzi squints at the secretary in astonishment. The secretary feels that the chairman's glance is not a good sign, so he stops talking abruptly. Xiao Tianzi turns back to look at the magazine opposite. His eyes are in dark black. Is she Chu Machen's fiancée? It seems that things start to become interesting. He does his cunning calculation, spinning his eyes, and the secretary says nothing. Song Yuncheng hands Xiao Shui the paper bag that is from Xiao Tianzi. Looking at the new mobile phone inside, Xiao Shui shows no interest in playing it. Song Yuncheng reminds her, "Only the monkeys in the zoo don't have vanity. Do you understand?" Xiao Shui helplessly picks up his mobile phone and begins to check it out. Song Yuncheng is very satisfied. Xiao Tianzi should hope that his sister would be bought by luxury goods. Then he will not anticipate the crisis. At least he won't feel that his Tiffany sister is hostile to him in order to revenge his parents. He really is a good brother who knows how to use high-end luxury goods to dispel his sister's hatred. Song Yuncheng goes to the office. Xiao Hong, the editor-in-chief, comes to debrief by her on the magazine's work over the recent days and send her the last report that Song Yuncheng has ordered. While turning the papers, she explains to her, Yuncheng's more famous beauty agency is no other than Tianxiang Salon, because it belongs to Gu's industry. Gu's chairman, Gu Changge, attaches great importance to Tianxiang Salon, and almost makes it a monopoly in the cosmetic industry. Song Yunxian nods. I heard that Venus also does a good job. Xiao Hong nods in agreement. Venus Beauty is also a well-known beauty agency in Yuncheng. But because of a cosmetology accident before, it has been in litigation for 2 years. So it declines. Even now it has not been fully restored. And recently there are rumors that Venus will be bought by Gu's. Song Yunchuan's eyes are cold. Gu seems to have a good appetite. Xiao Hong smiles. Because the new chairman of Gu's has good strategies. Song Yunxian sneers. Beauty ranking will be shown on the next issue. You go to discuss with the editors, but... She looks up at Xiao Hong and says, focus on the accident of Venus Salon. You know, people in the same trade like to deliberately smear each other, don't they? Xiao Hong frowns. But... Song Yunxian smiles and her eyes are as deep and tranquil as a lake. Venus' only opponent can be regarded as Tianxiang Salon, which wins its market as Venus falls down. Xiao Hong is astonished. Looking at Song Yunxian, she instantly understands her meaning. There's a chill in the bottom of her heart. She doesn't know what this young girl really wants to do, taking her aim at Tianxiang Salon. Xiao Hong certainly won't ask much. Yet at the moment when the door of the office is shut, Song Yunxian smiles faintly. The reason why Venus goes downhill is exactly that Tianxiang Salon is smearing it secretly. Now she still can easily find out the 2 disfigurers who fought so hard against Venus. However, she had never foreseen today's situation when she's trying her best to screw Venus Salon up several years ago. It seems that she needs to spend some efforts to raise it up for what she'd done in the past. Otherwise, she will lose her bargaining chip in the deal with Xiao Tianze. It's time for Xiao Tianze to have a taste of being held up and down by Gu Changge. After the magazine sets the gist of the next issue, the staff are busy. When Song Yunchuan's about to leave the office in the afternoon, Xiao Shui is bored, leaving that mobile phone aside. Song Yunxian comes to her, picks up her mobile phone, switches on its camera and leans in front of her. She points at the camera and says, "Smile, Xiao Shui." Xiao Shui probably doesn't smile often. Faced with the camera, her smile is stiff. Click. The photo is frozen. Song Yunxian looks at the picture on the screen through her black pupils, feeling that the 2 young girls in the picture are very intimate friends. In fact, no one knows how much hatred they have when this photo is fixed, which drives the smiles on their faces. No sooner has the cell phone been put down than it rings. There's no caller's ID on it, but it's a number from the same city. Song Yunxian has already guessed who is calling, so she signals Xiao Shui to answer the phone. Doubtfully, Xiao Shuixin slides the screen to answer the call. There comes Xiao Tianze's voice. Song Yunxian pulls her into her office, locks the door and let her switch on the phone speaker. The voice of Xiao Tianze over there is very clear. Song Yunxian is very familiar with Xiao Tianze's voice. Even when she hears the first half of his sentence, she can guess what the second half of his sentence is. Xiao Tianze's voice is warm and moist. "Xiao Shui, are you off work?" Xiao Shui takes a look at Song Yunxian. Song Yunxian nods at her before she says in a cold voice, "Just off work. Shall I take you home and invite you to dinner by the way?" Xiao Shuixuan has a suspicion, but Song Yunxian indicates that she should agree. "Well." Her voice is still cold. Over there Xiao Tianze asks her with concern, "Are you uncomfortable?" No, I'm just leaving work and I'm packing up now." Xiao Tianze smiles. "Then I won't disturb you. I'll wait for you at the door of your magazine building." Well, Xiao Shui wants to hang up first, but Song Yunxian finds that Xiao Tianze hasn't hung up there. So she gestures for Xiao Shui to speak another word. When Xiao Shui perceives that Song Yunchuan's finger is pointing at her cell phone, she adds another sentence. "Thank you for the cell phone." Xiao Tianze says with a smile, "I'm happy to hear about that." His voice is so gentle, tapping on the hearts of 2 girls. But Xiao Shui can't help gnashing her teeth, hanging up the phone. Song Yunxian pats her on the shoulder and says, "From now on you have to remember that he is your brother." You can just treat him as your brother. But, Xiao Shui retorts. Song Yunxian interrupts her coldly. If you can't even get along with him normally, how can we go on till we get revenged? What Song Yunxian said is not unreasonable. Patience is never a sign of cowardice, but a process of preserving strength. Rome is not built in one day. To realize the revenge, it takes a long time to plan and brew. What they're undertaking is like a chess game in which the players have to make thorough calculations step by step. Listening to her slightly harsh words, Xiao Shui loses her mind for a moment. Then tears start to fill her eyes. Song Yunxian knows that she still can't let go the idea of revenging her parents. She says nothing more but reminds her, you have to behave naturally when you go out to dine with him later. Xiao Shui nods. Song Yunxian hands her a piece of tissue in the office. Xiao Shui wipes her tears embarrassingly before going out to pack up her things. Half an hour later they go out together. Sure enough, Xiao Tianze is waiting in his car at the door of the magazine. When he sees Xiao Shui and Song Yunxian coming out together, he gets off the car and smiles. Xiao Shui, Miss Song. Song Yunxian nods. Chairman Xiao can call me Yunxian. Xiao Tianze nods gently as his sight moves from Song Yunxuan's face to Xiao Shui's. Xiao Shui keeps her poker face when she perceives Xiao Tianze. Song Yunxian clearly sees her fingers clenching the bag tightly. She raises her hand to cover the back of her hand and gently opens her mouth. Xiao Shui, I'll go first. Enjoy your time with Chairman Xiao. Song Yunxian has no intention of getting involved. However, Xiao Tianze looks slightly sideways, sending out his polite invitation. Yunxian, join us together. Xiao Tianze changes his address to Song Yunxian so naturally that she is shocked slightly with her step halted. It's no harm to go out with Xiao Tianze. It's just, Xiao Shui and I haven't seen each other for many years. It may be embarrassing to go out alone. Since you are her good friend, why not come along us if there's nothing urgent? Well, noticing her hesitation, Xiao Tianze hangs a gentle smile on his handsome face. Xiao Shui needs your company. Hearing he speaks like this, Song Yunxian has no reason to refuse. Xiao Shui looks at her and says, come along Yunxian. Song Yunxian nods. Thank you Chairman Xiao for dinner in advance. With a smile, Xiao Tianze opens the door for them to get on his car. Yet, Xiao Shui doesn't mean to sit on the passenger seat. So Song Yunxian has to settle on it in order to avoid the embarrassment. Xiao Tianze sighs slightly when he finds Xiao Shui sitting in the back seat. In a twinkling of an eye, he sees Song Yunxian smiling at him as if to encourage him. Xiao Tianze feels surprised before he starts the car. He looks sideways at Song Yunxian several times while driving as if he wants to see some familiar expression on her face. Song Yunxian is aware of being watched by him. So when he looks sideways again, she looks at him in the eyes. Chairman Xiao, what's on my face? Touching her own face, she is a little worried.
Xiao Tianze smiles fondly. No?
Then why do you look at me? I don't think you look very similar to your sister. That is a lie. When Song Yunxian hears this sentence, she has a moment of sneering in her heart. She is really different from Song Yunjia. But according to Xiao Tianze's feelings towards Song Yunjia, he won't pay any attention to whether her sister is similar to her. Nevertheless, she thinks, Xiao Tianze may think that her smiling eyes are similar to Gu Changge's. Xiao Tianze hesitates for a moment and seems to realize that Song Yunxian doesn't believe him. So he says with a sad face, actually, you somewhat resemble my wife when you laugh. Really? She reaches out to touch her own face. Xiao Tianze nods bitterly as if he is missing Gu Changge. It feels very similar. Song Yunxian looks down and smiles. Of course they will be similar because they are indeed the same person. No wonder they will make him feel the same. But it's also rare that Xiao Tianze still remembers his feelings when the woman killed by him laughs. Song Yunxian is curious. Chairman Xiao, how do you feel when your wife smiles at you? Xiao Tianze thinks over it and then says, when she smiled at me in college, it made me feel that she was a very bright girl. It was like a ray of light, shining in my heart. And then, the heavy haze flashes across Xiao Tianze's eyes, but he clearly utters 3 words. Like the sun. Yes, like the sun. It is so hot and dazzling that it seems to burn him to ashes. With no tender feeling, she is so strong. All the light gathers on her, making him bored. He feels that the glory of the whole world has been taken away by her, and finally only the cold darkness remained. Song Yunxian does not continue to ask, she goes totally silent. Xiao Tianzi drives them directly to a Western restaurant for dinner. Xiao Shue's action of holding a knife and fork is somewhat clumsy. Xiao Tianzi personally teaches her to use a knife and fork. But Song Yunxuan's eating manner is elegant and dignified, as if she has long been used to Western tableware. Xiao Tianzi looked at Song Yunxian in the middle of the meal. Your sister told me that you grew up in Yuncheng? Well, Song Yunxian nods. Yuncheng is a good place. Have you ever been there, Chairman Xiao? Xiao Shue's fingers are stiff. When she mentions Yuncheng, there's a strange feeling in Xiao Tianzi's eyes. But his smile remains unchanged. He answers smoothly, my family is in Haicheng and I have never been Yuncheng. Song Yunxian asks Xiao Shue. Xiao Shue, have you ever been to Yuncheng? Xiao Shue looks at Song Yunxian and then turns her head to look at Xiao Tianzi with her furious eyes. Finally, she speaks reluctantly. No, I haven't been there. I am also from Haicheng. Song Yunxian can't help laughing. We should visit Yuncheng together in the future. The people there are very simple and kind. They are very simple and kind indeed, otherwise, they will not be destroyed by Xiao Tianzi. Xiao Tianzi really hates his family background. In order to conceal his poor background, he even killed his adoptive parents. After the topic is over, the dinner of the three people comes to an end. Silence lies among them. When Xiao Shue looks up again, his eyes suddenly become fixed. She looks directly at the man behind Song Yunxian and frowns. Yunxian, the one behind you is? Song Yunxian turns her head and suddenly finds Chu Machen, who is in his shirt and vest, looking at her calmly in the distance. Her eyelids jump as she has a very bad feeling. But the expression on his face does not change. She knows that Chu Machen hates her being with Xiao Tianzi, and thinks that she is trying every means to seduce Xiao Tianzi. However, if she can't knock down Xiao Tianzi in her entire life, why does she live? Her eyes are cold with a special feeling, and her fingers clench the silver tableware in her hands. Standing in the distance, Chu Machen looks at Xiao Tianzi's face after he frowns and makes eye contact with Song Yunxian. Xiao Tianzi's smile is perfect. As if this scene has been anticipated by him long ago, Xiao Tianzi quietly waits to see what kind of response will Chu Machen make. Chu Machen is naturally very unhappy. Even the assistant behind him whispers to remind him, Child Chu, Miss Yunxian maybe. The secretary knows that any man who sees the woman he loves dining with his rival in love will be unhappy, and he is eager to give Song Yunxian a break. But Chu Machen strides to the seat which Song Yunxian is sitting on before the assistant has finished his words. With Chu Machen's steady footsteps approaching, Song Yunxuan's heart beats faster and her fingers are freezing. Chu Machen, what are you doing here? Song Yunxian feels her heart beating wildly, and even feels a bit short of breath. Then she hears the sound of approaching footsteps, which makes her become uptight. She straightens up her back and clenches the cutlery. At this time she begins to think about how irritated the man should be. But it's not bad to let him know the fact, which may enable him to give up the intention to marry her. With that in mind, she tries to get relaxed. The sound of footsteps disappears in her ears. She feels Xiao Shue and Xiao Tianzi's gaze are falling on her side. So she soon realizes that Chu Machen stops by her, and then she turns head sideways. Chu Machen's flat voice comes. How about the food? Does it suit your taste? In a daze, Song Yunxian nods. Very good. Well, enjoy yourself, please. Suddenly, Song Yunxian feels her body is gently twisted by his arm. Then, a soft kiss falls on her forehead. She frowns and looks up at Chu Machen's face in surprise. It is amazing. The man kisses her forehead in the dining room. He's not angry? Doesn't he feel angry about that I eat with Xiao Tianzi secretly? Looking at her surprised look, Chu Machen shows a soft smile. Sorry, I have other things to deal with, so I can't send you home. Have a good time. After that, he straightens up to pull her shoulder into his arms, and looks at Xiao Tianzi. Please take care of my fiancé, Chairman Xiao. Xiao Tian's face softens. Child Chu, you can rest assured. Miss Yuncheng is my good friend.
Chu Mo Chen nốt.
He enjoins on her with a smile, and then leaves with an assistant. After he leaves, Song Yuncheng doesn't recover from the surprise for a long time. Xiao Tianzi notices her blank expression, then he sinks in deep gloom. It's so unexpected that Chu Machen reacts in this way. He has thought that this man would be angry at being fooled. It seems the food becomes insipid so that Song Yuncheng loses her appetite. Looking at Song Yuncheng, Xiao Shui starts to get worried about her. But Song Yuncheng recovers after dinner. Xiao Tianzi offers to send her home. She declines him and takes a taxi at the place where Xiao Shui got off. Before she leaves, Xiao Tianzi jokes with her. Yuncheng, you worry that Child Chu may treat me as his rival, so you don't let me take you home, right? Song Yuncheng smiles. Chairman Xiao, I'm afraid that you misunderstood it. I'm just worried that will make my elder sister misunderstand. After that, she gets off. Xiao Tianzi looks a bit stiff. He answers, Song Yunjia and I are just colleagues. Song Yuncheng gives a faint smile. She will be upset if she hears that. My families have thought that you would announce the engagement soon. Xiao Tianzi looks sad. My wife has just died. I'm not a heartless man, so I won't find a new wife now. Song Yuncheng curled up her lips in sighs. Chairman Xiao, you really have a deep love for your wife. Her words seem to jog his memory. But Song Yuncheng cannot help sneering at him silently. Xiao Tianzi is always like this. No matter who he faces, he can always act in an appropriate way to make people sympathize with him. Then she leaves by taxi. After returning home, Nurse Wang sees her at the door, worries. Miss Yuncheng, why are you late? Song Yuncheng glances at the living room, asks with her querying eyebrows. What's wrong? Is there any guest at home? Nurse Wang nods but still looks worried. Child Chu comes. Song Yuncheng feels her heart sinks. She becomes upset in an instant. Looking her sad face, Nurse Wang takes over her handbag and coat, whispers, Miss Yuncheng, as Child Chu says he intends to marry you, you'd better try to get on well with him. Song Yuncheng is distressed over her words. That's not true. It must be my eldest brother who asks you to say that to me. Nurse Wang doesn't answer. Song Yuncheng also stops asking as thinking that since Chu Machen comes, it will be better to see him. Anyway, he must come to talk about nothing but what he met in the restaurant. She thinks how to reply if being questioned by Song Yuncheng later. As soon as she enters the living room, Song Yuncheng, tinged with surprise, calls out, Look! Yuncheng returns, Child Chu. This sentence seems to signify Chu Machen did not mention the restaurant. Thus she has no need to stay here. Chu Machen looks up at her, who pauses at the door of the living room, with a warm smile on his face. Chu Machen is handsome and tall, and his eyebrows show a kind of maturity of a young adult. He gazes at Song Yuncheng with such a smile, which makes Song Yuncheng feel his unsophisticated sister must have been fascinated head over heels by him. But the fact is not as good as Song Yuncheng thinks it is going to be. Chu Machen's gaze locks with hers. But she just slightly closes her lips, then says casually, Brother, I'm sorry, I feel a little uncomfortable and I'm going to have a rest. That makes Song Yuncheng embarrassed. He reaches out to call her. Yuncheng, please sit down and talk with Chu Xiao for a while. Song Yuncheng ignores his view, just glances at Chu Machen before leaving. It seems Chu Machen's gaze holds hers again. In fact, her eyes are dark, even fills with a bit of disappointment. Song Yuncheng hurriedly explains for her sister. I'm sorry, Child Chu, Yuncheng is young. She must be shy when seeing you. Chu Machen manages a weak smile. I know. Then Song Yuncheng nods at him. Chu Machen's eyes droop to the coffee. His black thick eyelashes cover the expression in his eyes. Song Yuncheng is almost as obstinate as Gu Changge. When returning to her room, Song Yuncheng begins to look for the magazines she has collected. She looks through them one by one to find news of Yuncheng's beauty sector. She doesn't finish till 10 o'clock, but she's still sleepless. At this moment, she hears a knock at the door, and Nurse Wang's voice cuts through the silence. It's 10 o'clock now, Miss Yuncheng. Please have a drink of milk and go to bed. Song Yuncheng closes her book. Wearing slippers and pajamas, she goes to open the door. She opens the door the instant she finds something strange. Through the peephole of the door, she sees that it is Gu Changge rather than Nurse Wang who stands outside the door. She is stunned, but Gu Changge has reached out and opened the door. Let me in. You. She can't stop him. The man pushes the door to come in, with one hand holding a glass of milk and the other closing the door naturally. Song Yuncheng frowns at him. Why haven't you left yet? Gu Changge raises his eyes with a handsome face staring at Song Yuncheng. I'm afraid you would lose sleep. Song Yuncheng feels amused. I'm sleepless only if you are here. If you leave, I'll have a good night. Gu Changge compresses his lips to smile lightly. You always lie. Song Yuncheng's eyelids start to twitch. He continues, I've sent one of my servants to you. She told me that you have trouble in sleeping. You often suffer insomnia and sometimes have the symptoms of bipolar disorder. Song Yuncheng's face crumples and thinks of that woman who delivered milk to her last night. So she says coldly, send her back, please. I don't need. Gu Changge's fingers are delicate. He gently picks up the glass of milk and hands it to her. Drink it, please, it's still warm. Song Yuncheng looks at the milk with a puzzled frown. She refuses. Thanks. But I don't like drinking milk before going to bed. Gu Changge does not withdraw his hand. Drink milk, please. Eating too much sleeping pills will harm your memory. It's so inconceivable that makes Song Yuncheng's heart leap with shock. Her piercing gaze holds him. You are monitoring me? Gu Changge stuffs the milk cup into her hand and says lightly, I haven't been so crazy. Have you forgotten that night? When I came over, I saw you taking sleeping pills. Do you always have nightmares at night? Song Yuncheng holds the cup and turns back with cold eyes. It's none of your business. Gu Changge does not reply. Song Yuncheng frowns at the milk and drinks it all as if wants to send him away as soon as possible. After drinking the whole glass of milk, she walks to open the door. All right, please come back. Gu Changge doesn't leave, but sits on the edge of her bed and looks at the lonely pillow. Why do you only put one pillow? What about the other one? I threw it away. She says bluntly without emotion. Gu Changge is dumbfounded and turns back to look at her. The smile on his face has disappeared. Yuncheng, how much do you hate me? Song Yuncheng still peers at him with an indifferent face. Never says a word. She does not hate Gu Changge. She just hates men. As the saying goes, once bitten, twice shy of 10 years. No matter how tough she is after being betrayed, she still cannot immediately devote herself to another love. Some things are not worth risking again and again in danger and desperation. It will be foolish and irredeemable to fall in the same place over and over again. Song Yuncheng holds the frame of the door with her fingers. Gu Changge stands up and walks towards her. She thinks he is about to leave, so she steps back a little. But Gu Changge doesn't leave. Instead, he closes the door and attempts to trap her gently between his arms. Song Yuncheng feels she is brought under oppression. She raises her head. Gu Changge kisses her softly on her forehead. It's like a dragonfly's kiss on water. As she frowns, his kiss falls on her eyebrows. She wants to struggle, but when he holds her back waist and gently lifts her, she involuntarily approaches him. Song Yuncheng knows her resistance is futile, so she keeps a deadpan expression, even if Gu Changge is kissing her lightly. Gradually, Gu Changge stops kissing, just buries his chin in her neck to feel her body's warmth. Yuncheng, what do you want now? I want nothing. He does not insist, but gently presses her back brain with one hand and whispers at her ear. Yuncheng, I can give you anything you want, as long as you say you want it. Song Yuncheng is stupefied by him. Gu Changge kisses her on her earlobe and then lets her go. She stands in place for a long time, as if pondering over what he said. However, after Gu Changge goes out, he puts the asset transfer contract that he intends to give Song Yuncheng on the passenger's seat of his sports car. A gleam of laughter lights his eyes. I think you will come to ask me this soon, Yuncheng. Song Yuncheng spends a tough night. But when she wakes up in the middle of the night, she feels the cold sweat on her forehead. As she recalls her dream, what she dreams of is not Xiao Tianzi and Gu Changge but Chu Machen. In her dream, Chu Machen kisses her. On her wedding, it is Chu Machen who puts a ring on her finger and promises the priest that he would accompany her forever. She also dreams that when she gives birth to her first child, it is Chu Machen who kisses her on her cheeks and tells her sadly, "Don't give any birth more." She smiles at him. "How can we stop before we get a daughter?" Yeah, she wants to have a daughter and make her lead a powerful life as herself. However, when she has a daughter, she can't watch her daughter grow into a woman like her. She covers her face, curls up in bed, waiting quietly for the dawn. She even thinks that if Gu Changge married Chu Machen instead of Xiao Tianzi, would it be the opposite today? But there is no if in the world. Xiao Tianzi's gentle face goes as fierce and twisted as a devil in her repeated reflections, which breaks into her heart again and again, crushing all her vulnerabilities into powder. Her blood in her body becomes cold and steely, and she begins to become tough and hard. The next morning, she gets up for breakfast and then gets ready to go out. Song Yuncheng is always looking at someone behind her. Song Yunxian can understand whom Song Yuncheng is looking for. Maybe his eldest brother will think that there must be Chu Machen who spent the night sleeping with her. But in fact, Chu Machen had already left last night. Such a man just feels that the woman he can't get is charming. And if he gets her, the thrill may only last a few days. When she is ready to go out, the LCD TV in the room is still broadcasting Yuncheng Business Channel. Yesterday, the stock market experienced a great shock with some stocks turnover rose. Some experts make the joke that all shareholders begin to rush to buy Chu and Song's listed shares, due to the coming wedding between the only son of Chu and the youngest daughter of Song. The announcer's voice suddenly goes into Song Yunchuan's ears. With a feeling of being shocked in her eyes, she suddenly turns back. Simultaneously, Song Yuncheng is also astonished. He turns off the TV in a haste. Song Yunxian frowns. "Brother, why don't you inform me before publishing the news about my wedding?" "Yunxian, you listen to the elder brother's explanation, Yunxian." "Yunxian." Song Yunxian goes out. Unconsciously feeling bad, Song Yuncheng is about to chase her outside. At this time, a voice suddenly comes from the second floor. "Now that she knows, let her go. I don't think she will be confused about her position in the Song family." Song Yuncheng has to stop his step. "But Dad, what if Yunxian strongly insists on not marrying Chu Machen?" Song Yan interrupts him. "Although Yunxian is young, she won't be silly enough to do that." Song Yuncheng has no choice but to let Song Yunxian go. Song Yunxian makes more than a dozen phone calls to Chu Machen with no answer. She simply picks up a taxi to Chu's company. Noticing her anxious and agitated face, the taxi driver drives very fast. When the car passes by the People's Hospital, Song Yunxian is stunned for a moment. Unexpectedly, she says, "Stop." The driver dares not delay, so he stops immediately. After pays the bill, Song Yunxian gets out of the car. She looks up at the big Chinese characters hung upstairs on the wall of the outpatient clinic with a wicked scheme conceived in her heart. Many people murmur as they enter the hospital. "I heard that Gu Changge's sister lives here. Is it the girl into whom her sister's heart is transplanted?" "Yes, I heard that she has a good relationship with her brother-in-law." Someone begins to frown. Would they have a romantic relationship? Someone laughs and explains, "Even if they have an affair, there is nothing to worry about. Gu Changge is an adopted child who shares different blood with her sister. As long as the adoption relationship is terminated, it is illegal for her to marry her ex-brother-in-law." Then some people begin to question the truth. Song Yunxian does not listen to these people's gossip, so she drops her eyelids, curbs the steely feeling in her eyes, and heads for the hospital's inpatient department. She had ever been to Gu Changge's ward once, so she has a deep impression of that ward. This time, without Song Yunjia leading the way, she is still able to find the location of the ward very smoothly. She moves on without any hesitation or uncertainty. When she gets on the elevator, someone was crying loudly whom she just gives an indifferent glance at. Every day in this hospital people die. Anyway, The deceased can't be brought back to life by the tears of their relatives. But it seems to outsiders that it's better to have someone cry than no one. When she died, no one shed tears for her. Before she died, the only person she saw was Tianze, who was eager to watch her dying. Why should he cry? She comes out of the elevator and takes steps to the door of Gu Changge's ward, when it is exactly visiting time. Looking at her calm face, others regard her as an appointed relative who comes to visit the patients. No doctor or nurse stops her. Song Yuncheng puts her hand on the handle of the door of the ward and opens it with a gentle twist. The air inside is quiet. Clean curtains and exquisite decoration make this ward look very healthy without any sense of morbidity. The exquisite and luxurious sofa of white leather is placed in the ward, several magazines and a cup on a delicate glass tea table. The magazine is a financial one and the teacup a mug. She can tell that these two things belong to Tianze. It seems that Tianze was here last night. He just left this morning. It's over 8 o'clock in the morning. The doctor checked the room just now. Gu Changge seems to have fallen asleep. Song Yuncheng carefully shuts the door and moves step by step towards Gu Changge's bed. She suffers the pain in her heart as if she's been bitten by innumerable insects, which makes her fists clench tightly and her eyes begin to turn red slowly. Gu Changge lays on her side. She turns over uncomfortably to find a better position, remaining asleep. Song Yuncheng looks at her with her steely eyes, like a sharp knife to be used in poking a hole in Gu Changge's neck, which bleeds her to death. She walks forward as light as a ghost. A crack is opened in the window of the room from which the breeze blows in, stirring the corners of her clothes and hair. She stares at the woman in bed with her black eyes. Then she can't help raising her hands as if the devil takes her over. Her fingers are slender and clean, and her nails round like bright pink shells on the beach. At this time, however, her fingers are stretching out one by one. She puts them on Gu Changge's neck loosely, prepared to tighten them later. "Dad, when will Mom come back?" Suddenly the voice of a little boy comes. Song Yuncheng is stunned and frozen out of a sudden. Then there comes the voice of a little girl. "Dad, did you quarrel with your mother?" Tianze's gentle voice rings out. "Meow meow, how can you say so about Dad? Don't you know? Mom is Dad's baby. Mom is Dad's favorite." Lying. Tianze is lying. Song Yuncheng holds her hands back, steps back with cold and poisonous feelings in her eyes. Such a cheater. Gu Changge is still sleeping. Song Yuncheng's furious eyes slowly calm down as she hears the voices of her two children. Like a kind sister, she raises her hands, puts them on Gu Changge's forehead, and gently parts her hair away. But her eyes are still sharp and cold as a thin knife. "You are not qualified to let me kill you by myself. My children will not want to have such an impulsive mother as me." Gu Changge is still sleeping. Her voice is low. Gu Changge just frowns and shakes her head like a nightmare to wake up. Song Yuncheng leans over her ear. As if to blend words into the air, she slowly opens her mouth, saying in a gentle voice, "You will soon reap what you sow. Out of my mercy, I just inform you first." After that, she bends her lips, takes back her hands with benevolence in her eyes. Then she turns around and leaves. As soon as she leaves the room, Tianze comes at the door of the ward with his two children. Finding the door is half open, Tianze pauses. Then he opens it, being met with no visitor inside. His eldest son Gu Yi grabs his left hand while his youngest daughter Gu Miao Miao his right hand. The beautiful and lovely children's age are respectively 7 and 6. Song Yuncheng stands at the corner, looking at the two children. She had a narrow escape from giving birth to her children, which exhausted all her tenderness as a woman. However, the two children know nothing about the fact that their mother had already been murdered. What reasons would Tianze invent to deceive the two children? She feels curious, but she does not let her thoughts continue to spread. Her feet are held still on the ground, but she wants to drive his legs to give the two children a hug. Different feelings alter in her eyes. Finally, she resists the impulse, becoming cold. A nurse approaches who notices her and says, "Miss, are you going to visit any patient?" Song Yuncheng turns her head with her merciless eyes. "I'm done." After that, She turns around and leaves in an indifferent manner. At the door of Gu Changge's ward, 7-year-old Gu Yi distractedly looks at the corner where the nurse comes out. Gu Miao Miao looks at his brother strangely. Brother, have you seen mother? Gu Yi turns around and grabs her hand. His eyes are gentle. Mom can't come back for the time being. You have to wait for her patiently, will you? Pouting her lips, Gu Miao Miao wants to cry out of grievance. But where did Mom go? Gu Yi also feels very embarrassed. He thinks about it before he says, Dad said that Mom goes to a faraway place on business, so we may not see Mom for several years. Gu Miao Miao is sad with her silky black hair scattered over her shoulders. Gu Yi touches her hair and pulls her into the ward. Well, the little aunt seems to have a nightmare. Come and comfort her. Gu Miao Miao turns her head to look at Gu Changge, who suddenly gets up from the bed. Then she frowns. Gu Changge wakes up nervously. She's scared by the nightmare. She grabs Xiao Tianzi's hand with her sweating palms. And her lips are pale due to the fear in her heart. Xiao Tianzi asks her worriedly, Are you okay? Nightmare. She turns her head, staring at him with a frightened feeling in her eyes. She says, Gu Changge comes back. Gu Changge is back. She hasn't. Before she pronounces the word died, Xiao Tianzi interrupts her, says, Watch your mouth since Yi and Miao Miao are here. There are fear and nervousness in Gu Changge's eyes. When Xiao Tianzi sees the tears in her eyes, he feels pitiful about her, and his tone also softens a little. Yi and Miao Miao have come to see you. You should be happy. Gu Changge nods, but she still can't put her heart at the bottom. Gu Yi is a cute and calm boy. He is not as naughty as other children of his age. He comes to Gu Changge and asks her if her condition is better. Gu Changge looks at his appearance, and then at Xiao Tianzi. She feels that the child only shares a few similarities with Xiao Tianzi in their appearance. But the boy is not ugly. So she speaks to him with a pleasant face. However, Gu Yi's sister Gu Miao Miao refuses to speak any word, standing beside him like the dumb. Gu Changge notices her and asks her with a smile, Miao Miao, long time no see. Do you miss your little aunt? Gu Miao Miao raises her head and purses her pink lips. Her big watery eyes are as cute as that of a kitten. Gu Changge looks at her with a smile, but the girl still keeps silent. The smile on Gu Changge's face fades away due to the embarrassment. Perceiving the change on his aunt's face, Gu Yi busily pinches his sister's hand. Then Gu Miao Miao says a word with great effort. Yes. Ido. Gu Miao Miao has some words left, but before she finishes it, Gu Yi interrupts and says to Gu Changge, Little Aunt Miao Miao said that she wanted to see Dr. Wang's parrot. Have he brought it today? Gu Changge does not seem to want to talk to the two children. When she hears Gu Yi's question, she wishes the two children will hurry out. She says, Go and ask Dr. Wang with your sister. Dr. Wang's office is quite near. Gu Yi takes his sister's hand and goes out. Before leaving, he turns back and has a word with Xiao Tianzi, who lovingly sends them out and tells him to take care of his sister. As soon as the two children leaves, Gu Changge's beautiful eyebrows are brought together. Gazing at Xiao Tianzi, she says, You are very kind to this daughter. Her remark is acid and a bit prickly. Xiao Tianzi goes to her bedside, sits in a chair and looks at her unhappy face. Why do you get jealous for a child? She's my daughter. Gu Changge sneers very discontentedly. Look at the face of Miao Miao, it's almost carved in the same mold with Gu Changge. You say that she's your daughter, but I find no features inherited from you on her face. Xiao Tianzi looks at Gu Changge's angry appearance and says in a light tone, Do you dislike Miao Miao? Don't you hate her? She looks so similar to Gu Changge that people feel afraid when they see her. Xiao Tianzi lowers his voice as if he is tired. Miao Miao is only 6 years old. She knows nothing. As Gu Changge remembers that the man in front of her is Gu Changge's husband who has a son and a daughter, she feels as uncomfortable as being pricked by needles. Since she resembles my elder sister a lot, it's hard to guarantee that, in the future, she will not grow up into an iron woman like her mother. After that, there is slight displeasure on Xiao Tianzi's face. She frowns, looks at him sadly and murmurs, I thought you would not let her get pregnant. Xiao Tianze raises his hand to touches her hair and smiles faintly. Changge, you have stayed at home with Changge for so many years. Don't you know what kind of person she is? Gu Changge stops talking. Of course she knows Gu Changge well. She always saves for a rainy day, making long-term plans, as if everything will be calculated and anticipated by her. Besides, she keeps heavy suspicion of everything. She is suspicious and vicious. She will adopt cruel means to achieve what she wants without leaving any hint of a trace. Even if Xiao Tianze wants to set her up, he also has to make a big plan that lasts several years. Xiao Tianze goes forward, bends over and pulls her into his arms. He kisses her forehead gently. I know you hate me for marrying Gu Changge, but if I hadn't married her and brought her children, what qualifications would I have to stand in the Gu family? All in all, the two children's greatest role is to make him qualified to stand in the business hall of the Gu family. Without the children born by Gu Changge, nobody would care about his identity as the husband of Gu Changge. Gu Changge's relatives have enough reason to expel him from his home. However, with Gu Changge's children, things are quite different. No one dares to mess up with him, because the first inheritance right of Gu's family is in the hands of Gu Changge's children. Even if Xiao Tianze was expelled from his home, those relatives could not shake the important position of his children. As the first guardian for his children, he takes it for granted that he masters Gu's family before they became adults. But, gnashing her teeth, Gu Changge whispers, Tianze, I want you to give Gu's family to our son. Xiao Tianze embraces her and gently opens her mouth. Of course, Changge. Only our children are qualified to be the rulers of this huge industry. Only when Gu Changge hears that does she shallowly raise a smile in Xiao Tianze's arms. However, deep in the eyes of the laughter, there is a chilling and poisonous feeling. Gu Changge's children should not continue to stand on the peak of Gu's business, she thinks. Now Gu Changge is dead. Everything should be theirs. Otherwise, all their years of enduring will be in vain. Song Yuncheng leaves the hospital. There is car whistling on the road beside her. She turns back but finds no one. Then she goes on. But just after a few steps, she is caught up by a sapphire blue Ferrari. Song Yuncheng looks sideways. The window glass is slowly winded down and Chu Machen's handsome face comes out in slow motion. Song Yuncheng looks at him coldly. I'm looking for you. Get on the car. Chu Machen smiles at her gently. Song Yuncheng frowns, glaring at his smile. Chu Machen seems to feel her unhappiness. Instead of driving immediately after she gets on the car, he leans over to help her fasten her safety belt. Looking at his behavior, she is somewhat disgusted. I do it myself. You don't know about the wedding announcement until now? As soon as Song Yuncheng hears his words, she knows that Chu Machen has already known the reason why she is looking for him. And the reason why Chu Machen knows everything is that his eldest brother has called Chu Machen in advance, fearing that his younger sister would offend him when she meets him. Song Yuncheng does not deny. Why don't you tell me the wedding announcement? I'm going to marry you as long as my family issues a marriage letter, your father agrees. You don't need to be informed. Chu Machen's statement is very orderly and reasonable, and there is nothing wrong with it. As for business families where interest conflicts prevail, every marriage needs to be considered in the perspective of advantages and disadvantages from the planning at the beginning to the completion of preparation. And the two people who get married are just two dolls in front of the media. The final say on whether should they get married is not held by the bride or the bridegroom, but by the two families which have good foresight. Of course, Chu Machen is absolutely not a doll in the Chu family. Chu Machen can control his own life completely without external pressure, and he doesn't need to stoop low to marry a woman he doesn't like for the sake of commercial interests. Otherwise, he would not be at ease at the age of getting married and setting up his own family. While Gu Changge, whose age is the same as him, is already the mother of two children, he doesn't even have a gossip girlfriend. Previously, the gossip in Yuncheng was still discussing whether Chu's only son had any special hobbies preventing him from being a lover. Now, the only son of the Chu family has chosen his fiancée overnight. Moreover, the spouse is not the right one. Song Yunxian can't refute what he said. Chu Machin, it is a disrespect to me to issue the wedding news without consulting my opinion. Chu Machin helps her fasten her seatbelt, drives forward and steps on the accelerator pedal. I will abandon you in order to respect you. Song Yunxian frowns at Chu Machin. Why did you do this? I can give you whatever you want from me, but I can't marry you. Do you understand? Looking at the road ahead, Chu Machin is absorbed in driving. Hearing Song Yunxuan's voice beside him, which gets excited, he looks at her face sideways. Suddenly, he gives an irrelevant answer. You are beautiful. Song Yunxian is stunned. Chu Machin then says, you certainly haven't looked in the mirror carefully. Song Yunxian is a little irritated. What do you really want to say? Chu Machin drives the car to the coastal highway of Yuncheng, and the scenery outside the window changes as it moves fast backward. Looking ahead, Chu Machin seems to be thinking of something. I used to know a beautiful woman, but her style of action was the same as that of men, so that all men would keep away from her out of fear. And it seems ridiculous to try to conquer her. Song Yunxian knows he is talking about Gu Changge. Chu Machin lowers the glass a little, and a fresh sea breeze blows in from the coastal highway. He squints slightly at the distant mountains, the blue sea, the fine sand and the reefs. The scenery of Yuncheng is so beautiful that makes people linger on and forget to return to their home. However, Chu Machin's eyes are not intoxicated with this scene, but a kind of faint compassion. But this beautiful woman did not stop to see what else is around her besides money, power and interests. Song Yunxian giggles strangely, looking at the distance, and she says bleakly, hatred. Although she says it in a low voice, it is clearly heard by Chu Machin. Chu Machin brakes abruptly and pulls over along the coastal highway. Because of his sudden braking, Song Yunxian plunges forward unsteadily. Fortunately, there is a seat belt on her body, otherwise such a sudden brake will surely knock her head on the front glass, which will certainly make her die or disabled. The car with superior performance suddenly comes to a halt after a rapid rush. Song Yunxuan's hair falls from her ear and covers half of her face. She raises her hand to pull it behind her ear. She turns to Chu Machin and says, what? Am I wrong? You're right. Chu Machin grasps the steering wheel tightly with both hands. He seems to be angry but can't easily vent it. Realizing his bad mood, Song Yunxian undoes her safety belt by herself, says, I feel that you may not be fit to drive now. Let me get off first, then you can chill out. Chu Machin grips her hand, which is untying the belt. He suddenly raises his head up, staring her in the eyes with his steely eyes. What kind of relationship do you have with Xiao Tianze? No, to be more precise, why do you hate Xiao Tianze? Song Yunxian gazes at Chu Machin and finds that he is serious, smiles. I don't hate him. It's easy for her to say that, which makes Chu Machin almost believe her. However, suddenly Song Yunxuan's eyes dim, with her bright smile disappearing. Her gaze is steely. I just want to make him lose everything. I'll let him lose everything. I want him to feel the helplessness. She wants to inflict all the pain that she has suffered on Xiao Tianze. She wants him to experience the agony she went through when she died. Song Yunxian grits her teeth, and her gaze is freezing cold. Chu Machin stares at her face in a trance, as if he sees Gu Changge's face. Yunxian. He calls her by her name. Song Yunxian comes to and turns her head towards him. Chu Machin carefully looks at her expression, as if to recognize something. After observing for a long time, he finds himself really whimsical. Then he can't help mocking himself and shakes his head helplessly. You always make me feel that she is still alive. Song Yunxian asks softly. Gu Changge. Chu Machin does not deny. Yes. Song Yunxian can't tell what she feels like. She just thinks it's interesting that Chu Machin can often remember Gu Changge although she is dead. Originally Chu Machin doesn't have an affair with Gu Changge at all, but now it seems that he has never forgotten her. She watches the waves hitting the shore and says, I hope you hadn't announced our engagement. For Chu family, making solemn pledges is vital. Since the news of our wedding has been spread, there is no way to change it. Do you understand? Chu family always enjoys a good reputation in Yuncheng. If their proposal is rejected by the bride's family, it will make a fool of them. Song Yunxian also understands his words. Looking at him, she says with a low voice, "If you are afraid of losing face, you can announce that it's you who give up our marriage because of my insufficiency." With a trace of smile emerges across his lips, Gu Changge casts a glance at her, then focuses his gaze on the scene out of the window. "In that case, I will be the one who hurts you." Song Yunxian is surprised but says firmly, "In any case, I will not get married until I destroy Gu family." When this sentence is uttered, the wind around seems to die down for some seconds. Gu Changge feels it's incredible. He turns his head and looks at Song Yunxian. It seems Song Yunxian also realizes she didn't mince her words just now. In a hurry, she is about to get off. Gu Changge holds her arm with his big hands. "I won't let you go." Held up by him, she frowns nervously since she knows that it won't benefit her if the things keep going like this. Then she becomes anxious. "Gu Changge, I know what I said just now is ridiculous to you, but you will never understand my plans. Let me go. There are many other beautiful girls in this world who deserve your love." She struggles to free herself. But when pulling his hand that is holding her, she is grabbed again. With swift and powerful actions, he grabs her wrist to drag her into the car. Gu Changge turns over and presses her on the seat of the car. The window is raised by 1/3, just blocking the view outside. "What are you doing?" Song Yunxian vigilantly stares at him. Like an eagle, Gu Changge sincerely gazes at her in the eyes as if he can see through her heart. Song Yunxian feels that his eyes are so intensive she can't look through what he wants. "Song Yunxian, no matter how I chase you and how much I love you, you are always indifferent. Don't you think you are too proud?" Song Yunxian keeps her poker face. "I never allow you to court me, Gu Changge." She wants to go forward alone all the time, without any help of others. As long as the thorns on the road do not cut through her feet, she can finish the journey by herself. No matter how much blood she sheds, she can grit her teeth and continue until she finishes the revenge plan. "Gu Changge, I'm not the woman you want. I won't marry you, becoming your wife, nor will I assist you and educate your children. I won't do the things you want me to do." Looking at her deadpan expression, he feels that even though Song Yunxian is suppressed in her actions, her heart is still unchanged. "Yunxian." Gu Changge takes a breath as if to suppress his inner feelings. Song Yunxian peers at him. She is still infirm. "I hope you can break the engagement with me. That would destroy you. Without me, you would be nothing in Song family." Song Yunxian smiles. "No. Since no one imprisons me, I can get the whole property of Song family." Her cold and ambitious heart is hard to get. However, from the day when she entered the Song family, she had such an ambition, which is enough to shock him. Gu Changge looks at her, with his dark bushy eyebrows arching. He withdraws his hands disappointedly. Song Yunxian gets rid of his body, trying to push the door and get out. Suddenly he hugs her from behind. He gathers his arms around her waist, with his thin lips imprinting on her neck. Song Yunxian has been kissed more than once by him. Although she is somewhat surprised, she quickly calms down after a short flurry. Peering at the distance calmly, she reaches out to untie his hands that is holding her waist. But when her hand overlays on his, Gu Changge clutches her fingers and puts something cool on the ring finger of her right hand. In surprise, she looks down. Gu Changge kisses her on her earlobe. "It's for you." She continues to look down. His mellow and sexy voice rises at her ear. "It's our engagement ring." Song Yunxian frowns. "I said I don't want to marry you." Gu Changge kisses her lips immediately, and refuses to release her no matter how her struggles. The hot kiss seems to convey all his passion to her, which lingers over her heart. He leaves her lip reluctantly when she nearly suffocates. Song Yunxian flushes because of the lack of oxygen. She raises hands to push him and then touches her own lips. The silver ring on her fourth finger leaps into her vision. It's Dairy Ring. Is it the wedding ring that can only be purchased once during one's lifetime with his ID card? She is struck dumb. Gu Changge, however, lifts his hand to gently tuck her falling hair behind ears. Then he helps her to wipe her mouth and smiles at her sincerely. Song Yunxian hardly figures out what Chu Machin wants to do. Why? Give me this ring. Maybe I cannot marry you now, but it does not mean I will not marry you in the future. You are my wife. I will always keep a position in Chu family for you. Song Yunxian shakes her head and feels surprised that he is really wayward. He fastens her seatbelt and sends her back to the Song family when her mind is still in confusion. When they arrive, he opens the car's door for her and helps her out of the car. Seeing Chu Machin taking care of Song Yunxian so lovingly, Song Yuncheng is very astonished. Chu Machin is a man who never has too much interest in women. And even if he has, Song Yuncheng has never seen he's so considerable to Song Yunxian before. Song Yunchuan's face shows an imperceptible expression. Song Yuncheng notices that Song Yunxian doesn't smile, hurriedly asks Nurse Wang to help her. Come and help Yunxian, she's uncomfortable. With an apologetic smile, Chu Machin speaks softly. I took her for a ride along the seaside, and she is lightheaded now. Although Chu Machin explains, Song Yuncheng clearly sees the ambiguous hickey exposed on her sister's collar. Song Yuncheng averts his eyes from her collar and doesn't expose Chu Machin's lie, just asks Nurse Wang to support Song Yunxian back to her room. Chu Machin's eyes settle on Song Yunxian until she is supported upstairs. Song Yuncheng asks him, Child Chu, feel like a cup of tea? No thanks, I want to visit Mr. Song. Song Yuncheng immediately leads Chu Machin to Song Yan's room. Song Yuncheng does not accompany Chu Machin in the room. After a while, Chu Machin comes out of Song Yan's room and leaves. Song Yuncheng doesn't know what Chu Machin said to Song Yan. He waits for Chu Machin to leave before he comes in to see Song Yan. Dad, what did Child Chu say? Song Yan's eyes are dark-ringed. He had a poor sleep last night. After being asked by Song Yuncheng what Chu Machin had said just now, his gaze becomes sharp. I don't think Yunxian can fasten on Chu Machin. Song Yuncheng is shocked. Dad, what do you mean? Song Yan is somewhat angry. Child Chu told me that their wedding would be delayed. I asked him how long it would be. He even told me that he had no intention to get married in the coming couple of years. With his sinking heart, Song Yuncheng asks, Does he give up Yunxian? Song Yan's eyes seem to be covered with shadows. If Chu family announces they give up Yunxian, it can be easy for us to handle. We just need to marry Yunxian to someone else, but Chu Machin. Song Yan sighs and can't continue. Dad. Song Yuncheng waits for Song Yan to speak. Song Yan frowns, looks angry and helpless. I've never thought Chu Machin would refuse to break the engagement. Song Yuncheng purses his lips and cannot figure out Chu Machin's real thoughts. Then Song Yan picks up a file bag and hands it to Song Yuncheng. He said it was an engagement gift for Yunxian. And let me hand it to Yunxian. Open it and see what's in it. Although Song Yuncheng feels it's not polite to open his sister's gifts without her permission, he obeys his father's orders. After opening the file bag and pulling out a stack of documents inside, he turns them over page by page and then he widens his eyes with shock. Song Yan looks at Song Yuncheng's astonished expression. He also becomes anxious. What is this? Dad. Song Yuncheng is too shocked to close his mouth. This is Chu Xiao's asset given to Yunxian. It's Venus Salon. Song Yan doesn't recover from surprise for a long time. Since the engagement gift is such a valuable asset of him, how could Chu Machin give up Song Yunxian? Song Yuncheng and Song Yan are horrified. Song Yuncheng holds the asset transfer agreement in his hand, and in an instant, he is somewhat embarrassed and overwhelmed. He turns to his father for help. Dad, do you think that Venus should be given to Yunxian? Of course, he doesn't want to give it to Yunxian in his private heart. Although Venus now suffers negative reviews, somehow it had ever also occupied a majority of the market share of the beauty industry in Yuncheng. Now it is purchased by someone easily, and so dramatically given to the young dumb girl of their family. Song Yuncheng is both envious and angry. Dad, Yunxian is only 18 years old, just 18. Song Yan can understand his son's meaning, says coldly. Do you think the Chu family are silly? Chu Machin is a few years younger than you, but his brain is much stronger than you. He has a close relationship with Yunxian. Wouldn't he know that Yuncheng has celebrated her 18th birthday and has grown up? Song Yuncheng shuts his mouth embarrassingly, but he is still unreconciled. Dad, although Venus has started to go downhill, it is not a small industry. A lean camel is bigger than a fat horse. If we give it to Yuncheng, I am afraid that Yuncheng herself can't control it. Song Yan's face turns blue as if he is annoyed by his son's idea. Yuncheng, you are not young, think about it carefully. What does Child Chu really mean? Song Yuncheng wrinkles up his eyebrows and he does not say anything for a while. By giving Yuncheng such a big gift, he not only shows off the financial resources of the Chu family, but says that Yuncheng is very important to him. Song Yan looks at his son's eyes furiously. After hearing his son say this, he feels that his eldest son has no brain at all. You think the Chu family still needs to show off its financial resources to us? Chu family's assets are incomparable to any family in Yuncheng except the Gu family. He doesn't need to show off his money to our family at all. Then why does he? Song Yuncheng wants to ask. But he is stared at by his father. Holding the arm of the wheelchair, Song Yan's face is gloomy. As for Chu Machen, only Gu's eldest daughter can be worthy to be his spouse. But Gu Changge, the princess of Gu's family, is not an ordinary person who did not choose him at that time. And now she is dead. He wants to marry Yuncheng, which is regarded as self-degradation by outsiders since the two families don't match well. Well, he's in favor of Yuncheng. He has no choice. Song Yuncheng opens his mouth. Song Yan does not think so. Although he has taken a fancy to Yuncheng, the voice of the public is still indispensable. He gives Yuncheng such a large industry, the one going downhill. Undoubtedly, he wants Yuncheng to revive Venus again. In this way, Yuncheng will prove her ability, which also shows that he has good foresight. Though someone may still say that Yuncheng is a Cinderella, no one will think she is unfit to marry the Chu family. At least, if Yuncheng makes Venus resurrect, it means she is a wise woman, unlike those rich ladies who can only eat, drink and play. Song Yuncheng listens to his father so much that he finally understands Chu Machen's meaning. He also feels the transfer of property in hand a little heavier. But Dad, Yuncheng is just a little girl, how can she take over Venus herself? Song Yun makes a long face and says, you just give Yuncheng the transfer of this property in its original form. If she succeeds, you have to be on guard against her. If she can't do it, you will squeeze Venus into his own hand inch by inch. Song Yuncheng understands what his father means. Dad, you mean no matter whether Yuncheng marries into the Chu family or not, Venus is ours? Yuncheng gets a Venus, which is also our Song family's advantage. Song Yan sighs. Now that Chu Machen has given us the deposit, it's no harm for Yuncheng to stay in the Song family for 2 more years. Song Yuncheng nods. I will give the paper to Yuncheng. Song Yan gives a hum and watches Song Yuncheng go out. Only when Song Yuncheng goes out, he can't help sighing. The eldest son is really not cut out for the business circle. Song Yunchuan's door is knocked by Song Yuncheng. She opens the door and finds Song Yuncheng handing her a document bag. His face is full of joy. She is puzzled. Big brother, what is this? Why are you so happy? Song Yuncheng hands the document bag forward. Yuncheng, you really brighten our family. You let Child Chu spend so much even at the engagement. We can see that Child Chu is sincere to you. You can treat him better. Song Yuncheng is confused. But looking at the joy on Song Yuncheng's face, she also knows that the document bag contains something that is favorable for the Song family. She nods, then takes the bag and sees her elder brother off. After Song Yuncheng leaves, she closes the door, goes back to bed, opens the paper bag and takes out the paper inside. After reading a few pages, her heart is startled and her eyebrows wrinkled. She is almost doubtful about her eyes. When all the papers have been carefully turned over, she bursts into laughter and puts all the important transfer agreement documents on the bed. Then she makes a phone call to Chu Machen. It takes a while before Chu Machen picks up the phone. Song Yuncheng calls him for the first time on her own initiative. The first sentence at the beginning is not a soft greeting from the girl, but a funny and angry question. Chu Machen, why do you transfer Venus to me? You're calling me for the first time on your own initiative, he says in a very gentle voice.
I'm glad, Yuncheng.
Song Yunxian takes a breath to cool down the fire in her chest. Chumachan, don't interfere in my affairs. I want to do things without your help. I can do it myself. Chumachan smiles faintly and his voice is soft and sexy. Yunxian, you are too stubborn. Even if Wu Zetian wants to take the throne, she still has to rely on Li Ji. You can't do too much alone. Wu Zetian is the only empress in ancient China. Li Ji is her husband, and an emperor in Tang dynasty. But I don't need you to do that. Chumachan smiles slightly and says, Yunxian, this thing was meant to be taken by Xiao Tianzi, but I think you may like it very much, so I grab it before he does. His remark just effectively seizes up Song Yunchuan's later remarks. With a large soft white towel around his neck, Chumachan had just taken a bath, and drops of water are still ticking down from his dark hair. He wears casual and comfortable clothes, and without the calmness and indifference, his eyes become gentle and warm. What? Are you still going to blame me? Song Yunchuan's lips are pursed straight. She is not happy, but she does not continue to speak. Noticing her silence, Chumachan is not anxious to hang up the phone. He listens to her breathing quietly over there. After a while he asks, Do you like the ring I gave you? Song Yunchuan's voice comes bleakly after 2 seconds. Remember to announce the postponement of marriage tomorrow. After that, without saying goodbye, she hangs up the phone with a click. Chumachan has already gotten used to her rudeness. He checks the phone with helpless laughter. Although the woman still can't treat him in a soft voice like that of a kitten, it's good progress to call him on her own initiative. With a faint smile on his lips, he puts the cell phone on one side of the cabinet and then wipes his dripping hair with a towel. Song Yunxian hangs up the phone and throws it aside. Lying on the bed, she reads the contents of those transfer agreements. Chumachan is right, it is exactly what she needs. As long as it is what Xiao Tianzi wants, she desires to take it away from him. Chumachan really knows her heart. But isn't it dangerous for a man to know her like this? She puts the papers aside and looks at her slender white right ring finger. After thinking for a while, she gets up again, goes to the drawer on the bedside cabinet and reaches to take out a silver pigmentation ring inside. There is no diamond on it, but even the simple silver ring is more noticeable on the ring finger than all the rings with gems. Just because this ring is the most unique one among the star rings, every man can only buy one in his life with his ID card. She does not know what attitude Chumachan had taken to buy the ring. However, she suddenly feels that it is okay to wear a ring on her hand. She puts the ring gently on her ring finger. Out of a sudden, she feels a strong beat of her heart. The feeling of being alive is clear and obvious. The finger with the ring is attached to her right chest where her heart beats. Song Yunxian feels the heart beating vigorously. Then she slowly closes her eyes. She's alive. That's great. Everything will change as she wishes, including changing Xiao Tianzi's bright future. When Song Yunxian arrives at Fanqing magazine the next day, the editor-in-chief of the magazine is waiting for her at the door of the office. Seeing her coming, she makes her face and welcomes her. Miss Song, I've checked what you told me. Yes. Song Yunxian pouts her lips and opens the door of the office. Just as she reaches out, Xiao Hong, the editor-in-chief, glances across her finger. She looks up and says, Miss Song, the ring in your hand? Oh, this one. Song Yunxian raises her hand without the intention to hide it. She is generous enough to show Xiao Hong. My friend brought it abroad. He thought it was good as a gift for me. Is it beautiful?
Xiao Hong no.
It looks pretty and wonderful. Xiao Hong still feels doubtful. Looking at Song Yunchuan's peaceful expression, she denies her conjecture and follows Song Yunxian into the office. Miss Song, in regard to the consumer disfigurement incident of Venus the year before last, we have sorted out the origin and development of the incident and all the information about the reports at that time. Let's have a look at it. Song Yunxian just glances at the dense document and says, What I want is not the media comment that people heard at that time. What I want is a fact. Do you understand? Xiao Hong's face turns red. Miss Song, Tianxiang Salon belongs to Gu's industry. If we rashly disclose the truth for Venus at that time, I am afraid. Well, you've all checked it out, that's good. Song Yunxian closes the documents together and hands them to her. I've already found out the consumer's address. Come with me this afternoon. Let's pay her a visit. Song Yunxuan's words surprise Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong turns her head and looks at Song Yunxian in amazement. Though Song Yunxuan's eyes are clear, the emotions in her eyes are blurred. What's wrong? Miss Xiao. Xiao Hong finds her mind straying, so she hurries to reply. No, it's all right, Miss Song. Although Xiao Hong does not show anything on her face, her heart is like a boat in the stormy ocean. She can't have imagined that an 18-year-old girl should have planned so well what to do next. Associating Song Yunxuan's family background, Xiao Hong has more confidence in her. The little daughter of the Song family is not the one to be trifled with after all. Xiao Hong obeys Song Yunxuan's arrangement and drives her to the designated address in the afternoon. Song Yunxian brings Xiao Shui there too. On the way, Xiao Shui turns over the information sheet beside Song Yunxian and finds that the information in the folder is about the case of consumer beauty disputes in Yuncheng 2 years ago. And the victim and the defendant are clearly written on it. The most amazing thing is that on the last page, the faces and addresses of the two disfigurers are clearly printed. The two people are respectively Han Rujia and Yi Xiaoning. Song Yunxian looks at their address and opens his lips towards Xiao Hong, who is driving in front of her. Miss Xiao, let's go to Yi Xiaoning's house first. Xiao Hong hesitates for a moment, but she still can't help turning her head and reminding Song Yunxian. Miss Song, although the name of Yi Xiaoning sounds delicate and pretty, she is a complicated person. In order to fight the lawsuit against Venus, for a whole year, she did nothing but went around the door of Venus branch to show people her disfigured face. Song Yunxian looks at the photographs of Yi Xiaoning before and after her disfigurement on the document and gently touches the image on the paper with her fingers. Yi Xiaoning is really a hard nut. But exactly because of that, I have to start from her. Tough nuts are not terrible because they're usually greedy. No matter she likes money or goods, she has her weaknesses as long as she has extra desires. It will be much easier to catch her out if she has any disadvantage. Xiao Hong looks at Song Yunxuan's face in the rearview mirror and finds that Song Yunxian reads the paper with her calculating eyes and a slight smile on her lips. Xiao Hong has a sense of oppression that she dares not act freely, and then stops talking. Xiao Shui, after tasting Song Yunxuan's words carefully, begins to ask her, is Han Rujia's situation totally different from that of Yi Xiaoning? Song Yunxian looks up at Xiao Shui, smiles and nods. It's quite different. Looking at Han Rujia's pictures before and after the disfigurement on the data, Xiao Shui finds that Han Rujia was indeed a beauty before the case, but after it, her face was hideously deformed. It is also reasonable that Song Yunxian decides not to visit Han Rujia first, because Han Rujia's face is really destroyed, which is not fake. Moreover, the reason why Han Rujia's face is ruined like this is not that she was manipulated by Gu Changge, but by Gu Changge. Song Yunxian hasn't drowned in memory, but with Xiao Hong driving forward, she carefully observes the road ahead. After confirming that Yi Xiaoning's address is near, Song Yunxian opens her mouth and calls Xiao Hong. Miss Xiao, stop here and wait for me. I'll go with Xiao Shui. Xiao Hong stops the car. She is still worried. Miss Song, if Yi Xiaoning knows that you are here for Venus, I'm afraid that she might embarrass you. And you still have to rehabilitate Venus. Song Yunxian gets out of the car and says, both of us don't know the fact of this case. I'll go and see her attitude first. Xiao Hong has no choice but to tell Xiao Shui to act carefully and prevent Yi Xiaoning from hurting Song Yunxian. Song Yunxian finds that they're going all the way forward uphill. The buildings over this area are basically bungalows. Each family has its own small courtyard. The surrounding environment is clean, and the sea breeze permeates the air. She goes on while Xiao Shui checks the street and the number of the door. After walking past 2 blocks, Xiao Shui suddenly says, Yunxian, the small shop in front seems to be run by Yi Xiaoning. Song Yunxian looks up and finds that there is a small grocery not far away. She takes a breath and follows Xiao Shui there. It is true that Yi Xiaoning operates a small supermarket after her disfigurement. But when they arrive at the door, they find out that it is not grocery, but a sex toys store. Looking at the product slogan at the entrance of the shop, Xiao Shue's face turns red with embarrassment. Yuncheng, we are still unmarried girls. Do you think it would be inappropriate for us to enter such a shop? Song Yuncheng turns her head to look at her with a faint expression. Some places look clean, but in fact they are even dirtier than here. After that, she stops looking at Xiao Shui and pushes the door in. Seeing Song Yuncheng push the door in, Xiao Shui has to follow up reluctantly. After entering the door, there rings automatically the mechanical voice from the robot doll to welcome the guests. Song Yuncheng is sick of the thick smoke that diffuses the room, so she raises her hand to fan it. When she's just about to turn her head, she hears a voice not far from the door. The one says lazily, "What do you need, ladies?" Searching for the voice's origin, Song Yuncheng finds a woman with shoulder-length curly hair in a tight miniskirt and black stockings. The woman's voice is delicate. According to her figure, she is about 28 years old. When she notices Song Yuncheng and Xiao Shui, there is a sarcasm hang on her eyes. "Two young chicks, have you been sexually insulted by hypocrites? Or you just need some little toys to bear your horny and lonely night?" Xiao Shui feels disgusted when she's looking at the woman's face. Grasping Song Yunchuan's arm, she almost wants to subconsciously drag Song Yuncheng out of this place. But Song Yuncheng stands steadily like a rock, motionlessly looking at the ugly woman with a sarcastic tone and an ugly face. The woman's eyes had ever gone through an operation. She was beautiful, but because of the misuse of medicine injection, the muscles around her eye are twisted upward. Her face was uncoordinated, and her lips drooped so badly that the whole face can't smile at all. The most terrible thing is that her cheeks are stiff with under the skin. Like a puppet, she looks numb and hideous when she speaks. Song Yuncheng opens the folder in her hand and then looks up indifferently. "Miss Yi Xiaoning?" The woman frowns. "This is a sex toys store, not a homeless shelter, not a place for you to find someone." After that, she turns around in order to go away. When Song Yuncheng sees that she wants to leave, she does not chase her. Instead, she turns her head to look around the small shop. "When you made use of the opportunity to get so many benefits from Gu Changge, you just hid the millions of CNY and set up such a shop?" The woman stops walking as if her body freezes when she hears the name, Gu Changge. Song Yuncheng breaks away from Xiao Shue's hand and goes, "Miss Yi Xiaoning, I'm now in charge of Venus. Because Venus's cosmetic surgery you did 2 years ago has been greatly criticized by public opinion. So now I am paying a return visit to check your current situation." When the woman hears that they are from the Venus, she turns around with maliciousness in her eyes. "What? Hasn't Venus collapsed yet?" Song Yuncheng smiles appropriately. "Miss Yi Xiaoning, because of your efforts, Venus has collapsed. But I bought it." Yi Xiaoning sneers. "Since you purchased it, you can just change its name and come back again. Why do you come to me? I will not continue to charge against Venus." Song Yuncheng looks at her appearance and nods. "Miss Yi Xiaoning, although I bought Venus, I have no intention to rename it." Yi Xiaoning smiles, feeling funny. "What a young dumb chick. Would you like me to apologize to Venus, and to say unfairly that they didn't disfigure my face?" Song Yuncheng looks down and says in a friendly and gentle tone, "Miss Yi Xiaoning, the millions of CNY that Gu Changge gave you at that time were not enough for gambling at all?" Yi Xiaoning is astonished. She looks at Song Yuncheng and feels incredible about what she said. Song Yuncheng directly turns to the last page of the papers in her hand. "This is what you used to look like. Think about this, you return to your previous appearance, move to another city with hundreds of thousands in an apartment to start over again, which will keep you away from your creditors and your low life of now." The woman's eyebrows come closer to each other. Song Yuncheng watches the change of expression on her face and carefully observes the expression in her eyes. Yi Xiaoning is indeed a tough nut. She is not only a Tiffany woman but also a gambler. She went to Venus for cosmetic surgery, in order to frame Venus and let them make huge compensation so that she would have the money to pay off her debts. She asked an unlicensed beauty clinic to give her drugs injections. But Venus Salon has a good reputation in the industry. How can it be a beauty agency that a person can pull down? The Venus planned to get reconciled with her by giving her tens of thousands of Xinwu. But just before they did it, Yi Xiaoning was discovered by Gu Changge. At that time, Gu Changge saw her holding up a sign at the door of the Venus branch to ask for the compensation. She just let the driver stop, and then told the driver to drive away after watching her for a few minutes. Later, she went to find Yi Xiaoning herself and guaranteed her 10 times the amount of compensation Venus had promised as long as she did not let go of Venus. Hence, Yi Xiaoning kept fighting against Venus and biting Venus as hard as a mad dog. Venus finally promised her a high claim of 900,000 yuan. On the next day of Yi Xiaoning's high claim, Gu Changge gave her 9 million yuan to leave the city and never come back. Unfortunately, after paying off her gambling debts, Yi Xiaoning lost all her remaining savings overnight in a casino. When she wanted to blackmail Gu Changge again, Gu Changge has found evidence that she gambled badly and injected medicines in a small clinic that inflamed her facial muscles and disfigured her face, and warned her that if she dared say anything wrong, she would immediately sue her for slander and send her to prison. Hence Yi Xiaoning, no matter how tough she is, dares not venture to tell the truth that she was supported by Gu's. But now, she is offered such generous conditions to return to the public. She looks at Song Yuncheng. Song Yuncheng slowly opens her mouth as if to tempt her. Gu Changge is dead. As long as you say that Gu forced you to frame Venus that year, I will ask someone to give you a new face, send you off this city, keep you away from your creditors as well as giving you an apartment and a small fortune. Song Yuncheng's words are gentle, but they remain lingering in Yi Xiaoning's cochlea. Just like magic sounds. Xiao Shui is standing behind her and listening to her. For a moment she is stunned. Song Yuncheng takes out her business card from the handbag and puts it on the counter near Yi Xiaoning. Miss Yi, if you want, please call me any time. Yi Xiaoning looks at her with a strange expression. The strange expression in Yi Xiaoning's eyes can't affect Song Yuncheng's mood at all. She keeps smiling peacefully from beginning to end. Maybe Yi Xiaoning is unlovely. However, as long as she can help to knock Xiao Tianzi down to the ground, Song Yuncheng will smile at her no matter how ugly and hideous she is. Because the most terrible thing in the world is never an ugly face. It's a heart as malicious as snakes and scorpions. She turns back to leave, and Xiao Shui is shocked for a while before leaving the shop with her. As soon as they get out, they hear a click of the camera. Before Xiao Shui reacts, a shadow moves away. Song Yuncheng alertly turns back at once to see where the sound comes from. Suddenly she sees a figure rushing into the lane and then disappearing. Xiao Shui frowns and hides her eyes by hands. Song Yuncheng also frowns. Could you discern that man? Xiao Shui did not see that man clearly. However, following Song Yuncheng's gaze, she spots a figure. It's a man. It seems that he has a camera. Song Yuncheng's face turns cold. It should be a newspaper reporter. Let's get on the bus first. Hearing this, Xiao Shui turns back to that sex toy store. She starts to be worried. Yuncheng, if you are photographed from that store, it will be harmful to your reputation. Moreover, you are the daughter of Song family and going to marry into the Chu family. Song Yuncheng has thought this earlier than Xiao Shui. Looking back at the big sign of Yi Xiaoning's sex toy store, she sneers. Someone is endeavoring for the negative news about me. For that, she goes ahead. First, we need to find Xiao Hong. We must come back now. Xiao Shui still feels uneasy. Shall we chase that reporter?
No.
It's too late. Now that he can follow here, Song Yuncheng must have been spotted for a long time, and the photographer must have made plans for dilemmas. Now he must have got the photos smoothly. She's afraid that he had already driven away. Perhaps at this time the photos have been sent back to the magazine. She backtracks with Xiao Shui together. Seeing her coming back, Xiao Hong opens the door for her. She seems worried. Miss Song, have you found Yi Xiaoning? Song Yuncheng nods and gets on the car. Yi Xiaoning's face was damaged badly. This is her photo. You need to take her to the most famous cosmetic surgeon in China and ask the doctor how to restore her face. Song Yunxian hands over the information to Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong takes over and looks carefully at these photos. She grins. She's grossly disfigured indeed. Song Yunxian sneers. Women who can act without being affected by others' comments are not so many. It's hard to find a girl like Yi Xiaoning. Xiao Hong understands the implied meaning of her words, but she doesn't speak frankly. Xiao Shui does not respond too. However, after she hears the conditions brought up by Song Yunxian for Yi Xiaoning, she feels that Yi Xiaoning will probably agree if she is not insane. Xiao Hong sets off on her way. Song Yunxian looks out at the scenery with her head propped up by her hands. All the way, she is wondering who would send the person to photograph her. Xiao Hong keeps silent for a while and then reaches out to open the radio. Song Yunxian observes her movements and frowns slightly. Xiao Hong immediately withdraws her hand. Song Yunxian finds Xiao Hong is pretty judicious. Her expression softens. Mrs. Xiao, have you decided the content of this issue? Xiao Hong nods. Yes, but... Song Yunxian notices her hesitation, so her expression softens. Then she smiles. What's wrong? Just tell me. I just had a headache. But I massage it so it's much better now. When Xiao Hong finds Song Yunchuan's attitude changes, she says, because the ZY Queen always publishes some hot current topics in Yuncheng on the first 3 pages. About this issue. She feels some embarrassed, pursuing her lips. Song Yunxian knows that she is hesitating, so she replies, the news of Yuncheng has always been reported by other magazines. We must report it, otherwise our sales will decline, and readers will say that we are not well informed. Xiao Hong nods at once. Yes, Miss Song, our editorial department also thinks so, but in fact the hottest topic for this issue is... Seems that she is in a pickle. Staring at Song Yunchuan's face in the rearview mirror, she squeezes out some words. In fact, it's the marriage between the Chu family and Song family. Song Yunxian feels that her eyes jump once and then turn dim. Xiao Hong realizes her words create a tense atmosphere. However, only a few seconds later, Song Yunxian raises her eyes and asks her, have the Chu family announced to cancel the engagement? No, Xiao Hong hastily explains. They just claim to delay the wedding date. The exact time of the wedding has not been decided, but many people speculate. Song Yunxian says lightly, in terms of the versions, you need keep it same with other magazines. Don't worry, although I am the owner of Fanqing magazine. Even if Fanqing magazine does not report on me, the rest of the magazines will still do it. Xiao Hong agrees and comforts her. Miss Song, if you still feel headache, you can rest for a while as we still need several minutes on the trip. Where Yi Xiaoning hides is really far. Although it's still in Yuncheng, it is near the outskirt. Xiao Shui has been sitting beside her silently. Not until Song Yunxian closes her eyes and rests on her seat to sleep does she start to speak to Xiao Hong in a low voice. Mrs. Xiao, have you seen the live video which is about the Chu family's announcement of delaying the wedding? Xiao Hong nods. Yes, when I was waiting for you, I watched it on my mobile phone. Xiao Shui asks with her eyebrows knitting. Well, do you know which magazines dispatches reporters to the scene at that time? Xiao Hong is a media editor, so she is very good at observing her peers. After being asked, she reflects carefully for a while and then answers. The most impressive for me are ZY Fashion and Kumao Entertainment. As Xiao Hong intends to think about it again, Song Yunxian interrupts her. Mrs. Xiao, please stop at the editorial department building of the ZY Fashion magazine. Okay. Xiao Shui stops asking, but Xiao Hong feels they're pretty strange. On the way back to the city, Xiao Hong stops at the editorial department building of ZY Fashion magazine, on Song Yunchuan's command. Xiao Shui follows Song Yunxian to get off the car and asks, would you like me to accompany you? Song Yunxian stares at this office building which belongs to her elder sister and then narrows her eyes. No thanks. You can go back with Mrs. Xiao now. If someone calls me at my office, pick it up for me. Xiao Shui understands her intention. Only Yi Xiaoning will call her, and only her call deserves to be answered. Thinking of this, Xiao Shui asks again. Yunxian, do we need to find Han Rujia, the women who also got disfigured as Yi Xiaoning? Song Yunxian bends up her lips. and there is a bright smile in her eyes. She looks happy. No, I just need to write her a letter. Since they have persuaded Xiaoning, it's not difficult to get Han Rujia done. She has a clear plan on what to do next. After Xiao Shui and Xiao Hong leave, she goes straight into the building. The receptionist glances at her, then looks at the mobile phone to compare her with the photos. After that, she rushes to meet her. Excuse me, miss, are you Song Yunxian? Song Yunxian, with a faint smile, looks gently at the receptionist and asks, has my elder sister known I'm coming to visit her? The receptionist hastily shakes her head. No, some time ago Miss Song told us that she has a younger sister, and she hopes we could recognize you. She has reminded us if you came here, you could visit her with no appointment. You could go to the VIP reception hall and wait for her there. Song Yunxian nods at her. The receptionist thinks that Song Yunxian wants to go to the VIP reception hall, so she takes a step ahead to lead the way. But when the receptionist leans herself sideways to ask Song Yunxian to go upstairs, Song Yunxian does not look at her at all. She just goes directly in the opposite direction, and then takes the elevator to the 6th floor. The receptionist is stunned, then hurries to follows her. Miss, the VIP reception hall is on the 9th floor. At this moment the elevator door opens. Song Yunxian enters into it with a smile. Really? So come in together. The receptionist enters into the elevator. Song Yunxian has already pressed the button of 6th floor. The receptionist looks embarrassed. At the 6th floor the elevator door opens. Song Yunxian steps out, but the receptionist reaches out to hold Song Yunxuan's arm in a hurry. Miss Song, we need to go to the 9th floor. The smile on Song Yunxuan's face disappears. She looks coldly at the hand grasping her arms. The receptionist is roughly at the age of 26. But when Song Yunxian looks her in that way, she feels cold from the bottom of her heart. She hastily withdraws her hand as if she has offended Song Yunxian. She intends to apologize, but Song Yunxian goes straight out of the elevator to the photo editorial office on the 6th floor. The editorial office is very busy at this moment, and there stands a young man with 2 cameras hanging around his neck, 2 cameras of famous brand. He is surrounded by 6 or 7 people whose voices sound excited. Dubai, you've got big news. Maybe Miss Song will give you a promotion. Come on, he took the picture of Miss Song's sister. Maybe Song will dismiss him directly. No, but Miss Song always hopes that there will emerge some social scandals of her sister. Look, this girl is really beautiful. But at such a young age, why would she go to that sex toy store? Maybe before she reaches the age of 18 she has. Later, their words turn into obscure laughter. Several people gather into a circle, and the receptionist's face turns pale. She looks at Song Yunxian with fear, but suddenly finds a grim and cold smile slowly appearing on Song Yunxuan's lips. And in her eyes there is piercing light. The receptionist has her heart in her mouth, and hurries to ask Dubai and her colleagues to shut up. But she has never anticipated that before she speaks. Song Yunxian says softly, Mr. Du. Her voice is cold and the words Mr. Du makes Dubai stunned for a moment. After that, a few people around Dubai become curious to see what is going to happen. But as soon as they see Song Yunxian, they can't help changing their attitude. No one would have thought that the one they're gossiping about would suddenly appear. Dubai's fingers become stiff. He glances at Song Yunxian dully, and suddenly hides his camera behind him. In Dubai's opinion, Song Yunxian would never appear at this time and at the place where he works. However, the girl seems to descend from the sky and catch him by surprise. Everyone on spot gasps at the sight of Song Yunxian. The silence chills the atmosphere. A smile is still hung on Song Yunxuan's lips. But when the receptionist wants to stop her, she pushes away the receptionist indifferently and walks forward coldly. Dubai wants to retreat, but feels that it is too disgraceful for a big man to back off in front of an 18-9-year-old girl. He keeps still. With a smile, Song Yunxian comes to him. Mr. Du, although this is my first time to meet you, you must have seen me more than once, right? Dubai frowns. Young lady, I don't know you. When Song Yunxian hears him say this, she knows that he is unwilling to give her the camera. She is in no hurry, looking at him with her clean and bright eyes which are like dew in the morning. Then you must know that I am Miss Song's sister, right?
Du Ben hésite en lit.
Song Yuncheng looks down from his face and finds his hands behind his back. Her voice is cold. Did my sister ask you to focus on me? Miss Song, I don't understand what you're talking about. Song Yuncheng can't help laughing. People in Song Yuning's company are quite good at dealing with unexpected accidents. It's a good time to pretend to be innocent. At the sight of that, Song Yuncheng is unwilling to leave easily, and catching Dubai on the spot, the receptionist nearby feels that the thing is very difficult to handle. When Dubai confronts Song Yuncheng, the receptionist, who is standing within his sight, winks him desperately to let him keep the camera in his hands. After Dubai is aware of her intention, she quickly turns around and makes a phone call to Song Yuning. Song Yuning puts on a happy face at the moment when she knows that Dubai had taken a photo of Song Yunchuan's scandal. But when her employee tells her that Song Yuncheng has come to the company in person, she immediately says, "Hold her. Don't let Dubai give her the memory card. I'll be there soon." After the phone call, the receptionist hands a cup of hot coffee to Song Yuncheng. At the same time, she also advises, "Miss Song, this must be a misunderstanding. Have a cup of coffee to calm down, please. Miss Song is on her way here." Song Yuncheng listens to the words of the receptionist. She calmly retrieves her sight from Dubai. As if she has calmed down, she turns around to pick up the coffee cup in the receptionist's hand. The people present breathes a sigh of relief. Just then, Song Yuncheng suddenly splashes the boiling coffee in the cup onto Dubai's face and neck. Dubai hasn't expected such a sudden accident. The severely unbearable pain on his face makes him cover his face with his hands. The thing in his hands is also thrown away. Shit! It's hot! Song Yuncheng watches him covering his face with both hands. She narrows her eyes, in which a sharp cold light is brewing. Reaching out, she takes the zoom camera that Dubai has been holding in his arms a few seconds ago, then turns around and leaves. In an instant, the people present change their view on this seemingly weak girl, after they see Song Yunchuan's indifferent actions and fierce treatment. Dubai, after wiping the coffee off his face, suddenly finds Song Yuncheng leaving with his camera. Hurriedly, he strides forward and grabs her arm. "Miss Song, you scalded me just now, but you don't even apologize. Are you going to leave with my things?" Song Yuncheng looks coldly at her arm held by his hands, then she lifts up her eyes. "So, do you want me to take you to the hospital or to the bureau?" Dubai's face, which is scalded red, becomes instantly pale. Song Yuncheng breaks away from his hand and raises up the zoom camera in her hand. "It's wrong for you to take pictures of me without my permission. Do you still want to use my pictures to benefit your career?" Dubai looks at the camera in her hand and wants to grab it. But Song Yuncheng takes back her hand in time. "If you publish the photos with unrealistic words to fabricate scandals against me, my reputation will be damaged. In that way, it will be meaningless for me to visit you this time. Miss Song, if you return the camera to me, I promise I won't distribute the photos." Song Yuncheng has a cold glance at him. "I don't believe you." After that, she takes the memory card out of the camera. Dubai still wants to take it back, but suddenly a voice rings behind him. "What are you doing? No more work." It is not others but Song Yuning who is talking. Song Yuncheng, without turning around, throws a camera that had been taken out the memory card into Dubai's arms and warns him, "I hope this is the last time, Mr. Du."
Dubai keeps sa blue face.
He is splashed with coffee in front of his colleagues and taken away his memory card, which is a real shame on him. But it's his fault indeed. Although he is angry, he has no choice but to leave with his camera in his hands. Song Yuncheng holds the memory card in her hand tightly with her fingers. Song Yuning is disappointed to see that the dispute has ended, and that the memory card has been taken away by Song Yuncheng. "Yuncheng, what are you doing in my company?" Song Yuning has a bad attitude towards Song Yuncheng since last time. Now when the two sisters meet, she can't even pretend to be intimate with her at all. Song Yuncheng doesn't care about her sister's attitude. She just puts the memory card in her pocket and looks up at Song Yuning. "Sister, I hope you still remember that my surname is Song." She says this sentence in a faint tone, but in which there is a force that can't be ignored. Song Yuning looks at her who is about to leave. She cannot help saying, "Stand still." Song Yunxian stops. Song Yuning approaches her unhappily. "What do you mean by saying that?" Song Yunxian smiles at her and says, "Sister, it will finally harm the Song family no matter the scandal points at you or me. What do you think of your position in your mother-in-law's family if the Song family is looked down upon?" The astonished feeling appears in her eyes instantly as if she has been knocked at the heart. The hesitation shows up on her face. She also knows that commercial marriage is just a mutual utilization. If her mother's family is haunted by scandals, she will be despised in her mother-in-law's family. Song Yunxian brushes past her and says in a faint voice, "Sister, if you want to stand firm in the Shui family, you have to hope that the Song family will not go downhill." What she said really knocks on Song Yuning's heart. After she is gone, Song Yuning slowly turns around and looks at the direction in which she leaves. When the receptionist sees her distraction, she hurries to her and calls her, "Miss Song." Song Yuning does not respond. The receptionist can't help touching her shoulder, and says worriedly, "Miss Song." Song Yuning suddenly comes to when she is tapped on her shoulder. The receptionist is worried. "Miss Song? Are you all right?" Song Yuning's eyelashes droop with her distressed face. "You go and tell the HR department to transfer Dubai to Yuncheng branch." The receptionist turns on a numb face. "But Miss Song, the salary of Yuncheng branch is half lower than that of Yuncheng headquarters. Dubai is one of the most efficient photographers in the magazine. If you transfer him to the branch..." Song Yuning's eyes are dim and her lips droop sadly. "Dubai is so careless. Once he's determined to shoot Yunxian, he must do it in secret. Once Song Yunxian finds it out, I have to send him away. Otherwise, I will have troubles." The receptionist goes silent and delivers the message to the HR department. In her heart, Song Yuning is very clear that what Song Yunxian said is right. Moreover, she should be in awe of her. Her handles are firmly pinched by Song Yunxian. Although Song Yunxian does not threaten her repeatedly with her disadvantages, she should also be modest on some issues. Otherwise, in the end, it will always be herself who suffers loses. She can't afford to take the risk. Thinking of it, Song Yuning raises her hands to cover her belly. As long as this child is born, she can gain a firm position at the Shui family. There are thousands of ways to hide a child's origin, but the only precondition is that he can survive. After finishing her work, Song Yunxian pays a visit to Venus by the way. When she returns to the editorial office of Fanqing magazine, she finds Xiao Hong stopping what she's doing and coming to talk to her. "Miss Song, as for the page of this issue of the magazine, do you think it's all right?" While she is talking, she takes her to the computer to show her the format of typesetting. Song Yunxian looks at the typesetting style and nods. "That's it. It's good." Getting Song Yunchuan's approval, Xiao Hong says, "Miss Song, you have a guest." "A guest?" Song Yunxian feels sort of strange. But thinking that it may be Yi Xiaoning whom she visited today, she accelerates the pace to her office. Xiao Hong follows her with some embarrassment. "Miss Song." "What? Haven't you let her wait in my office?" Xiao Hong grabs Song Yunxian with a somewhat complicated expression. She pulls Song Yunxian aside and whispers, "The other side is Yunxian." Before Xiao Hong finishes, the door of the office opens with a click. Song Yunxian listens to his familiar voice and turns her head in surprise. She just meets Chu Machen's eyes. A faint smile is hung on Chu Machen's handsome face. Song Yunxian is stunned when she meets Chu Machen. Then she quickly puts her right hand behind her back. Xiao Hong says knowingly, "Miss Song, I'll prepare you some coffee." Xiao Hong is gone. Yet Song Yuanxian seems doesn't want to go into the office, standing at the door and gazing at Chu Machen. She says, "What are you doing here?" Chu Machen opens the door. "Come in, let's have a word." Song Yunxian stands still. Chu Machen bends up his lips and says jokingly, "Come on, what are you afraid of?" Song Yunxian frowns. "Xiao Shui is waiting for the phone call inside on behalf of me. You." Chu Machen reaches out to grab her wrist. He pulls her in. Xiao Tianze will take her out for dinner after work. She won't come back today. Come on in. You. Before the words are finished, the door is clicked shut. As soon as the door closes, she is kissed by the man on her lips, struggling with some displeasure. He also holds her hands pushing against his chest. She is forced to be kissed a few times. Before he succeeds in splitting her teeth open with his tone, she refuses. Let go. Gu Changge kisses her cheek and says, the postponement of the wedding has been announced. It follows your order. Can't you give me any benefit? Song Yunxian does not look at him. You can stop. Gu Changge kisses her eyebrow and then lets her go. But he still holds her fingers and uses his thumb to press on the back of her hand. Have you seen Venus? Song Yunxian nods. I just saw it. Gu Changge holds her hand with his fingers and says in a warm voice, have a meal with me tonight. I have to wait for an important phone call tonight. I can't accompany you. If Yi Xiaoning calls, she must answer it. Gu Changge feels that she is trying to pull her hand out of her hand. He can't help bending his thin lips and leaning close to her ear near which he gently blows. Ring, it's very suitable, isn't it? Song Yunxuan's ears suddenly flush a little, and she pulls her hand out of his with great effort. Don't make something of nothing. After that, she is about to take the ring off her finger. Gu Changge embraces her from behind with one hand holding her waist, and the other grasping her ring finger. In a sexy voice of smiles, he murmurs amorously, don't put it off, I will immediately marry you if you do it. You. Don't scold, says Gu Changge, who dotes on her. Can't bear her indifferent refusal and resistance. Kissing her sensitive and delicate earlobe with his lips, he says softly, this ring is a promise. If you wear it, I will know that you are mine. I can't marry you now, but you must always tell me that you will only be mine in the future. Song Yunxian keeps silence in his arms. Gu Changge's kiss is delicate and soft, in which there are burning temperature, the forcefulness, and the tyranny that makes people unable to resist. But in his voice there still is a kind of inexplicable warmth, and a sort of reliability that people can temporarily put aside their amour of defense and relax. When Gu Changge kisses her, she never responds. It is the most disgusting thing for her that Gu Changge kisses her lips. Gu Changge has adapted to her indifference. But as long as she does not struggle, obediently and gently accepts his hug and temporarily restrains her sharp feelings, he also feels happy and satisfied. Gu Changge's lips fall down along her earlobe, and when he kisses her neck, Song Yunxian is somewhat perplexed and unknowingly gives a groan of pleasure. The sound makes Gu Changge, who was holding her from the behind, suddenly stiff and turns on as hard as stone. 2 or 3 seconds tick away quietly. The next moment Song Yunxian suddenly reacts, with a confused look suddenly clears. She wants to break free from Gu Changge's arms. Gu Changge hugs her violently. He approaches the desk in front of him in several steps. The things on it are swept by his long arm, so many documents fall to the ground in a crash. Song Yunxian becomes nervous and panicked. What are you doing? Let go of me. Regardless of her struggle, Gu Changge presses his hands on her head, covering her with his muscular body. And his hot lips begin to move down from her collarbone. You let go. This is my office. Her voice is harsh but not very loud. In order to prevent people outside from hearing her, she keeps her voice very low. Listen. No one will find out if you don't cry like you did last time. Don't do that. No. She is still struggling, but Gu Changge refuses to let her go at all. Suppressed by him, Song Yunxuan's eyes begin to become red and wet because she's so nervous. Gu Changge's movements are at first a little anxious, but it turns suddenly gentle when he reaches out and grasps her waist. His kiss falls on her ear, and the tip of her tongue touches Song Yunxuan's earlobe gently. Song Yunxian tightens her body and suddenly feels a pain. Ah! Her scream of pain abruptly goes out of the door. Someone is shocked, and knocks open the door in spite of the polite manner. Song Yunxian is stunned when she hears the voice, but she hears Xiao Shue's voice rushing. Yunxian. As the sound of footsteps approaches, Gu Changge leaves her without haste and embarrassment, and pulls her up from the table by the way. Xiao Shui twists her eyebrows and helps Song Yunxian fold her open collar. She stares at Chu Machin angrily. This gentleman. After that, Xiao Shui seems to realize that the person she's talking to is Chu Machin. She chokes and stops talking. Xiao Shui. A gentleman elegantly calls. Xiao Shui turns around awkwardly. Brother, I think we'd better go out first. This is Yunchuan's fiancé. The angry solemnness on Xiao Shui's face turns into an embarrassed flush. She frowns as if she has made a fool of herself and wants to leave the office in a hurry. But Song Yunxian gets up from the table, closes her collar and stares at the door with cold eyes. Over there indeed stands Xiao Tianzi. Xiao Tianzi becomes slightly surprised when seeing her hair disheveled, her face flushing with rage, and her glaring at him, holding her collar. Later, he looks at Chu Machin worriedly. Child Chu, Yunxian is still young. Child Chu should be considerate of his fiancée. Chu Machin's clothes are neat, not being messed up at all. He nods appropriately with a smile on his lips. Mr. Xiao had better knock the door first in future. Xiao Tianzi looks at Chu Machin with no expression on his face. But when Xiao Shui passes, he says, Xiao Shui, let's go, I'll send you back. But tonight, the mission of waiting for the phone is still in Xiao Shui's mind. Song Yunxian droops her eyes. You don't need to work overtime tonight. You can go. Xiao Shui nods and leaves with Xiao Tianzi. When Xiao Tianzi turns around, he takes a profound glance at Song Yunxian. He is surprised that Chu Machin has a deep affection for such a little girl, Song Yunxian. In this case, Chu Machin gains another soft rib? For Xiao Tianzi's part, it may be necessary to get closer to Song Yunxian in future. As soon as Xiao Tianzi follows Xiao Shui out, Song Yunchuan's face begins to become pale slowly. She is particularly sensitive to pain. She reaches out to touch the earlobe where Chu Machin had suddenly bitten when he was passionate. Not only does she gnash her teeth, but she also stares at Chu Machin. Chu Machin, did you take the wrong medicine today? How should you come here for messing around? Chu Machin's lips bend up, standing at the door and looking out. After Xiao Tianzi goes far, she closes the door. He comes back to her, holds her hand and gently pinches her earlobe. If I hadn't bitten you, would you cry out? Song Yunxian frowns and looks up at Chu Machin, who is dressed in neat clothes. Suddenly she feels something wrong. Just now, though Chu Machin's action was so fierce that she felt panicked, he didn't undo her clothes too much, and he didn't even take the action of unlocking a button of his clothes. If he really wants to rape her, there's no need for him to keep his outfit on. She bites her lip and frowns. What do you want to do? Have you ever heard of the saying that one will lose all his wits for romance? Song Yunxian sits on the table. Chu Machin helps her tidy up her clothes. When he buttons up her clothes, he feels that Song Yunxian is still nervous. Then he reaches out to grab her hand with the ring and gently touches the ring. I hear that there is a blood vessel on the ring finger that directly links to the heart. This ring knows everything existing in your mind. Song Yunxian purses her lips with the expression in her eyes becoming more complicated. You want to say that you know what I'm thinking? Chu Machin watches her biting her lower lip, which leaves a mark on it. He can't help smiling, bending over to look at her. The Venus Salon plus the Fanqing magazine are not enough when dealing with Gu's. If Xiao Tianzi knew that Venus is what you wanted originally before I gave it to you, he will point his weapon at you. Just have a guess, will the Song family will help you when he is against you? Song Yunxian doesn't need to think about it at all. The Song family will fawn on the upper class like the Chu family and the Gu family. Once Gu wants to destroy her Fanqing and Venus, the Song family will never help her. Since Chu Machin gives her Venus, in order to let her make her own achievements, they can't intervene too much. Otherwise, it will become a grand farce if Song Yunxian manages to revive Venus with the support of a powerful family. The public will think that Chu just let Song Yunxian do the superficial works, and in fact everything is under Chu's control. Song Yunxian goes silent. Chu Machin helps her to get herself dressed up, and he reaches out to caress her lips with his thumb. Well, the lips are almost bleeding, and no biting is allowed in the future. Song Yunxian raises her hand to touches her lips. Chu Machin helps her get away from the table. Xiao Tianzi saw that scene just now. Maybe he thought I was really intoxicated by your beauty, so I gave Venus to you. If he wanted to break me down, he would take you as my weakness to attack. Song Yunxian lowers her eyelids. Xiao Tianzi is indeed such a person, but the more contact he has with me, the sooner he will find that the real person to deal with is actually me. Chu Machin can't help laughing. By the day he finds out, maybe you are already strong enough to compete with him. Song Yunxian raises her head to stare at him. Chu Machin wants to kiss her. She holds out her finger and blocks his lips. You're wrong. The day he finds out, the whole Gu family will have already become mine. Song Yunxian looks sideways at the office window. Xiao Tianzi's skyscraper office building is on the opposite. That's Gu's, who she had been running for many years. Although it's under Xiao Tianzi's control now, she will take back what belongs to her. Her eyelashes are drooped, hiding the expressions in her eyes. Chu Machin holds her hand, feels the temperature on her hand and looks at her face carefully. Suddenly, Song Yunchuan's self-confidence shines dazzlingly. If Song Yunxian really earns the Gu family one day, how can Chu family shackle her? Gu's may become her wings and take her away from Chu's house. Nevertheless, it doesn't matter if she wants to leave him. He will not hesitate to break her wings with his own hands. Song Yunxian sleeps in Fanqing magazine at night. It is Chu Machin who makes a phone call to the Song family. Song Yuncheng is very excited about receiving a phone call from Chu Machin. He carefully asks, "What's the matter, child Chu?" Looking at Song Yunxian, who is dozing with her hands supporting her head, Chu Machin says with a smile, "Yunxian won't go back home tonight. She will sleep here." On the other end, Song Yuncheng immediately takes a deep breath. After a while, he answers incoherently due to excessive excitement. It is unexpected that Song family can send the girl to Chu Machin's bed. Song Yuncheng thinks that if his sister can have a harmonious relationship with Gu family Xiao Tianzi and marry into Chu family, Song family will be honored. Song Yuncheng hangs up the phone happily. Then he goes upstairs to recite the contents of the phone conversation to his father. The facial expression of Song Yin is bleak. He says, "Yuning told me that Yunxian went to her company today. It is said that Yunxian was secretly photographed and she came personally to ask for the photo." Song Yuncheng's face turns gloomy, and he guesses worriedly, "Dad, is it possible that Yunxian is too young to resist all sorts of temptation in Yuncheng, being set up by villains? Furthermore, her relationship with Child Chu is always not so good." Song Yin also sighs. "I also think so. Send a person to watch Yunxian. I want to know whatever she does." Song Yuncheng nods repeatedly. "Dad, don't worry. Tomorrow, I will send someone to follow Yunxian." Song Yin frowns. "I want someone to watch her from tonight on. But Yunxian is at Child Chu's house." Song Yuncheng reminds Song Yin. He considers it for a while and says, "Then the man will start his work tomorrow." Song Yunxian is taking a nap with her head supported on the mahogany desk. Looking at her head drooping and dozing, Chu Machin wants to pick her up to leave. He is just stretching out his hand when Song Yunxian wakes up. She frowns at Chu Machin. "Why haven't you go? I have telephoned uncle according to your instructions. Maybe someone will drive to Chu family's house and wait for me to come out with you tomorrow morning." Song Yunxian knows that she has to stay with Chu Machin overnight in order to make up for her lie. However, without such an excuse, the Song family will not allow her to stay out at night. Sitting on the leather swivel chair, she yawns and then turns her head around to think how to send Chu Machin away. Seeing her waiting for the call in the office, he says disdainfully, "You only left her the telephone number of your office?" Song Yunxian does not deny. "There is only my office's number on the business card. As my father and eldest brother still do not know that Fanqing is mine, the card can't be printed with my private number. If her father and eldest brother knew that Fanqing is hers, they would certainly ask her where is her money from which she used to buy Fanqing. And once they investigate, the fact that she has extorted 80 million from Song Yuning will be revealed. It is not the time to let them know this, so Fanqing magazine must be kept in secret." and she has to wait for the appropriate time to publicize her ownership of Fanqing magazine. If Venus Salon can get profits in the first and the second quarter continuously, then she can say that she uses Venus's profits to earn the asset of Fanqing magazine. Accompanied by Chu Machen, she waits for the phone call in the office. Seeing her repeatedly yawn in light sleep, he can't help frowning. Is your insomnia very serious? Song Yunxian does not speak. Nobody knows that as long as she closes her eyes, what she can see will become those things that ever happened to Gu Changge. She lost her legs in a car accident which was designed on purpose, and her chest was also cut open by Xiao Tianzi personally. These things are remembered so clearly that they will become a monster gripping her tightly once she closes her eyes. Every time she sleeps, she feels that she has died on the operating table. If she does not wake up in sweats and see Song Yunchuan's face in the mirror, she simply cannot believe that she is still alive. Such dreams make her afraid to close her eyes. She is afraid that if she fell asleep, she would never wake up again. The night is very long indeed. She closes eyes to catnap, but her figures are clenching gradually. Her petty action attracts Chu Machen's attention. The next second he gets up, walks to her side, puts his hand on her back and grasps her hand. Let me wait for the phone call so you can sleep peacefully. Song Yunxian wants to pull her hands out of his but fails after several attempts. Glancing at Chu Machen, she is a little angry. Chu Machen says peacefully, "The room's temperature set by the air conditioner will ensure that you won't catch a cold if you fall asleep." Her hand is firmly held by Chu Machen, and there is heat on his body passing to her through the fingers. The warmth seems to have wonderful power, forcing her slowly into a trance, and then her eyelids begin to grow heavy. She does not know how she fell asleep. When she wakes up again, the man beside her is just holding the microphone. His long masculine eyebrows are wrinkled slightly, and his thin lips are pressed together into a straight line. "Pardon." Song Yunxian suddenly wakes up. Hearing his cold words, she grabs the phone from his hands. "I am Song Yunxian." There comes a voice with an angry tone. "Miss Song, your man is really chilling." Song Yunxian is puzzled. She does not know what that means. Suddenly, Yi Xiaoning, who is talking on the other end, hangs up the telephone. Song Yunxian had been waiting for this phone call all night long, but now the other party suddenly hangs up the phone. She feels that her plan is suddenly disrupted at this key point, as if the whole plan was to be destroyed. She frowns, slowly puts the microphone back, and then turns her head to look at Chu Machen, who is beside her. She questions him. "What did you say to Yi Xiaoning?" Chu Machen must say something to Yi Xiaoning when she falls asleep. It must be so. Chu Machen's expression is icy cold. He takes the suit jacket on the back of the chair, staring at her. The phone call has already been smoothly answered. Now go home. Song Yunxian cannot help but feel angry when she watches him going outside. She takes 2 steps forward to grasp his arm, staring at him. "Chu Machen, what did you say to Yi Xiaoning?" Looking down at her hand grasping his arm, Chu Machen finds that she is pinching his skin hard as if her nails would be driven into his flesh. "Yi Xiaoning has agreed to your requirements, but she wants to leave Yuncheng before testifying against Gu's." Song Yunchuan's beautiful eyebrows are still wrinkled. Chu Machen reaches out to hold her hand with which she grips his arm, and gently guides her to loosen it. "I've told her before testifying against Gu's, she is not allowed to step out of Yuncheng. Otherwise, she can never leave the city all her life." The expression of Song Yunxian becomes calm at once, and her fingers loosen. After calming down for a while, she complains to him. "You shouldn't threat her. Be careful that a cornered beast will do something desperate." Chu Machen pulls her out. When they're walking in the company's corridor, he puts his suit jacket on her body. "You need to be scrupulous about many things, but I don't." Song Yunxian does not answer. What Chu Machen says is right. She is no more than Song family's illegitimate daughter, who has to act in secret now. Therefore, she must be meticulous about numerous things and lots of people. But Chu Machen doesn't need to do that. Since he is the only heir of the Chu family, few people dare to mess up with him in Yuncheng, not alone a disfigured woman. Song Yunxian follows Chu Machen, who is tall and strong. When he holds her in his arms, he acts just like a wall, keeping her away from the wind blow. She doesn't say any word until they have gotten out of Fanxing magazine and sat on Chu Machen's car. She looks at him. Are you going to take me home? Chu Machen smiles, looking sideways at her. The Chu family is also your home. She does not retort, as if she has accepted the fact. The person stays by her side may not block all the chilly wind for her, but he can always give her a hug to warm her up. It is better to have Chu Machen rather than no one stay with her. Chu Machen sends her back to Chu family. The servant feels puzzled for a moment when they enter. After that, the servant's about to inform Mr. Chu with happiness in his eyes. Song Yunxian clutches Chu Machen's sleeve. Being aware of her grip, Chu Machen bends his head to ask her, "What's wrong?" Song Yunxian averts her eyes from him. She bits her lower lip and whispers, "At this time, uncles and aunts should have fallen asleep, so we'd better not interrupt." Chu Machen pulls her into his arms and kisses her hair gently. Only once. She raises her heads up, hearing Chu Machen telling the servant, "Don't inform my parents." The servant knowingly walks away, then continues his work in the kitchen. Chu Machen takes Song Yunxian into a room. She finds that it is not a guest room after she comes in the door. "Why would you take me to your room instead of the guest room?" When Chu Machen tries to take off her coat, she takes a step backward and says, "I want a guest room." She frowns and moves back step by step as he walks near. Although Chu Machen has noticed her nervousness, he never stops his pace, approaching her slowly. At the moment when their faces are about to meet, Chu Machen directly passes her over. He bends over to open the wardrobe, of which he takes a pink gift box out. Then Song Yunxian feels relief, thinking that she was overstressed just now. Chu Machen can't help smiling at the sight of the change of her expression. He puts the gift box on her hand, says, "This is a nightgown. Put it on after the shower. Then come back and sleep." "You." Chu Machen interrupts her before she finishes her words. "I am the owner of this family. I won't sleep in the guest room or on the sofa, but I can assure you that I won't force you." Song Yunxian frowns, staring at him. Her ears begin to heat up for unknown reasons. Being glared by Song Yunxian, Chu Machen tries to grasp her shoulder. Song Yunxian, however, walks away before he does it. She says fretfully on her way to the bathroom, "A liar." This remark shows her distrust of Chu Machen. After taking a shower in the bathroom, she takes out the nightgown in the gift box. She finds that the style of the nightdress is neither fancy nor sexy. The design is elegant and noble, and the cloth is very comfortable. It is in light white with pearl-like texture. Wrapped in it, she goes out shouldering a big towel. Chu Machen has taken a bath in another bathroom. He notices her come out and waves her. "Can you play chess? Come and have a look." When Song Yunxian finds a chess set on the table, she pauses her fingers with which she brushes her hair. Then she moves to the bedside. "You can play it by yourself, I don't know how. Chess will expose a lot of thoughts. She'd better conceal herself when getting along with the very kind of person like Chu Machen. This man's diplomacy is not as warm as it appears." Hearing her refusal, Chu Machen's eyes grow dim and dark slightly. Song Yunxian goes to bed, ignoring Chu Machen. With Chu Machen's long and beautiful fingers holding the chess made of ivory, he finishes the game. Turning around, he sees Song Yunxian turn over, puts down his chess pieces and goes to help her pull up the quilt that slipped off her body. Song Yunxian has not fallen asleep yet. When she is touched like this, she immediately turns her head to look at him vigilantly. He stares at her with a faint smile in his dark eyes. He says lovingly and gently, "You're awake. You woke me up. I just pulled the quilt for you." Song Yunxian disagrees. "The air conditioning in this room won't cause me flu even if the quilt slips down." Chu Machen smiles faintly. "I will catch a cold." Song Yunxian frowns as if being ridiculed. She pulls the quilt on his body and closes her eyes tightly. Chu Machen feels that Song Yunxian must have understood his meaning. A pun. Her figure is also very beautiful when she is sleeping on her side. It turns him on at a glance. However, according to her temper, She would not snuggle up into his arms. It's really a woman who doesn't know how to please a man. He turns back and looks at the pieces on the chessboard. Song Yunxian doesn't sleep well. When she wakes up in the middle of the night, Gu Changge sleeps beside her without any sexual behavior towards her. She reaches out and helps him pull up the quilt. When she comes to her consciousness, she grabs her own hand and feels like she had done too much. Clearly, no one will catch a cold in this room. Why did she do so? She rolls over and goes sleep, twisting around. But a powerful arm pulls her to the man's broad chest. Being frightened, she wants to get rid of his hug. The man's voice is quite sober. Be good, don't move around. She frowns with embarrassment. Embraced by him, she really dares not move again. Men are lower body animals. If they are carelessly turned on, she is not sure whether she can break away. In the latter half of the night, Song Yunxian actually sleeps soundly. The next morning, she is given a gentle kiss on the cheek when she turns over. A servant's voice comes softly. Child Chu, how about Miss Yunxian? She stayed up late last night. Don't wake her up now. Receiving the ambiguous response, the servant turns around and goes away with a peaceful smile. Not until 9 a.m. does Song Yunxian get up with her hand supporting her head when someone just opens the door. Wake up. It's Gu Changge's voice. Song Yunxian wakes up and turns her eyes to Gu Changge. Gu Changge seems to be going out wearing formal suit pants. The white shirt wraps his broad and strong chest. He has dark hair, black eyes, and a slight smile on his lips. Looking at his elegant features, Song Yunchuan's fingers are a little hot. She unconsciously grasps the quilt covering her body. Gu Changge clips the silver cufflinks on the white shirt before he comes to sit on the bed and kisses her on the cheek. This time the kiss is gently but simple that lets people feel being spoiled. Frowning, Song Yunxian raises her hand to cover the place she had been touched. And her big eyes are still misted over because she just woke up. Gu Changge looks at her glazed, clear and moist eyes. He opens his thin lips, staring at her and reminding her. Your eldest brother's people are waiting outside. She is startled. She suddenly sobers and hurries to take off her pajamas and get dressed up. When she is just about to start, she suddenly turns her head to look at Gu Changge. Gu Changge smiles mildly. Never mind, I turn around. Song Yunxian bites her lower lip, feeling somewhat disgusted. She picks up her clothes and goes to the bathroom to put them on. Gu Changge has no choice but to shake his head and wait for her to change her clothes. When she comes out, she is decent. Although she does not wear makeup, her plain little face is still beautiful and delightful. Gu Changge takes her downstairs to breakfast. She is afraid of meeting Gu Changge's parents, but Gu Changge first says, My parents went out this morning. You should enjoy breakfast before you leave. Song Yunxian declines politely. Since my eldest brother has sent someone to pick me up, there must be something urgent. So, I won't have breakfast here today. After that, she walks towards the gate. As a result, she is caught by Gu Changge. Don't be capricious. It's bad for your stomach if you don't eat breakfast. My eldest brother. Gu Changge interrupts her. I found out that your eldest brother sent someone to spy on you. Song Yunchuan's eyes dim and her face turns cold for a moment. Has Song Yuncheng begun to doubt her? No, not Song Yuncheng. According to Song Yuncheng's personality, he would not do such a thing. It must be Song Yan, the father of Song Yunxian. She slightly restrains herself and restores her calm look. Then I'll leave after breakfast. Her mood changes quickly. She rejected him like an 18-year-old girl in the last second, but in the next second, she is calm as if she has been used to the scene. Gu Changge watches her walking toward the restaurant with confusion in his eyes. When she enters the restaurant, Gu Changge asks the servant around him, Who told her that the restaurant is over there? The servant looks at Gu Changge, whose eyes are cold and serious and face pale. He shook his head. No, I don't know. Gu Changge looks at the direction in which she departs as if there is a turbulent whirlpool in his eyes. Since nobody ever told her that the restaurant was there and she had never been to Chu's house, how can she know that the restaurant is there? The location of Chu's restaurant is always secret for the newcomers, since the design of Chu's house is different from that of the ordinary one. Gu Changge suddenly feels that Song Yunxian is unusual. Gu Changge says nothing during her dining in the restaurant. Even the tenderness he showed to her in the morning becomes a little cold. She doesn't care about it. After breakfast, she says goodbye and leaves. Gu Changge doesn't drive her in person. Instead, he asks the driver to send her back home. Shortly after the driver left, Gu Changge calls the Secret Service entrusted by his staff. Send someone to follow my wife. The other end feels stunned, tentatively says, Miss Yunxian. Watch her close. Yes, yes, yes. The secret agency entrusted by his staff is very rigorous. Under the circumstances of Song Yuncheng sending people to follow Song Yunxian, they can let their hands continue their works without being discovered by Song Yuncheng's people and the target. Song Yunxian notices that Gu Changge's attitude has changed, but does not care about it. She is sent to Fanqing magazine and watches the driver go away before she enters the building. Xiao Hong inside welcomes, Miss Yunxian, take me as a guest today, and you will decide everything for the next 3 days. When someone comes to ask who is the magazine's owner, you will say that the owner's surname is Chu. She says in a low voice. Then she takes a random copy from a stack of magazines in front of her and smiles. Remember what I said? Tell everyone in our company to repeat that, including the security guard. Xiao Hong does not know why, but she is older and experienced in the workplace. She guesses that something may happen to the Song family after listening to these words of Song Yunxian. She nods. Miss Song, don't worry. Xiao Hong immediately changes her address. Song Yunxian is very satisfied with her performance. She leaves Fanqing magazine only after she gets a sample magazine. Just after she leaves by taxi, someone in a parked black car makes a phone call to Song Yunxian. Master, Miss Yunxian leaves Fanqing magazine after she takes several magazines from it. She is on the way back to Song's house. There Song Yunxian says, since she's on the way home, she'll be back in about half an hour, so you don't follow her, lest she finds out and she'll make trouble with me. The people in the black car are ordered to turn the car in another direction. As expected, Song Yunxian returns to the Song family half an hour later. As soon as she enters the house, she sees Song Yuncheng going out. When Song Yuncheng notices her return, he smiles generously. Yunxian, did Child Chu send you back? Song Yunxian shows a bit of sadness on her face. She changes her shoes and goes upstairs sullenly. Child Chu was busy. I took a taxi home by myself. Looking at his sister's figure going upstairs, Song Yuncheng doesn't feel concerned, but shakes his head and smiles and says to himself, look at her unhappy appearance, just a little girl in love. After Song Yuncheng goes out, Song Yunxian closes the door and changes her dull look with her eyes staring at the open curtain on the window. She hurries to pull the double curtains and keep the windows of the whole room tightly closed. Then she takes out the pen and the letter paper, writes down the name of the recipient, and then write the whole paper in running hand, a type of Chinese calligraphy. After checking the contents of the letter, she folds it and puts it into the magazine ZY Queen, which she brought back from Star magazine. To prevent letters from falling out, she glues 2 pages of paper and hides the envelope inside. When she gets dressed and goes out again, the domestic servant greets her. Miss Yunxian, where are you going? When Song Yunxian sees the servant coming to ask, she knows that it was Song Yuncheng who told his family to keep an eye on her before he left. She can't help but wrinkle her eyebrows and takes out a copy of ZY Queen from her handbag. Just now, I bought some magazines from Fanqing magazine. When I came back, I found one was mistaken. Change it for me. The servant takes it over and nods. Then may our young lady have a good rest. I'll call you when I get back. Well. Song Yunxian nods her head and looks at her leaving before she inadvertently opens her mouth. Is there any snack in the kitchen? The servant pauses and says kindly, Miss Yunxian, Nurse Lu, who makes snacks, has returned to her hometown today. Let Nurse Wang do something for you. She is at the backyard. Song Yunxian nods her head with no expression in her eyes. She finds Nurse Wang. After they walk into the kitchen, Song Yunxian hands her a magazine. Nurse Wang, I want to eat snacks. There's no sugar powder at home. You go to buy some sugar powder. By the way, Give this magazine to Xiao Hong of Fanqing magazine and ask her to send it out. If she asks you, you say that the magazine has the wrong page number. I don't want it. Let her refund. Nurse Wang nods and goes out with the magazine. Song Yunxian calls her. Nurse Wang, the magazine is only for Xiao Hong. No one else can find it. After hearing that, Nurse Wang immediately hides the magazine in her coat. Song Yunxian nods with a smile. Nurse Wang, make it quick. I'm waiting for your snacks. After Nurse Wang leaves, Song Yunxian goes back to her room for a rest, but she is in a restless mood. Lying on the bed, she falls asleep between the sheets. All of a sudden, she hears a knock on the door while she is having those painful and familiar dreams. In her slippers, Song Yunxian comes to open the door. What she meets is a familiar maid wearing a white apron and a small dish of aromatic butter cookies. Glancing at the maid's face, Song Yunxian finds that she is the maid sent by the Chu family. She can't help feeling slightly unhappy. When did I say I wanted to eat cookies? The maid is still young. She says timidly. Nurse Li, who went to change magazines, said that Miss wanted dessert. Looking at the pungent butter cookie, Song Yunxian takes a breath and reaches for it. I'll take the cookie, thank you. When the maid sees that she has taken away the dish with cookies, a mild and happy smile shows up on her face. She does not leave with the tray until she closes the door. Song Yunxian brings the cookie into the room with a feeling of nausea. Before she reaches the bed, she drops all the butter cookie into a black garbage bag and ties it up. After that, she opens all the windows of the room to vent the sweet smell of cookies. She had been growing up in the Gu family for decades, and they all know that she hates overly sweet things, especially cookies. Once she smells the cookie, her stomach will turn upside down, let alone to taste it in her mouth. She can't eat it anyway. She goes to the bathroom to wash her face and drinks half a cup of water. Only after the cookie's smell slowly disappears does she go to close the window. Just as she is closing the window, she suddenly notices a blue Porsche sports car coming out of the yard. This is Chu Machen's car. Her heart trembles at once. She hurries out and asks his servant, "Did Chu Machen come here just now?" The servant shakes his head blankly. "No, he hadn't been here just now." "What about the car in the yard just now?" "Oh, it's the young master of the Rong family who came here to send the invitation. After that he left. The car didn't even park." The look on Song Yunxuan's face calms down a little. Finding Song Yunxuan's face turning pale, the servant is worried. "Miss Yunxian, are you okay?"
No, no.
"I'll go to bed first. When Nurse Wang comes back, you tell her she not to make dessert because I have had cookies." The servant nods and looks at the delicate back of Song Yunxian, who is heading back her room. On the blue Porsche sports car, which is just driven out of the Song family, there sits a handsome boy of 17 or 18 years old. He looks strangely at the man who gazes at him in the rearview mirror. "Brother Chu, your fiancée is the daughter of the Song family, isn't it? You just arrived at the Song family. Why didn't you pay her a visit?" Chu Machen's expression is profound and cold. "It's not necessary. Big brother Chu, you are too bad," laughs the teenager. "You shouldn't have stolen her heart and then dumped her because you're tired of playing now." The teenager is handsome with bright amorous eyes, thin lips and snowy skin. He is tall but slim, not as strong and muscular as an adult man. He stares at Chu Machen with a bad intention. "Brother Chu, I heard that the Song family's little daughter is a rare beauty who seldom goes out. She must be very honest and very pure presumably." Chu Machen suddenly laughs, raises his eyes slowly and looks at the teenager in the rearview mirror. "Child Rong 6, I advise you not to provoke her. She is as pure as Gu Changge." In the rearview mirror, the teenager named Rong 6 shivers obviously. Then the bad smile on his face immediately disappears, and his thin lips are pursed. "I am not interested in this type of beauty, but you have a special taste, Brother Chu." Although the boy calls it the special taste, there are quite a few dignitaries who are fond of Gu Changge. However, a woman like Gu Changge is not the one that ordinary dignitaries can hold in their arms, let alone control her. Now, although all the men in Yuncheng will gloat over Gu Changge's death when they're talking about her, in fact, Their remarks are just sour grapes. Gu Changge sinks in the back seat of the car with his fingers placed on the leather armrest of the seat, and a cold and profound expression in his eyes. Rong Six glances at him several times, but at last he can't help but say, "Brother Chu, our secret service is world-class. You see that all the information you want has been intercepted. How do you deal with a person?"
Chu Mo Chen kiếp xì len.
The teenager slowly pulls over. And then he opens his laptop and shows him the file he has just received. "Brother Chu, you see, this is the intercepted content which has been secretly scanned into pictures." While speaking, he passes the computer on to him. Gu Changge reaches for the computer, but he freezes at the first glance at it. The teenager feels something wrong and says, "Brother Chu, are you okay?" Gu Changge's long eyebrows are wrinkled and his eyes, as cold and steely as a knife. "This is the handwriting of the Changge." That sentence makes Rong Six on the driver's seat stunned for a moment. As if he doesn't believe what he heard, he frowns and says, "Do you mean that Gu Changge is still alive?" His words are like a thunderstrike without warning. Gu Changge looks at the handwriting on the scanned pictures, being startled on the spot. Even Rong Six suddenly becomes petrified. Rong Six is like seeing ghosts in the daytime. His face is pale and he asks Gu Changge, "Brother Chu, are you sure?" Gu Changge stares hard at the handwriting as if to dig a hole in the computer screen. Being asked by Rong Six, he breathes slowly as if to suppress some emotion. He opens his lips gloomily and asks him, "Can you tell when the handwriting was written?" Rong Six is somewhat embarrassed. "In my opinion, it has been done no longer than 6 months. His words make no difference. Gu Changge died around half a year ago. It's not clear whether she wrote it before she died." Gu Changge gazes at the handwriting without saying a word, as if trying to figure out something, but he does not remain silent for too long. "Maybe it's my eyes that are dazzled." Rong Six does not speak, but he understands that this may be an excuse Gu Changge gives himself. After all, Gu Changge is really dead, as it is well known. Even her ashes are thrown into the high sea. If this is said reluctantly to be Gu Changge's handwriting, it can be called as her legacy. Or, "Brother Chu, maybe the writer imitates Gu Changge's handwriting. Otherwise, there is no reason for this letter to appear now." That's all Rong Six can think of. Gu Changge says nothing. He does not open his mouth to speculate more. Looking at his appearance, Rong Six wants to make a decision without authorization. "Brother Chu, did the cunning lady of the Song family take that messenger to the hospital?" Rong Six feels shocked, looking back to see Gu Changge's dark eyes. He is a little frightened. "You mean, send her there?" His voice is cold. Rong Six hesitates for a while and nods. "I see." Song Yuncheng takes a nap in bed for half an hour. The picture in her mind is so confusing that it is disturbing. When she finally wakes up, she hears a rush of footsteps outside. She frowns and gets up to open the door. Outside the door, several servants who have been in the Song family for many years gather to talk. When they hear Song Yuncheng opening of the door, they immediately stop talking as if they have glued tape on their mouths. As soon as Song Yuncheng finds these people dispersing, she knows something is wrong. She calls one of them coldly and says, "Nurse Lee, have you got my magazine back?" Mama Lee goes to the table in the living room to pick up the magazine and comes upstairs to hand it to her. But Song Yuncheng does not take. She just rubs her eyebrows that are slightly painful and says, "What were you talking about just now?" Nurse Lee's face turns blue. Looking at Song Yuncheng's face, she feels a little impatient. Then she opens her mouth in dismay. "Nurse Wang, who went out to buy sugar powder." "Nurse Wang." Song Yuncheng captures the keywords. Li Ma glances up at Song Yuncheng in embarrassment, then bends down her head. "Wang Mama. She was hit by a car when she came back." "A traffic accident?" Song Yuncheng's voice suddenly grows gloomy. Nurse Li nods with some fear. Hearing that, Song Yuncheng's translucent face turns paler. As soon as she hears that Nurse Wang had been hit, she turns around and walks into the room for her coat and handbag without saying anything. Seeing her quickly gets dressed to go out, Nurse Lee, who is waiting for her at the door, hurries to say, Miss Song, don't worry. Nurse Wang had been sent to the hospital. I'll go and see for myself. Which hospital? Nurse Li hesitates a little. Before Song Yuncheng left, he had told her to watch the young lady and let her not go out casually. But when Song Yunxian notices her silence, her tone becomes chilly. Nurse Li, Nurse Wang has been taking care of me since I was a child. I have a good relationship with her. Now that she has been injured, it is normal for me to pay her a visit, isn't it? With an embarrassed face, Nurse Li has to report the name of the hospital. The second hospital. Song Yunxian feels strange because she thinks that she should be sent to the People's Hospital if something happened on her way to the magazine company. Yet she doesn't expose her suspicion. She goes out with her handbag and takes a taxi directly to the second hospital. When she arrives at the hospital, she finds the emergency room in front of her, where doctors and nurses are staunching the bleeding of a man who had just been in a car accident. Song Yunxian rushes there and says anxiously, "Excuse me, is this patient's surname Wang?" The patient is seriously injured and all over her body, especially in her head, which blurs his face. Song Yunchuan's heart is somewhat cold, but she is not panicked. There is just the sudden emergence of many possibilities in her heart due to conditional reflex. It's just a trip that is not long. How should there occur any accident? There is no overpass nor other dangerous traffic situation in that place where there are traffic lights at every crossroad. She frowns, trying to follow the patient forward, but a doctor wearing a mask who takes care of the patient stops her. This young lady, the patient's surname is Wang, 56 years old. Are you her relative? Song Yunxian nods. Doctor, is she seriously injured? Surgery is needed. Please sign here. The doctor shows her the agreement handed over by the nurse behind him in time, and points out the signature blank directly. Song Yunxian takes the agreement and scans it roughly to ensure there is no problem with it. Then she's about to sign it. Yet when the tip of the pen touches the paper, her fingers pauses. And then she is driven by some alertness to turn her usual running hand calligraphy into the regular script style. The doctor takes a glance at her signature before he takes the agreement and heads towards the operating room.